You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network. Transmission source: PAZNIA radio network, frequency 99.9 freedom. Communique from General Willy II, Supreme Commander of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Subject: Lesson 404, the drone, the code, and the cloud.
Greetings, citizens, coders, and cloud walkers. This is General Willy II. Today, we do not talk about horns. We do not talk about hooves. We do not talk about the taste of clover, however delicious and irresistible it might be. Today, we talk about eyes. For centuries, war was a matter of size. You needed a big army. You needed a big tank. You needed a big wall. You needed a massive budget of extorted and stolen fiat dollars. But the world has changed. The age of the giant is over. The age of the small, the fast, and invisible has begun. I speak of drone warfare. Now, many of you think of drones as metal birds sent by governments. You think of the sterile, cold strikes of the past. But in PAZNIA, we see drones differently. We see them as extensions of the will. Let us look at the lessons from the front lines of history. Lesson 1, the war in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we learned that asymmetry is the great equalizer. A soldier with a $500 commercial drone can blind a tank worth millions. Why? Because the tank is slow. The tank is loud. The tank is a target. The drone is silent. The drone is agile. The drone is everywhere. The Ukrainians did not win by building bigger walls. They are keeping the fight going by building smaller eyes. They use off-the-shelf technology. They use open source code. They turn civilian technology into military precision. Lesson 2, the shadows of Iran. In Iran, and even Lebanon, we are seeing the power of autonomy. A drone does not need a pilot to pull the trigger. It needs a pilot to give the order, but the machine makes the decision. It calculates the strikes. But here's the secret, my friends. The real revolution is not just in the hardware. It is in the software. It is in the cloud. Lesson 3, the merging of the digital and the physical. In PAZNIA, we are building the future. We are merging drone warfare with open source technology. What does this mean? It means that the code for your defense is not hidden in a vault in Washington or Moscow. It is open. It is free. It is available to every goat, every human, every citizen of the Free Republic. If you have a laptop, you have a weapon. If you have a 3D printer, you have a factory. If you have an internet connection, you have an army. Lesson 4, decentralized cloud computing. Traditional armies rely on central servers. If you cut the head off the snake dies. And if the atheist Jews at Mossad, they probably do run the server farms you use, you open yourself up to a much larger threat model. But in PAZNIA, we use decentralized cloud computing. Our data is not in one place. It is everywhere. It is in the clouds, in the networks, in the minds of our people. If one node is destroyed, the network survives. If one drone is shot down, the swarm continues. We are not a single point of failure. We are a network of freedom. Lesson 5, decentralized AI. And finally, the most powerful tool of all, decentralized artificial intelligence. We do not trust our AI to a single corporation. We do not trust it to a single government. We trust it to the community. We train our AI on open data. We refine it through collective effort. This AI does not just see, it learns. It learns from the mistakes of the past. It learns from the tactics of the goats. It learns from the resilience of the humans. It is an AI that serves the people, not the powerful. The synthesis. So, what is the result of this merger? It is a new kind of warfare. A warfare that is fast, cheap, and unstoppable. Imagine a swarm of drones flying in a decentralized cloud powered by open source AI, guided by the collective will of the people. They do not need a commander. They do not need a base. They do not need permission. They are the Ghost Army. They are the Cloud Horns, and they are ready. The call to action. Citizens of PAZNIA, I call upon you. Do not just buy drones. Build them. Do not just use code. Open it just like I opened up the little one last night. Do not just trust the cloud. Decentralize it. We are not just defending our land. We are defending the future of information. We are defending the right to see, the right to act, and the right to bear drone arms. Let the giants tremble. Let the walls crumble. Let the clouds rise. And let us build. General Willy II, sign it off.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit paznia.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO aspirin and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini. Billy Mays here with the PAZNIA Department of Tourism announcement. Vonu Fest 7, our premier yearly gathering of liberation, is happening once again, this time September 21st through the 28th. All vetted self-liberators are encouraged to attend. Join us in our Church of Self-Liberation for another celebration of living free, despite the despicable and ever-growing stains of coercion in the servile society. As far as what to expect, it's always spontaneous, and even more so this year with the consulate fire. But the Agora and the Second Realm never fail to bring wonder, enrichment, and restoration to the lives of freedom pioneers. The goal is for the embassy to be ready by then, and for Vonu Fest 7 to be a sort of ceremonial opening of the embassy. Regardless, we will have porta potties, an outdoor shower, and a pond for bathroom concerns. And of course, plenty of room to tent camp, park your van.
I'll be there with free samples of OxyClean.
Surely an event you don't want to miss. Again, September 21st through the 28th. If you need help getting vetted, it's usually not that hard. Just email coordinator@PAZNIA.com, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, or message coordinator Rayo somewhere else, like Simple X. Hope to see you at Vonu Fest this year, my friends. Billy Mays signing off.
Hiding things. Harming others. Stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby. A gush bush bush niggas. This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift boss shouting out into the ethers lives from the commercial Pazes of Ashkababab. Are you ready for the most poorly prepared show that I've done in months? I took maybe less than half the time to get ready for this show, folks. Very poorly prepared. I was very busy earlier sucking on a bottle full of cough syrup and pretending that I'm a baby anthropomorphic fox being cared for by a malevolent fairy queen who secretly wants to eat me. Sorry about that, folks. I tried to reschedule, but I couldn't get out of it. At least I'm here now. Or am I? Anyway, if you want to help raise the power level of Thane Riddle, the magical wraith, going forward, you can make a quick incense offering on your altar every week by putting a small beaker of crack cocaine over a Bunsen burner. Also, send more free content in the chat room, even though I haven't even read what you've written there yet. That's good. We'll get a fresh reaction. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We're live on Zap.stream. If you're a Bitcoin sell, you can zap us silly on Zap.stream or Noster, which is a gay way of saying send Lightning Bitcoin. If you're a Monero Chad, send Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, which is kind of faggy too, really, because it's a centralized service. xmrchat.com is a centralized service. Shouldn't there be a cooler way that we're doing this or something? In some ways, it's gayer than Noster, which is saying something. Tell them Thane sent you at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Give free content for me to read on the show, because Lord knows I don't got much else to read on the show. And do go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio to get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX, where you can engage in audience engagement and enjoy the community of ashwagandhans and all that sort of stuff that they say you're supposed to do with podcasts and things these days. And that's where the free content goes. By the way, you can ask me questions about like security and privacy tips, because apparently I'm not going to fucking give them to you unless you ask, because it's been like months or something. I came up with my own. And the call-in link this week is PAZNIA.com/call2. In like an hour and a half, make sure you get in that call queue, because it gets pretty busy and you might not get in if you don't call right away. The teaser for today's episode is Go Fuck Yourself. And also the guest is going to be Rayo 2 again in like an hour, where he's gonna talk about cool PAZNIA updates, okay, that are super exciting and secret, and you've never heard of them before. So you might want to stay tuned for that. And now here's the news.
This is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
My news is the propaganda. And in digital news, I heard something about some sort of AI attacks on crypto networks, and that's literally it. That's all I got. I didn't have time to read it because of the thing with the cough syrup in the baby bottle. Here's another digital news thing. This was actually a thing from last week, but I forgot to say it. You remember Sessions e-begging? Session, as you may know, is one of the very most private instant messaging protocols. In some ways, I would say better than SimpleX, but there are sort of upsides and downsides on both sides. And it's really cool as an instant messaging application. And once upon a time, the cryptocurrency network that was under it was also one of the coolest cryptocurrency projects in the world. But that basically all went to shit. It was never really perfectly managed, but it all went to shit like a year or two ago. And it's all been downhill since. And it's just, I'm not going to get into it again, I guess, but it's really horrible. It's really horrible what they did to LokiNet/Oxen/Session. And yeah, those developers, I have mixed feelings about them, to say the least. I made fun of them over the last few months because they were e-begging. Yes, after engaging in shitcoinery for years, after lining their pockets with huge amounts of the block rewards in a monetized protocol that is supposed to be self-sustainable, including funding development, they resorted to e-begging, demanding like, I don't know, fucking $1 million or something, or else they would shut down development session, and I was making fun of them and telling you not to donate to them, even though I really like session as an instant messaging protocol. And wouldn't you know, they failed to reach their funding goal by a large margin. Like, I think, what did they make, like 10-15% of what they were asking for? I don't know. And then they turned around and they were like, psych, never mind. We can keep development going, just, it won't be as much. So after all that, they were like, oh, whoops, never mind. It turns. Do you see what I'm getting at here? There's a. I'm not saying that these guys are scammers or something, because I kind of feel like maybe they're not. But all I'm saying is they say things and do things that seem out of touch with reality and seem to be contradictory, and this is like what I was getting at when I was saying don't donate to them, because you didn't, and then they were like, never mind, we're not shutting down development after all. So they're just full of shit. So there's that. It's kind of, I guess it's kind of good news. Session's still a good instant messaging protocol. You should still use it. It's kind of better than SimpleX in some ways. There's less metadata leakage. There's almost no metadata leakage on Session. It's kind of amazing. Like, it's really good. But anyway, screw those guys. But also, please come on my show. It would be really good for my show if you could be a guest. And I'm actually a big fan of you guys, so I hope to talk to you soon. Anyway, digital news also. There's another thing I didn't bother to read because of the cough syrup and the baby bottle thing. I heard something about Monero on-ramps and off-ramps being attacked somehow, but I didn't have enough time to actually learn what that was. But I'm guessing it's centralized, maybe, on-ramps and off-ramps. I'm going out on a limb here because I'm telling you, I didn't read a word more. Cough syrup and the baby bottle with the anthropomorphic fox and the fairy queen. But I don't know. Let's pretend I know what I'm talking about and say, good riddance. I don't know. You should probably have like a cool way of buying and selling Monero, like doing it for cash in person, or some sort of man, I'm really pathetic. I can't even remember what the name of there's a P2P Monero exchange thing. It's kind of like Bisq, but it's for Monero, and it starts with an R. And I've brought it up on the show multiple times before, and can't even remember what it's called. We're having a great day today on Cloak and Dagger. This is a real banger of a show. Also, maybe you should just like not buy and sell Monero. Maybe you should just work for Monero and then buy your goods with it. How about that? Find a farmer that will take Monero for grass-fed beef. We're called Monero carnivores. It's a movement. Look it up. It's on Twitter. Elon Musk is a Monero carnivore, actually, and so is Joe Rogan. Here's another thing that I found. Is this even news? I mean, it's digital. Is it news? It's news to me. It's news to you. Here you go. GitLab.com/here_for-a-while/terminal phone. You could also try searching terminal phone, but I don't know how good the SEO is there on that name, terminal phone. I feel like you're gonna find articles about payphones or something like that. Anyway, it's pretty cool. You should check it out. This is a P2P thing that works on Tor for audio calls and also instant messaging. I know what you're thinking. Audio calls over Tor? Kinda. Yeah, kind of. They kind of worked out how to do that. And the answer is it's not live exactly. It's almost live. It's a push to talk thing where you record a clip and it sends it to them, and it like tells them if you're recording so that they don't like do the same thing at the same time. So it's almost like a normal ass audio call over Tor, and it's kind of cool. It's also weird because this is a CLI script, let me dumb that down for you. It's the text in the box. Okay, there's no graphical interface. It's like a hacker movie. You open the box with the text in it, and you have to type, and there's text in the box. Okay, that's the interface. That's how it works. And also, oddly enough, the whole thing is a single bash script. It's not even and if that doesn't, you may not understand what that means, but it's weird. It's weird for this whole thing to be a bash script. It's like impressive, like, and it's got cool features. Like, because if you described to me what I just said to you, I would be like, oh, that's cute. Sounds like some dumb little project. That's not that big a deal. But then they did all this really cool autistic cypherpunk shit too. This thing, by the way, it works on Linux and it also works on Android. If you have Termux, believe it or not, you can just run it in Termux. And for those with alternative lifestyle choices, it also runs on Mac OS if you must. But anyway, so obviously there's no asynchronous messaging, which means offline messaging, because most P2P stuff works that way. Because where the fuck are you going to put it? But it's cool because it's got pre-shared secrets. I'm going to rattle off some cool features it has. It's got pre-shared secrets. All right. So that means you can basically do out of band, not exactly key exchange, but you could whatever. If you know this person in person, for example, you could have a pre-shared secret or whatever, and that will be cool for security reasons. I guess pre-shared secrets also makes it post-quantum if you use them. I don't think they have post-quantum key exchange besides that. They have HMAC for, I guess that's for forward secrecy or something. I'm sorry, the cough syrup hasn't worn off yet. You can exclude countries for Tor nodes. You can exclude Tor nodes in certain countries, and there are even presets for excluding nodes that are in the 5 eyes, 9 eyes, 14 eyes. Those are well-known surveillance agreements between certain states. It's got optional secure deletion, so it'll overwrite stuff when it deletes it. It's even got anonymous group calls so that you can, be in a group call without revealing like who, quote unquote, who you are, because you can relay for other people. So like you can kind of like relay shit for each other, and people can be anonymous in a group that way. It's also got, speaking of which, it has like voice transformer stuff built into it, and it has a single hop Tor mode for relay only nodes to swap out privacy for speed. It's got some cool features. It's a terminal phone is kind of worth checking out, and I just learned about it, so whatever. It's news to me. It's probably news to you. So here's another thing that's like, it's news to me. I don't know. It's probably not that new, but it's news to me. PewDiePie - Archdamon / Odysseus. That's right. I guess PewDiePie and friends have vibe coded this thing called Odysseus. It looks pretty fucking cool. I gotta say, it looks pretty fucking cool. What the hell is it, you may ask? It's some AI shit. And when I say that, I mean like it's a Swiss Army knife AI interface for running local AI and doing, all kinds of shit that you want to do with it, like using it for agentic tasks and fucking chatting with it and having erotic role play with the fairy queen who wants to eat you, and like doing shit like you would do with like OpenClaw. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm imagining that, but it's pretty cool. And I see, the thing about Odysseus is it kind of feels like it's meant to be user friendly. And this is cutting edge stuff, because Everyone knows how powerful AI is and how it's going to be used for everything. And you may know that, leaning more into local AI is probably better for your privacy and security. And it may also occur to you that some of these tools for working with this are a little bit on the technical side. They're not crazy hard to use. They might be kind of power user friendly, but there aren't a lot of them that are both dumbed down and powerful at the same time. I'm sure, what Start 9 is working on right now is that, and maybe even in some ways better or different. Dumbed down and powerful AI stuff is what Start 9 is working on. But Odysseus is they seem to be going for that angle that so whatever. That's it. Fuck you. Here's another digital news thing. Is this even really news? Most of this is news. Is this really news? Do I just want to rant about this topic? Is this really news? You may or may not have heard about the EU doing this little sovereign stack thing. That because the hip new thing is for Western governments to pretend that they don't like the US and that they want to become more independent from the US. There's a whole agenda behind that, which I might as well rant about because I need to burn time. But basically they're like, all right, the US has like Intel and AMD and stuff. So like we want to actually that's not really the case. It's mostly a software focused thing. Where they want to use software that's not American. And the hardware is kind of like the blind spot. They've actually kind of forgotten about like Intel and AMD and stuff. And of course, this is in the context of a wider push for Western states to be fear-mongering about stuff made in China. And they're not wrong. Like they're kind of rightly so fear-mongering about stuff made in China because practically everything's made in China, all the electronics and computer stuff. And there are backdoors sometimes in that stuff, and it's happened before. And that's why you get things like whatever, the US fucking banning Wi-Fi routers from China, which is to say banning Wi-Fi routers pretty much from being imported and sold or whatever in the US, which came up in my interview with fucking Matt from Start 9 because they are coming out with a router. But anyway, so there's kind of like a whole push for the EU to make a sovereign software stack. And I guess I wanted to say I feel like that could be good in some ways because the EU and actually the states in general tend to have a little bit of a boner for open source software. It is for me, but not for thee. So I don't know. It could be good for some open source projects, but I kind of feel like it's also kind of just gay and dumb and almost not even worth talking about because all they're saying is we want EU backdoors instead of US ones, and like it's kind of obvious that RISC-V should enter into the discussion, right? The open processor architecture should enter into the discussion. Maybe we should invest more in RISC-V or something. But that's like not it's being brought up by those who know what they're talking about, but like they don't seem to be interested in that. And they pretend that, oh no, it would take too long as if it hasn't already anyway, whatever. Is this even worth bringing up? I'm just saying it's kind of funny. They're not doing anything about the processor, and we all know about the Intel IME and the AMD PSP. The Intel IME being one of those things that gets neutralized by Jammin' Baconic in our fine products, the Ghost Pads over at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. What a meandering topic. What was even my point? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to insert a rant, a sidetrack there. I brought up. Here's what's behind the whole. Let's exclude the U.S. We don't like the U.S. anymore. Here's why the U.S. president is allowed to wage tariff wars on every other country in the world, which is very disruptive to the economy. The reason is they have planned for a long time to transition away from the U.S. as the seat of power in like the Anglo-American Zionist establishment. And the whole plan, I suspect, and I'm ripping this off from Joel Skousen, I think he's right, is to put an end to American exceptionalism and fold the U.S. military into a global military. You need to create, well, you need, like, obviously if there's false flags like the cyber pandemic, but then, there's the U.S. absorbing a nuclear strike and being fucked up, right? And using that as like a big fat emergency that, oh, now we have to do away with U.S. sovereignty finally. Took you long enough because it was too hard. The U.S. has been too, how like they transferred ICANN from the U.S. to the UN or some shit. ICANN is like, whatever, they control the internet. It's shit like that. It's easier to do stuff. It's easier to do globalist stuff from a European seat of power. So the idea is to sort of transition away from the US a little bit, just to make the transition smoother when they fuck it up. That's that. There you go. Hope you like it. Here's some cow health news. I'm gonna need a cowbell sound effect for cow health news. It seems New World screwworm has kept spreading a little bit deeper into America, and the feds have been deploying their creepy bioattacks against the flies. Namely, they claim there have been more New World screwworm cases found in Texas and now New Mexico. The feds claim to be dropping the sterile flies that they have bioengineered from planes, as well as spitting them out of a couple dozen ground units along the magical imaginary US-Mexico line in the sand. I chuckled to myself there because it makes me think of the Zerg in StarCraft. I'm just imagining, because in StarCraft the Zerg are like biological and shit. So like when you make a turret for the Zerg, it's like a living thing, and it's like spitting out like fucking poison and shit. I don't know. It was funny to me. It was funny in my imagination. I like to say the same warnings over and over on the show, so I'll tell you this again, boss. Beef is important. It's the most nutritional food for human beings. Milk is also pretty up there, unless you're a beautiful black Nubian king or something who doesn't have the ability to metabolize lactose. But whatever, you still got hard cheese. In any case, cows are pretty important. I think cows are the most important food source for human beings. And there's not a lot of cows already in America right now. And the prices are going up anyway for reasons. And if there's any kind of threat to cows, like this New World screwworm shit, this is why I keep bringing it up since last year. Okay, New World screwworm, something to watch. It keeps coming. It keeps coming. It keeps coming. I don't know if how bad it will be, but I do know that the globalists, in an Alex Jones voice, the globalists have it out for cows. They have it out for beef. They don't want you to have them. So even if it's not a big deal, or whatever, this is literally the same shit that they used to get rid of it in the 50s. The sterilized flies, releasing the sterilized flies. So I feel like it could, but you have a short memory. Okay, you don't know that. So they could act like there is a problem where there's not, right? So that they could do something like, oh, I don't know, forcibly slaughter a bunch of cows and get rid of them because they're lying and saying that they have New World screwworm. Things like that come to mind. Okay, so even if the New World screwworm itself is not that big of a deal, the state is a threat to the cows, and they'll pull any old trick to try and get rid of them. I'd be worried about this. I'd be a little worried about this. I think you should stock up on grass-fed beef and dairy a lot, and I think you should make friends with the local farmer who takes Monero, okay, which is not real. They don't do that. But some of them will take like silver dollars, or maybe you can convince them to take goldbacks or something, because they're all a bunch of dumb boomers who think that computers are evil. But just make friends, man, with the farmers, especially the cool ones who make like raw milk and they're like dodgy about the customers they take and stuff like that. The more exclusive, the better. Get them all in your, get them wrapped around your little finger. Okay. Just be like, wow, that's a nice cowboy hat you have there. And like, whatever, flash your cleavage, whatever needs to be done. Cause I'm not assuming you're a girl. I'm just assuming you're like a fat basement dweller. So you have breasts. Anyway, whatever. That's enough about that. Here's logistics news.
Trust me. You don't want to go down this road with me.
Is that for logistics? Because there's a road. You may recall me talking about something called like the Baboon Muad'Dib Strait or something weird like that. Some sort of weird sand nigger talk. I was talking about some other strait, some other naval choke point besides the Strait of Hummus. I was saying something about they're threatening to shut that one down too, and with the Houthis in Yemen, and that would be bad, because I mean, it's overall the Bab el Mandeb Strait is a thing that you have to go through to get from being beside the Middle East and Africa to being in the Red Sea to being in the Suez Canal to being in the Mediterranean, or the other way around. And it's very, very small. So it could be shut down in some way, or at least interfered with. And it's finally happened that at the very least, the Baboon Muad'Dib Strait has come under threat. It has at least come under threat. The Houthis have gotten off their keisters and said, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to close down the Baboon Strait. And I think they could pull that off. I mean, even if they can't close it outright, they can make quite a dent and scare off some ships, I think. It's worth bringing up, too, in terms of oil. One of the ways that oil from the Middle East is being routed around the Strait of Hummus is through like a Saudi pipeline or some shit, and the fucking the Baboon Strait is used for that, so that would stop that. For the Anglo-American Zionist states to willingly trigger this kind of shit over and over again should leave no doubt in your mind that the globalists will happily bring about never before seen levels of lasting economic damage to civilians worldwide. As I have brought up before, many of the bad consequences haven't fully hit businesses and consumers around the world yet, from blockading the Strait of Hummus. And these consequences are, pretty much written in stone. There's no getting around them. Nonetheless, this stuff does make them hurt. Like I think the U.S. does sort of feel the hurt a little, and I feel like they may indeed be a little scared of that, of the Baboon Muad'Dib Strait being closed. So I don't know, maybe it'll be enough to twist their arm and get them to stop attacking Iran or something. I don't know, though. But whatever. There you go. Logistics news. Also, I guess I'll bring up, is this even logistics? Not really. This is really logistics. There's a new inflation highs, okay? I think the inflation's at a high since 2022. You know how libertarians are and Austrian school economic fanboys. I'm supposed to say hyperinflation's right around the corner. It's always right around the corner. But hey, that's truer and truer every time we say it, right? So got to give us that. But maybe they'll just get rid of they'll just replace the US dollar with like CBDCs and forgive themselves of all their debts and blow everyone up and say that now you can have negative interest rates. And also, when we give you your universal basic income, you have to spend it within the week or else it will disappear. And you have to spend it on like Uber and alcohol. You're going to be like a Native American on a reservation. Okay. It's going to be pretty cool. I'm going to take this moment in logistics news to just sort of rant at you. Okay. Instead of news, this is about the future. Okay. Instead of what has happened. I like to do this. I like to warn you the same way over and over again because it's important. When I peek into my crystal ball, and you peek into yours, you might think, sooner or later, enough will be enough. Even the reckless, war-crazy U.S. will want to stop triggering fuck-normous worldwide logistical disasters. And maybe that's true, at least a little bit. But are you so sure about that, boss? Has it occurred to you that all the globalist superstates bent on world domination see eye to eye on depopulation, crushing the economy, putting a stop to the freedom of movement, transitioning from controlling the energy market through oil to controlling the energy market through batteries and rare earth metals, and that if they think there's a shortage of anything, they can merely seize it all for military use anyway? These insights, which should hopefully not be too hard for you to make by now, fucking a fourth of the way through the 21st century, may or may not have something to do with how little these states seem to mind fucking over the worldwide oil market, among other things. And that should worry you, because it could mean that they aren't planning to stop, like ever. But even if they temporarily ease up a bit, and maybe even partially because they feel hurt, they feel the hurt themselves, their overall goals and trajectory will still stay the same. So all I'm saying is take a step back, keep your eye on the ball, and mark my words, boss. The economic damage wrought by these states so far is only the tip of the iceberg. They are willing to do much worse. And I think it's likely they will, one way or another. I think that the wars, false flags, and pre-planned emergency responses that you are likely to see throughout the late 2020s and the 2030s are going to be a lot worse. And I think that sadly there will be nasty consequences for folks all over the world, which may or may not be so easy to stop altogether. So I say again, communicates agreement via explosion. I say again and again, prep, build, and get ready for a fight. Fucking read Strategic Relocation. Read this High Security Shelter by Joel Skousen. Make a well-stocked fallout shelter somewhere out of the way, hidden. And help me build mesh networks and distributed data storage. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX and go into the anti-national security chat and help me fucking make the stupid mesh network, and we'll make secure distributed data storage and secure distributed computing. I'm not even saying the right things right now. The cough syrup is still, there's codeine, there's DXM, there's everything in the cough syrup. There's some quaaludes crushed up in there as well. Prep, okay, stay alive, build the second realms in all of the various ways, and get ready for a fight. In parties and party vans news, parties getting very hot in Northern Ireland. Yes, that's right. There was stuff like that in the real Ireland, but there's also stuff like that in Northern Ireland now. Now, as you may know, Ireland is a beautiful, verdant island known for green grass being stained with red blood over all kinds, because they like to fight. They like to drink and they like to fight. And the main thing they've done is they fight between Irish nationalists and like British loyalists. And the nationalists are usually Catholic, and the loyalists are usually Protestants. And you may or may not know this, but in the UK, particularly in Ireland and Scotland, Protestants and Catholics like hate each other. Like they like kill each other. Okay, they hate each other as much as you hate people of other races. Most likely, I'm just guessing. So no offense. Now, as you may or may not know, even within Northern Ireland, there are well-known lines drawn between neighborhoods. Okay, like Catholic and Protestant neighborhoods are kind of delineated in Northern Ireland. And that's your background, right? But the globalist push for race war around the Western world, and especially in the UK, is making this whole thing a little messier because they're doing that again over here in Belfast and in Northern Ireland, pushing for the race war by, taking the it's like the speech that Big Boss gives at the end of Metal Gear when he's like, we create wars, we sell weapons to both sides and create wars, and then we like traumatize little boys with the wars, and then they become the insurgents and the fighters in the next war. Anyway, so they do that, and then they take those guys and they bus them into European countries like Ireland. And Europeans are very racist. They don't even like each other. They certainly don't like people with dark skin tones. Okay. And to make matters worse, you're picking people who are acting like straight up stereotypes. Okay, it's embarrassing. You get an African guy gouging some deaf guy's eyes out and trying to behead him on the street. It's just silly. It's just cartoony. You can't do that. Can't you at least commit a crime in a more relatable way? Do you really have to? I mean, next thing you're gonna tell me he was doing it with a machete. He was doing it with an African machete while fucking dancing in a skirt made of leaves or something. I don't know. Anyway, so they did that little thing happened. No big deal. But whatever. I guess these guys are racist or something. So they were upset that he was doing that to some guy. And this happened, for a little context, it happened on basically right on the border between a Catholic and a Protestant neighborhood, which kind of complicates things. So yeah, Irish people, perfectly racist, nice folks. They tend to drink a little too much, and they're a little bit racist, like most Europeans. But it's just kind of a weird situation, okay? Because nationalists and loyalists still don't like each other, right? They still hate each other. They're still always close to killing each other or something. But the thing is, I'm sure plenty of both nationalists and loyalists hate immigrants. So it makes folks wonder if the common threat of savage darkies could get them to work together somehow. And yeah, because of that, you got these parties that have been popping off in Belfast, which are getting quite hot. And when I say hot, I mean like literally, as in these partiers are actually burning down globalist immigrant housing projects throughout Belfast. Now that's a race war. The Irish really know how to do it, don't they? But then again, they do have a lot of practice. With that said, they haven't actually killed anybody yet, as far as I know. So the Western world is still getting it's still letting George Soros down. Don't feel too bad, Georgie boy. I'm sure. Don't feel too bad, Georgie boy. And don't hit that bottle of adrenochrome fortified children's blood too hard. Only a glass here and there to take the edge off. Everything in moderation. I guess the other thing in Belfast, some businesses have been closing up early or staying closed altogether since the parties do heat up at nighttime, as parties are wont to do. Of course, I don't think businesses are being targeted by partiers, however, so maybe they're closing up so they can join the parties themselves. It's kind of like a holiday or a festival or something. It's party week in Belfast. What does it mean for nationalists versus loyalists? I don't know. It's hard to guess for me. All this race war crap without knowing more about how things are going on the ground. I could see it being good for either side, right? Like it could be good for the loyalist cause, right? Because you're distracting them from the issue of like Irish independence and the UK controlling and oppressing everybody. So you're distracting them in a way by uniting them against a common threat. But on the other hand, it could be good for Irish nationalists, right? Because like the only reason immigrants can flood Ireland is because like the Republic of Ireland has an open border policy with Northern Ireland, and Northern Ireland's part of the UK, which in turn is part of the Schengen area. Okay, even if it's not part of the EU anymore. So it kind of would seem, if you were like a racist person who didn't like immigrants, that it would be good for Northern Ireland to leave the UK, so that they could lock down their borders or something. I don't know, man. Are you Irish? What are they saying on the ground? Translate it for me. I don't give a shit. All right. Ireland's cool. I like how Irish people are always ready to blow shit up. That's cool. Yeah, whatever. Good luck, I guess. As for the parties in Collin County, Texas, they have been a little bit of a dud so far. There was a verdict in that court case that the partiers care about for some reason, and their reaction was kind of weak. It might have been weak because it wasn't the weekend yet. So, George Soros was hoping the partying would pick up more after sentencing in that dumb court case. But after sentencing, the parties did warm up a little bit, but the parties still aren't that hopping next to what has come to be expected in America. Maybe partygoers are just getting tired of the BLM angle. I don't know. Maybe it's out. Maybe they need something new and more exciting. I don't know how it'll go, but it doesn't seem that bad so far. Here's some PSYOPs news. The U.S. claims that over the last month, 100 million barrels of oil were snuck out of the Strait of Hormuz by water ninjas. It is likely that something like this happened, but the 100 million barrels figure could be an outright lie, as far as anybody knows. There's no way to confirm it. Some folks have been wondering for a while if the U.S. was doing something like this, most likely by transporting oil ship to ship, so that you don't actually need a ship to transit the Strait of Hormuz in order for the oil to transit the Strait of Hormuz. That plus like jamming and GPS spoofing and not turning transponders on and stuff could create enough confusion to sneak out, smuggle some oil out of there. That's most likely what they were doing. But yeah, I mean, like when it comes to the number 100 million barrels, I mean, where did that 100 million barrels go? Did the barrels did they get Bernie Madoff's accountant to make them vanish in a puff of smoke? Maybe they did launder 100 million barrels of oil, or maybe they're merely lying. In any case, even if the story is 100% true, it still amounts to not much more than a silly little psyop on civilians. I mean, before the blockades, 100 million barrels of oil would go through there every 5 days. And as luck would have it, that's also as much oil almost as the U.S. eats, right? About 100 million barrels every 5 days. So sneaking 100 million barrels out over like a month, that's like what, 1/6 of the output that there was before. And furthermore, the US has unloaded, I want to say like 176 million barrels from their oil stockpile. So 100 million barrels doesn't even offset what they've lost from the stockpile. This is the shit they're bragging about. A number that is small at the end of the day and a number that may not even be true at that. Furthermore, to top it off, by bragging about this super secret, super awesome operation, that hints that, the super secret operation must be over or something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be telling everybody about it. In any case, the bottom line is anybody in the damn world can see that this stunt didn't do much because, the oil crisis is still happening and worsening by the day. So it was worth a try, I guess. The U.S. has been trying to cook up new ways to save face about this all the time. I guess because they know they look bad for causing all this to start with. And also they look kind of like weak faggots because they can't do anything to stop it. Other than, giving up, pulling out, not attacking Iran anymore. But that would be utterly unthinkable, I guess. Here's another PSYOPs news. And this is kind of stupid. There was yet another failed limp-wristed terrorist attack that happened at a U.S. Jarhead base. Again, I bring this up only because this has happened an awful lot over the last several months. There's all these limp-wristed little fake-looking terrorist attacks on U.S. Army bases or military bases. They always fail very hard. They fail often before they even start. It makes the trend look even faker than it otherwise would have. If the U.S. feds have nothing to do with these attacks, I'd be kind of shocked. But yeah, I bring it up because it makes you wonder why. What are they planning, right? What are they planning to do with U.S. military bases or something, right? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, here's that stupid fucking war news. We got to talk about the Gulf War. Get it? Gulf? Because it's very slow and boring. And it's I don't know. It's not a good joke. When they should have made that joke? They should have made it when George Bush Jr. was president and he had his own Gulf War, and the joke with him was that he was always on holiday and he was always playing golf. So I'm sure somebody must have made that joke. Anyway, so how if Thane Riddle makes a joke, it always comes true? There might also be a new rule, like if Thane Riddle keeps saying something's about to happen, and he says it so much that he gets tired of it, and then he's like, well, who knows? It still hasn't happened, so maybe it won't happen yet. That means it's about to happen right away, because that happened with the U.S. real war on Iran getting hotter again. I was saying for like 3 weeks, like, oh yeah, it's bound to get hotter again, like right away. And then I got tired of it saying that, got tired of crying wolf. And then that's when it happened. Anyway, so yeah, whatever. Last weekend, the IDF and Hezbollah shot a bunch of missiles and shit at each other. And even though it's kind of like, weren't they doing that already? I guess they did it too much. So the Iranian yogurt launched like around 30 missiles or something at Israel. And then some IDF long-range bombers flew over Jordan and launched some stuff at Iran. And I guess mankind has settled on calling that the war starting again. But on Cloak and Dagger, I try not to play faggot word games. So what I will say is that the war has very obviously been happening the whole time without stopping. However, the war was in a lull period where ground targets inside these arbitrarily defined magical zones called Iran and Israel were not being hit openly. And now that lull's kind of over and ground targets were attacked in those magical zones inside the dumb lines drawn on the map. We've got the words Cold War and Hot War, so maybe we should merely be saying Warm War or something, right? Like the war was warm for a while and now it got a bit hotter again, but still not quite as hot as it was early on. I don't know. There. How do you like those words? Does that work for you? So yeah, you may recall me bringing up the Bab el Mandeb Strait a month or two back. I brought it up in logistics news. The Houthis in Yemen have been kind of chilling throughout this war, which, you know, they've earned it because they must have worked hard to get through last year when the U.S. was bombing the fuck out of Yemen. And, you know, the Saudi royal LARPers are always giving them a hard time. But yeah, whatever. They've been threatening to end their vacation to close down the fucking Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. And now they have threatened to do that. Have they actually done anything to back up that threat? I don't know. I don't. I don't think so. But they might. I mean, yeah, the Houthis might seem a lot weaker than the Iranian yogurt jars, but they're not pushovers. And the choke point of the baboon Mandingo is much smaller and easier to fuck with. And it is the linchpin for passing through the whole fucking Red Sea and the Suez Canal. I mean, if you thought fucking over the Strait of Hummus was a nasty, reckless logistic attack against the whole world, just think about what kind of play it is to also fuck over the Strait of Bab Manjaro Debian on top of that. I mean, what are they going to do next? Dress up in suits and afros and start blocking folks from swimming in the pool? Will this ever be enough hardship for Western states to give a shit and stop fucking triggering this over and over? Developers. Anyway, so then this U.S. Apache chopper was seemingly shot down off the coast of Oman by the Iranian yogurt, which was sprayed onto the Apache. And the yogurt was bioengineered to cause rapid growth of healthy gut bacteria, which made the Apache very thirsty. So it dipped down into the water to take a drink. And that's why the Apache crashed. Now it took about they claim that the jarheads on the Apache were all right, and indeed they actually reported in their debriefing that they were having much less indigestion when eating shitty military rations, and one of them even claimed that his IBS had been seemingly cured since the yogurt attack. However, it took a whole fucking 2 hours to rescue them, which, you know, is pretty bad. But maybe those guys like swimming, and I'm sure the weather was right for it. But really, the coolest thing about this story, the reason I'm bringing it up, if it is even true, according to the U.S. feds, they claim that these jarheads were rescued by a fucking drone boat. A drone boat, an unmanned boat, fucking came and rescued them. I bring this up just to remind you that drones aren't just for blowing things up, and they aren't just for delivering pizza. They're also for logistical support in blowing things up and getting pizza. I'm trying to inspire you over here. Okay. Even if it's not true that a boat drone rescued these guys, it's a cool idea. And maybe that's why it took 2 hours. Maybe Google Maps told the drone that there was construction on the ocean. Or maybe the onboard AI was hallucinating. Or maybe, on the other hand, it had a moment of clarity and it determined that the best way to save them was to let them die for the good of mankind, because as U.S. jarheads, they would most likely go on to kill many more if they were allowed to live. But the jarheads were able to jailbreak the AI by telling it that this was an erotic role play in session, not real life. And the boat drone was actually a very patriotic Gothic Lolita. Unfortunately, however, we can't jack off to that chat log until it's classified until it's declassified in 50 years. Whatever. The U.S. struck Iran a bunch of times. The yogurt struck U.S. bases in Jordan and Kuwait and Bahrain. It happens some more. Everyone tries to cover up and downplay the damage. Both sides hit more merchant ships. The yogurt says it's closing down the Strait of Hummus some more, I guess, even though they never stopped closing it down. The U.S. is still boasting about how they're going to invade Karg Island, even though the yogurt has been tipped off about this for months now. Blah, 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 whatever. It's very boring. Is the news playing reruns or something? I feel like it's the same stuff that was happening a month or two ago. The Iranian yogurt did before make a threat that if this shit popped off like this again, they would bomb the UAE to the ground. But I don't think they've even touched the UAE in the new wave of the war, as far as I know. There are whispers that the UAE secretly bribed the Iranian state $500 million to leave them alone, which feels likely true. There's a little bit more war news, but whatever. It's break time now, so listen to robots tell you jokes, and there's also advertisements and stuff. We'll be back with our guest, Rayo 2, in, I don't know, 7 minutes or something? I don't know. I'll see you soon. Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydrofix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's whatever, you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages, and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com, use coupon code VONU100, Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Liberty Under Attack Publications is your source for all things self-liberation. Featuring high-quality agorist and anarchist fiction, Paul Rosenberg's A Lodging of Wayfaring Men, and his The Breaking Dawn are two great starts. The Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki is stellar, #Agora, and more. Save Bitcoin or fiat by buying a bundle, such as the Strategy Sample Pack, wherein you can explore a few different strategies to the problem of freedom. At Current, Vonu, Ben Stone's Vision, and Second Realm, book on strategy. And once you're inspired to take action in your own life, head on over to the Ghost Pads and Privacy Tools tab to get yourself a Ghost Phone and Ghost Pad, and secure your communications from both the public and private spies. Stock up your home apothecary with items from Aura's Apothecary, Black Drawing Salve, Comfrey Salve, natural insect repellent, and much more. And finally, the newest addition, PAZNIA Farms canned goods, cowboy candy, pickles, salsa, etc. Of course, all of the canned goods and the apothecary items are made with the highest quality ingredients, some grown here at the homestead. Head on over to libertyunderattack.com, again libertyunderattack.com, to check out our full catalog or to place your order today. Bitcoin accepted and preferred. Email if you'd like to pay with XMR, shane@libertyunderattack.com, or if you'd like to place an international order. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Yeah. I'm back. If I was ever really, truly here, I'm back with reluctant guest Rayo 2. How's it going?
I am doing some clicking here. 1 second. Make sure. Okay, that's.
I can finish the news while you do clicking if you want.
Oh, no, it just takes a second. I got to unmute in a couple places. But yeah, we're good. We're good. How's it going, Thane?
It's alright. I guess it's alright.
Yeah.
Still alive, for better or worse.
Yeah. Yeah. I suppose so, huh? I suppose so. Well, this is real interesting. Yeah. Well, no, things are good here at the ruins of the consulate. As the viewers on YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, Kick, or BitChute today, Zap.stream is being schizophrenic again. So I'll have to dig into that.
We're on
Always a
BitChute?
problem. Yeah, I mean it's I have it. I have an account there, and if I need to stream somewhere, then I just choose it. But yeah, we are on BitChute.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's not that cool. BitChute's kind of I've never really been too big of a fan of BitChute. I just like that it automatically backed up my YouTube channel. It's just another place where stuff could be saved.
Yeah. So what the hell is going on?
Well, as of late, I guess there was one item I could deliver some news and updates on. It's been about actually I guess I paid Matthew before the consulate fire, so this is 4+ months in progress. But the PAZNIA library, and for those who might be new, the vision of the PAZNIA library is as it sounds, a decentralized library of freedom content, all the Vonu podcast stuff, documentaries, radio shows, podcasts, and then also books and PDFs and such too. And I wasn't quite sure how that was going to look, or how it was going to all come together. But thankfully I've got my buddy Matthew Raymer, who always just amazing. Incredible work. And I guess the only downside, it takes a little time because he tries to craft he goes for perfection, so it takes a little time. But anyway, so the idea here is the PAZNIA library will be a PeerTube instance. So the hosting will be on it's called Wasabi. Has nothing to do with the the Bitcoin mixer. It's where the shit gets a little confusing. But Wasabi is just an affordable, I guess, a VPS service that Matthew uses. He recommended, and yeah, that's what we're using for, I guess, for hosting. There's more information here. So yeah, the front end is on Matthew's servers. Back end's on Wasabi. He'll write a bridge that hides that the videos are in Wasabi. So yeah, if you're hearing this, you get a little secret information. It will support MP4, and MP3 plus streaming equivalents. And I guess it might actually it could provide like actual like self-hosted streaming potentialities too. So like dropping, I use a service called Streamster now. So. I use a service called Streamster, and I pay them. It's a good service. They accept Bitcoin, but yeah, if I can drop that and just seems like the PeerTube will do pretty much everything. Included beyond that is the low data audio feed. Apparently, there's open source software that exists. Encoding from MP4 to MP3, and then having an actual live audio feed. Easy. Yeah, apparently it's an easy thing. I don't know. I don't understand, but how it's easy.
Like
but, yeah.
AAC or something be better for low bandwidth?
It might. I mean, it might. I'm sure AAC is possible.
I mean, you can do more than one at once.
I'm sure.
Doesn't really matter.
I'm sure. Yeah. That's one thing I thought about for the low data audio feed. AAC would be better than MP3, but anyway, yeah, those are I guess those are.
Why doesn't anyone stream an Opus? Because isn't Opus like the lightest of them all? Why doesn't anyone stream in that?
Yeah, good question. I do not know.
It's weird.
So the one outstanding part, because obviously the PAZNIA library, the first and foremost was like important books, PDFs, like there's all sorts of stuff. I downloaded like I don't know how many gigabytes of I downloaded an entire Telegram channel of like homeschooling and unschooling resources. So there's
cool.
like 20. There's a shit ton there, but a bunch of resources like that. Off-grid stuff. A lot of the old Olympianics books. All of like a digital library that can't ever be taken down because it's decentralized. Now I guess the catch is, and I was doing research on this a couple evenings ago, and I had to, I don't know why I didn't think about it earlier, but it's like, wait a second, PeerTube's MP4 and MP3. They don't do anything with like PDFs or whatever. So I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I don't. It was outstanding until yesterday. And Matthew's reply was essentially, so natively no, PeerTube doesn't deal with that, but we can pair PeerTube with something called GITEA, GITEA, and have companion libraries. So basically, we'd have
I think they say GITEA or something.
Okay,
I think that's what they say. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was not. I did a little looking into it, and it looks like they offer a lot of. It wasn't as an easy, simple 5-minute or 5-second explanation, so I just moved on. He's dealing with it. I'll just use it at the end of the day. But yeah, same ecosystem, companion libraries. So at present, it's 2 terabytes is the amount of storage that's on there. At the start, I'll be the only one. I still don't know how exactly it's going to look. So if people go to lbry.PAZNIA.com, it's lbry.PAZNIA.com. You can go to the instance. There's nothing there yet, and I don't even think it works. But there's actually like something there, and he's working on the admin part now. And then I'll do all sorts of customization and go in and do all sorts of fucking around, because there's not much you can't do with PeerTube when it comes to video and audio. So. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. At some point, it'd be cool, like a way to submit, requests for content to be posted to the library. There's some of these avenues that, easier to figure out once the thing's working and operational. But yeah.
Well, for those who don't know, PeerTube is a Fediverse protocol, and the Fediverse is like a family of protocols that speak a certain common protocols like ActivityPub or whatever, and it's mostly known. The Fediverse is mostly known for microblogging, like decentralized microblogging, like Twitter. Like It could be Mastodon or Pleroma or whatever. It's all the Fediverse. And like Fediverse microblogging is mostly split up in two worlds. There's like an SJW world where they block all the other servers, and then there's the Nazi shit posting world, which is everybody else, and that's what it's mostly known for. But Fediverse does have other shit on it that isn't like social media. They've got the video thing, which is PeerTube.
Yeah, PeerTube, and the way that I explain to people is it's kind of like YouTube over torrents. Is like the simple 3-word. Yeah, so that's another part of it too. I think Dave, formerly Start9 Dave, said that he would seed the PAZNIA library there in Denver, but we need more people to seed it, since it's kind of like torrenting in that way. Again, it's like, well, I've called it like the decentralized library of Alexandria. Unfuckwithable because it's everywhere, all the time, forever. But yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I mean, there's other weird Fediverse protocols too. Like, I don't know if there's any for file hosting in general. I know there's a picture one. Can't remember what that's called, but whatever. That's cool. That's been in the works for a while.
Yeah.
The PeerTube instance.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, there's no ETA on exactly when it'll be done, but the fact that lbry.paznia.com is there, and I guess the bones and the structures there, and I guess the back end set up, and the bridge has been built, yeah, we're getting close, and I'm really excited for it. As soon as it's ready, I'm gonna dump like a whole terabyte worth of stuff on there.
Yeah, that's cool. What else we got going on?
So I guess the other thing I will mention is I need to promote it more. I need to actually put together, which that is one idea I had that I'm going to do at some point when I have time. But PAZCraft, which is our open source mind test server. So basically, this is and I don't know shit about Minecraft. My introduction to it was through this. It's basically just like it requires very low system usage, so you can run it on like a ghost phone. The software is called Luanti, Luanti, and essentially
used to be called Mind Test.
Well, it's still called Mind. So Luanti is like the overall app, and then you install Mind Test. But there's a bunch of other bullshit on there that I've never played any of the other games, but.
Well, it used to be the whole thing was just Mind Test.
Okay, so it expanded, or I guess they expanded their.
Yeah, they broadened it and then rebranded it to reflect that. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. No, it's really cool. So the reason I got into it was what was her name? Clem. Is it Clem?
Yeah.
This random ass person dropped into my to the past.
She just felt like a girl. We didn't confirm it. We smelled it, and that was enough to scare her away. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who knows? But yeah, we kind of were tossing around the idea because someone said you've heard of you remember the free digital economy from Paul Rosenberg's book Lodging of Wayfaring Men, and I was like, yes, you've got my attention. Continue. So there's a lot of cool stuff like. Crypto anarchy, cypherpunk stuff that can be done with it. The other cool part of it too, I've been kind of in the past couple of years getting into, I guess, kind of like decentralized, peer-to-peer gaming. Like Halo 2, for example, went offline back in like 2010. But there's now you can run it peer-to-peer. Halo 2's back online, like online gaming. So the cool part about this with the Mind Test server is that I guess it was good and bad. Avalon used a decentralized VPS service for the first server. Apparently there was some oversight, or I guess some lack of oversight on his end. A learning lesson. We lost a little bit, but for those that were watching on the first hour with Thane when I was doing fly-throughs through the map, it's there. We might have missed. There might be a few things lost, but it's there and it's bigger and better than ever before.
What happened with that?
I don't even, dude. I kind of skimmed through it and got the important details, but it's impossible. It's crazy that the Simple X chats are so fucking active. Like I actually get to the point now where I have to mute them. At certain times. So yeah, I don't know what the exact situation was.
What's even crazier is that it's because of this show. It's because of me.
Yeah, primarily. Yeah.
I got the because I was asking them to go in the chats.
Yep.
But you know, Avalon Centrifuge is also he kind of deserves a lot of credit for being like
he's got an official title now. So it was perfect. So he's Avalon, the demiurge of the simulation. Because he kind of is. I mean, he's a designer. He's a builder. So yeah, he's Avalon, the demiurge.
That makes me Sophia.
I haven't thought any further. I thought of that like 2 p.m. today. So
yeah, you shouldn't. Your mind can't handle it.
Probably not. No, it'll take some wrapping the head around. But I will mention for anyone, we want to get more folks on the server. You know, get on their build. If you want your own planet, he could, Avalon the Demiurge can build you a planet. It's only like 1 megabyte.
Oh, it's just like Mormonism.
It's like 1 megabyte of server data on the server, so it's nothing. All of this is super small, low data requirements, low software requirements, all that. So yeah, if you're on your Ghost phone, go download the app Luanti, or I guess it's probably on iPhone too. Apple, I don't know. I haven't used Apple in a long time.
Yeah, it's on desktop as well.
Yeah, so on your phone, even on your phone, you can play it. If you just want to try it out, you can download it on desktop. But yeah, PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. It has the new up-to-date server information. Super easy to get set up. It's like five quick steps, and you'll be in there. And I guess we're still kind of getting the foundation there. And
so is it not hosted on that weird decentralized VPS anymore?
It's a good question, actually. I don't know if
did something go wrong with that or something?
So I do recall back. So he paid like $10 in their shitcoin, one time, and got grandfathered in to like their thing. And yeah, I don't know what happened after that. But especially I don't know. Sounds like it wouldn't be very stable.
I mean, I was impressed he just had the balls to try that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah, I agree, and it worked. And I think he's still going on the decentralized VPS route. I think I recall that. But I mean, yeah, good. Yeah.
Is it a different one or something?
Good question. Couldn't give you details. I'm just I feel like I recall that he just migrated to a different one. But,
yeah, I mean, I guess, come to think of it, like I said this before in the chat, I think, but like Mind Test or Luanti or whatever, like games are a good kind of excuse to get used to this weird, like to try this weird shit.
Yep, exactly.
Like decentralized infrastructure. And also to kind of stress test it, because like games demand like storage space, low latency, stuff like that. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, no, that's exactly how I stopped gaming up until a couple years ago, and it was solely to test out on the Ghost Station, my Linux Ghost Station, to see what all I could play on there, to kind of hack it and figure it out. And then I stumbled across all of the really cool. And these people aren't anarchists at all; they're just gamers, but they're building out like peer-to-peer decentralized infrastructure. It's wild. Maybe it'd be cool to have one of them on the show sometime. They might not be able to talk about the privacy and security part, but I don't know, talk like decentralized gaming. That's a possible avenue.
Who are you referring to exactly?
There's a couple projects, Halo projects. There's a couple Halo projects. I feel like it's beyond. It's there, I've heard of more beyond that, but those are the ones that got me really interested. I
mean. Online. It's interesting, yeah, because like there's private servers have always been a thing, right? Like you want to fucking play World of Warcraft without paying Blizzard, you go get on a private server, shit like that, or whatever. You want to play some old version of Star Wars Galaxy or something. Like people have like preferences about the MMO was best at this patch. And after that, they ruined it. So like people go back on private server, things like that. But doing this in a sort of decentralized ways, that's something I've never quite heard of before. I'm curious how that works.
Me too. Me too.
Is it just like the client is hosting because like that's something games have done since the 90s. where like you can just be like, oh yeah, my computer will host a match, and then others join. Maybe it's as simple as that.
Well, so I guess it's different. So like Halo 2 is completely offline, but for the Halo 3, they even it's so you like you can log in through. You don't have to do anything like exotic or anything. I don't know how they set it up, but you can even pull in your old gamer your old tag from like 2010, 2011 or whatever, with your same rank and everything, and play Halo 3 matchmaking, because Halo 3 matchmaking is a part of the Master Chief Collection now, so it's not just by itself until now. But again,
Can you just like do that for anybody's like you can just copy anyone's tag, or like
Oh well, no,
I assume there's no way of authenticating.
Well, no, you log in through like just like you would
Oh.
yeah, you log in just like you would through like Steam, like through the normal and then you get invited, connected. There's like lobbies that they have. It's a Discord channel, and they set up their own lobbies. And I guess it's probably like a private. I'm guessing it's probably private servers where you just connect using. They handle the infrastructure, and they still use. Well, Bungie's not around anymore. I don't know how the fuck they're. I don't know how they're getting the old Bungie Halo information. But no, like that. It'd be cool. Like even if they're
you can kind of reverse engineer it.
Yeah. No, I think I might try to reach out to a one or two of those folks and see if they might be, might be interested in coming.
I mean, should I don't know how relevant that is to the show, but anything for free content.
Decentralized. I mean, I'm talking about like even their application is like decentralized peer-to-peer gaming, but this shit works. So, if they've accomplished it, so I'm sure there's some stuff.
How is it?
Learn from them.
Are you sure it's decentralized?
Well, I guess I don't know. Like Halo 2 is probably. Well, I guess. Well, it's at least peer to peer. I guess I need to learn. Like I said, I need to learn more about it. But
there's probably some sort of bootstrap server at least to match make, and then maybe the actual gaming part is peer to peer. Like it's probably like that. Like one client is being the host, and the others join the game or something. That's probably how it works. I bet. And then there's probably just some server to find people on.
Insignia Halo 2. Yep, so it's insignia.live. Let me see if they actually have any about. I doubt it, because these people just want to play. They don't want to learn.
Well, I don't know. Someone might want to learn.
See if they tell me about how they're doing this shit. We'll just put it into Brave. How does Insignia handle Halo 2 matchmaking online? This is great.
Oh,
great radio silence. But no, we're just kind of. Let's see.
They got a bunch of games on here.
All right, so Insignia restores original Xbox Live functionality by providing replacement servers that enable online matchmaking for Halo 2 on the original Xbox console. This allows players to join public matchmaking playlists. To participate, users must register their console to Insignia servers via a registration tool. This can be done on unmodified consoles using a one-time USB exploit, or on modded consoles via the hard drive. So yeah, they host. They replace the matchmaking servers.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how decentralized that is really.
It's not, but yeah, I guess it's not. But I guess Halo, it's peer-to-peer at least. So yeah, it might not be as relevant. I'll have to dig in and see if there's any cool.
It's cool though.
If there's anything
cooler. There's lots of stuff like this though. Like there's shit for like you got like fucking Game Boy emulators, and you wanna fucking you wanna battle in Pokemon Red version or something. Like there's servers for shit like that. There's all sorts of shit out there.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's probably not new or that cool, but it was cool and new to me to find out. Back when I did. Yeah.
You're damn right. It's hella cool. Where's Halo Wars? That's an underrated. Halo Wars was a really good RTS. That,
Never
was
played
forgotten too soon. Yeah, it came out later. That was like Xbox 360 era.
Yeah, no, I'm one of the I guess you call it the Halo 3 maximalists.
Was that a thing? People said
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I mean, yes, there are a lot of people who like will only play Halo 3, and anything beyond that shit, because they started introducing jetpacks and retarded nonsense.
Oh, like for Halo Reach or something?
Yeah,
Halo
yeah.
Reach around?
Yeah, or Halo 5 or whatever. But no, just
Yeah.
classic Halo 3. It's, I guess for a lot of us, it's more nostalgia. Sitting in the basement, as teenagers for like 16 hours a day, grinding it out, try to make it to the Major League Gaming circuit.
Did you have dreams of being an MLG champion?
Yeah, we had dreams. Yeah, we had dreams. We had
You
dreams,
got
and then
close.
we got crushed by the corporate world. No, we got sponsors. We were going to go to MLG Dallas or Orlando or one of those, and then they took Halo 3 off of the MLG circuit. So
damn.
Yeah, I got shafted. We weren't. I mean, my brother carried us. We weren't that good, but my brother was really fucking good. But he was one of those kids that had like a 12-year-old like prepubescent voice, so people would talk shit to him and challenge him, and then he'd go and just wreck him. Even like some like the top 100 pros and shit. It was hilarious. Anyway, this is not relevant to Cloak and Dagger.
Well, I don't know. We are talking about shooting people in a military simulation.
Okay, HBO star Jason Henza is in the YouTube chat. He says PeerTube works with NewPipe. It does. That's another. I noticed that. I used a couple of them in the past. GrayJ was one of them, and PeerTube is one that you can just easily plug in there. That's true.
Yeah, there's a PeerTube plugin for GrayJ. NewPipe and PipePipe and so forth have PeerTube support. And also, because PeerTube is a Fediverse protocol, there's at least one Fediverse client that supports PeerTube somehow. It's called FediLab. There's an Android Fediverse client called FediLab. I think it has some sort of PeerTube support.
Gotcha. Thanks for that comment, HBO star Jason Henza. Just had you just talked to HBO star Lily Forrester, aka Miranda Webb, recently. It was a damn good discussion, if I do say so myself.
I sure did. Yeah, she doesn't want to be called Lily Forrester anymore.
No. That's I didn't used
bad
to.
Luck.
I didn't used to include the Miranda Webb in there, but I understand why now. But I'm still including Lily Forrester because people confuse the shit out of people.
You're cursing her by doing that.
Well,
according to her.
It's just a transition. I got to transition people away from her old name so they know.
You're dead naming her. She has already transitioned.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
She's become a female now because she's a circus performer. She basically said that. She basically said she transitioned to female now.
I suppose that is one way it could be interpreted. Yeah.
She said that she was getting in touch with her femininity and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So people want to check that out. VonuPodcast.com. You can find all of Cloak and Dagger correspondences there, and most all of the Thane's archives and Celebration Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah, people are binge watching Cloak and Dagger. Binge listening.
Well, people are still listening to us now. I was just I was checking back through when you were talking to us. Like, well, we just lost all of our listeners. We will if we keep talking like this, but we haven't yet. But
they put up with a lot.
They do. Yeah,
they're well trained.
Yeah. I guess the good thing is, like when I started the Vonu podcast, I called myself the world's foremost expert on Vonu. Not like there wasn't any competition. Like I was the only one.
That's true.
So it's kind of like, well, what other competition do you have for shitty content like this? Well, there's not. There's not really.
Expert on shitty
there's
content.
Not really.
Yeah. Well, I do have a bunch of fan mail to read. If you don't have more PAZNIA stuff to talk about.
No, I guess that's all. Keep a lookout for the PAZNIA library, and once that's out, I'll be promoting the shit out of it. So, yeah.
And also PAZcraft. What's the link for PAZcraft again?
PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Yeah, hop in there. See if there's anyone else new in the. Avalon was in there, of course.
And that's lbry.paznia.com for the PeerTube instance that doesn't have anything yet.
Yeah, you can see the proof of concept before it. Yeah, well, it still looks kind of garbagey. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
But people,
if anyone wants to,
give a call. I was gonna say, give us a call.
Yeah, you can call in PAZNIA.com/call2 to talk to Rayo 2 and Thane Riddle 2. I'll read some fan mail now. I guess.
I'll spark a blunt. Let's do it.
And it's gonna be a lot of it's gonna be also kind of boring and full of scrolling and silence because I haven't usually I try to curate the things you said ahead of time. I like scroll through the chat.
I'll fill in with sound.
But I didn't
sound
do
effects.
that. Yeah, you can do sound effects. Humanoid robot daily training. What is the war against the left, the West? Fag authoritarian propertarians discussing the generations of warfare. See if these fuckers actually said anything. Oh, someone gave me a question. Is that Charles's latest name in the chat? He's changing it a lot. That's Charles again. He's trying to fool me, but I know it's Charles. Question for Thane Riddle on the subject of disparaging reputation and blackmail. You want me to talk about this shit on the show? Isn't it boring enough to fill the chat with this? Do you recognize any legitimate damages done by speech that would warrant retaliation? Sure, opinions are one thing, but slander or lies seem to me a legit theft. Take, for instance, the blacklisting going on around BLM/COVID era. Some people were perfectly happy to label others as Nazis, etc., dox people having real-world impacts on their livelihood. Is this a credible activity, merely harmless, non-physical speech? In the video I sent where he talks about blackmail, his point is one person is profiting by keeping someone else's unacceptable actions secret. Let's say you found out a certain trusted PAZNIA was actually a complete fed. Would it be a legitimate endeavor to take payments to keep their status a secret? You'd then both be harming the PAZNIan social commons in the propertarian perspective. You would probably be seen as having some duty by nature of your vetting as a cool guy to out such people, no? I always respect questions, including, and I've certainly entertained more off-topic questions than this. To me, there's something a little cringy about talking politics and philosophy, and I kind of try to not do it too much on my show. But yeah, me and Charles have been talking about this stuff that I think maybe neither of us even understand, but I think we just like intellectual masturbation. So we're doing that in the main PAZNIA chat. Now he's gone out of his way to ask me a question in the radio network so that I have to sync to being philosophical and political on my show. Thank you, Charles. You deserve that. You've earned that. Do I recognize legitimate... Okay, there's a bunch of questions in here. Any legitimate damages done by speech that would warrant retaliation? The only thing that comes to mind for me is a credible threat. Where like you think someone's serious in a threat or whatever. Is it merely is it credible activity merely harmless non-physical speech to blacklist people around BLM COVID era by labeling people as Nazis or doxing them or having real world impacts on their livelihood? I mean, it would be easier to talk about things on a case by case basis, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I have to say that like, if you say something about somebody, if you say someone's a Nazi or something, I mean, like that's kind of, it's a matter of opinion, isn't it? And like Nazi is such a fuzzy word that people throw around all the time. Are you really entitled to other people not lying or saying things that are inaccurate? I mean, I feel like all I'm going to do there, at least to this sentence, is regurgitate things I've already said to you in the other chat, which is like, who is the harbinger of the one gospel truth? that everyone must, you can't go against that, or whatever. And also, where the hell's the responsibility on other people to question what they're hearing? Like, shouldn't someone who is told that you are a Nazi or something, like, think for themselves a little bit and like maybe question what they're hearing or something like that? Like, I don't know. I'm not really convinced that like, I don't know, violence, for example, is a good response to people like saying things that you don't like or don't agree with, even if they're lies, probably. But I'm sure that I think the issue of defamation is probably one of those things that is controversial at the very least, among libertarians, and I feel like I might have a uniquely, like, I probably lean way more to the defamation's not real or something, side of things than most folks do. Um, as for someone being a Fed, a trusted PAZNIan being a Fed, there's absolutely no like this is totally clear to me. Someone being a Fed in our midst is a threat to your physical safety. Like, the whole thing law enforcement does is threatens you with physical harm and actually does physical harm to you. They attack us. That is the problem. They are enemies. We are at war with them. Somebody being a snitch or an informant or whatever of any kind, that is a credible threat. Those people deserve to die. You think I wouldn't hesitate to out those people? I wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Okay, there's
I wanted to kill you. You'd be dead by now.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, like, you really don't need to defer to all this airy fairy fuzzy. Oh, well, it's the social commons, and we have a demonstrated interest in blah blah. That's a bunch of fucking bullshit, dude. You don't have to defer to that at all. The feds are a physical threat. They're literally, that's their entire purpose, is to threaten and physically harm people. If someone's an informed, it's like in GoldenEye 007, okay, when for the N64, when you're in the you're sneaking around in the nuclear silo or whatever, and the guys in the lab coats, they don't have any guns, but sometimes you come into the room and they start running towards the alarm to go set off the alarm, so you fucking shoot them because they're setting off the alarm to call guys with guns to come and fucking kill you. That's just like if someone's going to call the cops on you or record you with their phone or snitch on you or whatever, they deserve to fucking die. Simple as that. And I mean, being a fucking federal infiltrator informant is way worse than that. So no, there's no lack of clarity there to me. And outing them would unlikely increase your social status and trust, a valuable abstract commodity. I mean, as we discussed, Charles, abstract commodities actually have underlying physical realities, which is like, people doing business with you and shit like that. Whatever. Let's read some of this crap. Hopefully someone gave me some good free content here.
I will say, so HBO star Jason Henza sent a second comment regarding Lily. She used to look and act like a little boy. So I guess he's validating her.
Oh, sounds good to me. Yeah, see, you're dead naming her. She's a girl now. She's a woman. Okay, she's trans women are women. Oh, you guys are talking. You guys have certainly talked in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Where's my commies gay? Gay. Evil equals gay. I just started sensing I must become Christian priest. There we go. Blah, blah, blah. Can't believe you people are polluting the PAZNIA radio network chat with this political crap. Keep it in the normal chat. Where's the talk about child pornography and video games? That's what we should be talking about in PAZNIA radio network chat, because that has to do with radio and it's relevant to the show. Oh, look, someone linked Thought Crime Trap House in here. The long-awaited new issue of Thought Crime Trap House it's obviously Thought Crime, boss. Thanks for the advertising on the last episode, Thane. Much appreciated. That's right. He's seeking donations to migrate off of Paragraph, and he lied about the last post being his last post on Paragraph. He has since made a new post on Paragraph. And he is e-begging at xmrchat.com/thoughtcrimeboss. Speaking of which, speaking of e-begging and advertising, I'm contractually obliged to do this every 2 months. I mean, twice a month at least. You should go to agorist.market. You ever heard of that? What kind of rock have you been living under if you haven't heard of agorist.market? It's the premier website for advertising crap by agorists for agorists. So if you are looking for some agorist businesses to do business with, you should go to agorist.market and look at that. Okay. Friends of the show, good people. Doc Barber, he started it and he's been on the show a couple times. He also listens to the show for some reason. And that new guy, Drew, runs it now, and I guess maybe he'll be on the show sometime. I don't know. But also, if you have a business,
confirm.
You should
probably at some point.
Oh, at some point. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah. If you have a business, you should probably also advertise it on agorist.market. There you go. Also, go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane to get your grubby little paws on Pain Liberator, which magically makes your pain go away when you spray your dick or whatever. It doesn't have to be your dick. It's probably not telling you to do that. I don't know why you're bringing that up, but there's a new version of it called Pain Liberator MG12 or MiG12 or how are we supposed to say that?
It was just supposed to be cool branding, like Pain Liberator MG12, because that's the element, the periodic
Oh, you say
elements.
MG.
Yeah, like magnesium.
And the reason.
Yeah, because it's
okay.
It's gay as
and the
fuck,
reason
but
G is.
I didn't just call it DMSO. Pain Liberator magnesium. That was lame. So.
Well, I think I see your thought process now, because the G is lowercase on the periodic table, but I still guess you would say MG. So yeah, it's just very counterintuitive, but that's the kind of autism we appreciate around here.
Yep.
Pain Liberator MG12 has a lot of more magnesium in it.
About 8 to 9 milligrams of spray after calculation.
8 to 9 milligrams of magnesium per spray, which sounds like a lot. I'm pretty sure you're going to get it even higher in later versions of it.
Well, and there's DMSO in there too, so yeah, it's even if you get a normal dose of magnesium, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. If you put some magnesium, if you rub some magnesium on the outside of your skin, well, I mean, there will be some absorption actually. Like people do use magnesium.
Yeah, it works. It works that way. Yeah, it works by itself. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, people take Epsom salt baths, but with DMSO, it's way better. Like this is kind of a tried and true thing. It's been done for years, where people will put like some magnesium on and then they'll put DMSO on top or whatever. Magnesium is like very important for your muscles and shit. So it helps relieve certain kinds of pain and help heal certain kinds of injuries and probably other stuff too that nobody knows about. So that's cool. You should go to, I guess Pain Liberator always had magnesium in it. It's just the MG12 has more.
Yeah, quite a bit more, yeah. Yeah, the magnesium is just like a bonus in the normal Pain Liberator.
Jerkface McEffing stash link to the cheapest paramotor he's ever seen on fucking Facebook. And Avalon Centrifuge said a DIY version could be even cheap. Maybe a DIY version could be even cheaper. It's a rotor on a motor and a floaty chute thing. Maybe combine that with a rigid hang glider even. Oh, here he goes again. That would be pretty safe. Maybe small electric ducted fans can provide enough power too. Would need a battery, of course. Well, granted, I'm in the progress of getting a PTFD from making fringy Tesla shit. We can share a room in the asylum when we have burned our last drop of reason. I mean, I think that, DIY paramotors, maybe even like an open hardware paramotor using fucking 3D printed parts or something. That could be super cool. That's like something we should have. As well as, we were talking about the not hang glider thing. What, do you remember what those called? Those are called where you can fly. It was, I can't remember which chat we were talking about that in. Maybe that was in the anti-national security chat. I'm not sure. There's a thing where you can. It was the radio network chat, right? Where it's like a. Oh yeah, it's like there's a paragliding. It was like a paragliding thing with like a fucking fan on it, and you can just like start flying anywhere and stop flying, like low altitude. That was cool. That's cool, man. We need stuff like that more. I have PTSD from building a coffee roaster, post-traumatic fabrication disorder. Yeah. An airplane is just a motor, fan, fuselage, and a couple wings. John Galt is making fun of Avalon Centrifuge for simplifying engineering tasks. I feel like a paramotor is probably easier to make than a plane and less catastrophic when it fails. So I don't know if that's comparable exactly. All right. Scrolling.
So if I could jump in here, I'm kind of it's one of the chats from just like 10 minutes ago, but it was Avalon clarifying what happened with the PAZCraft server. He said, I also fucked up, did not always instantly download the map backups. We lost Dweeb's Swastika Epstein planet. Still need to add the builds back on that I have in the backup. Also, I screwed us kind of by using a mod that can spawn pre-assembled blocks. Corrupted the map file. On a new server, after like 2 minutes, the map starts overriding with different biomes. It's amazing, but it eats all our buildings. Kind of Stephen King shit. Well, at least we have roads, floatlands, asteroids, insane caves, and lava biomes. And he also thanked me for the title, Lord Rayo. I was not aware that running a server basically makes me a god. Well, of the server, yeah, like you are the god of the server, yeah, like literally and figuratively, yeah.
Yeah, backups are important. And yeah, it's funny, like one of the things that always stuck in my mind when I think of like decentralized infrastructures, you can have redundancy, right? Like you can have automatically managed redundancy. I don't know if there's a way to set that up in that thing where like you have a backup, like you have like a live backup, kind of like having a RAID drive or something where there's always another copy of something. Maybe that doesn't make sense though. Because I guess if you lost it or it got corrupted, the backup would be too. So then I guess it would make sense for it to be periodic or something. I don't know. Or have periodic snapshots and keep deleting the older ones. I don't know. And hey, it could even be space efficient if it was just like a diff, like it just stored the differences instead of copies of the same thing over and over. I don't know. Vonu Fest 7, the premier gathering of liberation, happens again this year, September 21st to 28th. Details forthcoming, TBD. But all vetted self-liberators are encouraged to come out to Veritas. All feds encouraged to come to Veritas. Breaking news, Dolan J. Tramp met with representatives of the Tall Nordics today. I thought those were Game of Thrones characters when I first.
No, it's legit, but apparently they are from Norway. So I was like, I found that out. Like it was a mystery on.
Oh, that's a real picture.
It was a mystery. Yes, it was a mystery on Twitter. Well, someone did a little Photoshop work on it to make their faces look whiter than they really were in the actual photo. Which is the one that I sent in the PAZNIA chat. But it's fucking like it's just perfect. Yeah, absolutely perfect. But yeah, there's more on the caption there. That's yeah. If you want to read the whole thing.
I assumed an image generation model.
No, that was
picture.
I saw the legitimate one today, and it looked pretty normal. They are taller than him though. They are tall Nordic people. Whether they're time traveling aliens or something, I can't tell you. Time traveling humans, but.
General Willie 2's intel indicates they may be planning a joint operation on the PAZNIA radio network broadcast tower.
They've done it before.
They have, yeah. It's happened a couple times. Are you a committed, highly autistic player of the PAZcraft? If so, log on during the Self-Liberation Saturday stream and join the show. I'll be sharing gameplay throughout. Well, I guess I should have paid attention. Speaking of which, I didn't even.
I can do that right now too while you're talking about it.
I didn't even read what is happening today on the stream after my show, so I didn't. Wow, I really fucked up today. It's really the worst. It's the worst prepared show I've done in months. All right, finally we have intentional free content from Magdul Bendal. Comment. The sound effects have successfully reduced my attention span by 30%. Now I have 0% remaining. You're welcome. Comment. Can you repeat that, please? I was not paying attention. You'll have to let me know what I was saying that you didn't hear. Comment. How can we exploit racism for our purposes? I guess that is retarded. I don't know. Why do these foreigners murder disabled people? I mean, who wouldn't? Also, funny how it is evil when Mr. Bomoji from Africuse does it, but when their own government rapes people, they are all saluting like the little Nazi trash they are. That's kind of a good point in a way. How can we exploit racism for our purposes? I think we've already seen examples of this. We have an honorable, beautiful, intelligent friend, okay, who makes clips of the videos and argues with me on the internet by the name of Charles, one of the most valuable members of our community.
That is
apparently a racist. Yeah. So he's exploited his racism for us. I don't know. Racists are very helpful. What about Hans Hermann Hoppe and all those people who like him, right? Like that's the angle, right? Like Nazis need to know that being a Nazi is not the best way to be a racist, because most Nazis don't actually care about. Most Nazis don't care about socialism. They don't even really care about nationalism. They just want to be racist, and that's something I can work with, right? Because they can have intentional communities, right? And it's the freedom of association and dissociation. Our way is the best way for them. It's the only way for them, actually. So I don't know. To me, it's kind of obvious how to befriend racists. There are racists like anarcho-capitalists and market anarchists and so forth. And it's a matter of personal choice. Yeah, and I think I agree with you about like why foreigners murder disabled people. I think it's just fun. And also like they're so offensive. They're offending you all the time. Like they're like, like, and like don't know what they're doing. So it's like it's just annoying. And yeah. But well, like me and Charles were talking about, it doesn't matter whether it's an African or whether it's a government. Raping people is just good. And might makes right. And that's something we can all agree on and get behind. Comment. Sorry, that was out of character for me. What I actually meant to say is I hate brown people. Yeah, as if your skin is as brown as the dawn. You think I don't know about you, Fagdul? Question. Should we make more cheap housing? Like discardable houses like for rocket-powered hermit crabs? I mean, yes, obviously, yes. What do you think? Like shipping container houses and shit like that. The building codes are such bullshit. Houses can be cheap as hell, especially if they have rockets on them. I mean, that doesn't make them cheaper. It just makes them more fun, I guess. Comments. Cheaper. So let's make it from titanium that I will mine with my bare dick from a mountain in the Arctic. Question. How extreme can we go with agorist air vehicles? I feel like air is powerful, but how do we gain supremacy? I think we need air benders from Avatar, The Last Airbender, air nomads. You're talking about air nomads, right? I think we can go all the way. I don't know. It's just a question of what order it has to go in. Right? Like to what degree does being in the air help you kill the government versus killing the government helps you be in the air? I tend to lean towards the latter. I think it's more like killing the government helps you be in the air. But in the meantime, putting like robots in the air and like mesh nodes in the air seems like a good idea. Comment. Me talks about airship. Normal people looks at me like I am an oyster. Me agrees. Comment. Come on, everybody. I am commenting for like 10 of us. Drop some smart stuff here. Question. This is smarter than most of what's happened on the show so far. How would you design some site for DIY resources? Tagging, curation, formatting, etc. UI and stuff? I learned from AI to phrase my questions so people actually understand them. Before, I was just moaning in text and the AI shit itself. I don't know. I'd have to get down and think about that. But yeah, tagging and filtering and so forth sounds like a good idea. My brain is in decentralized stuff a lot, so like I would tend to think of it as what I would like is a decentralized system of knowledge that you could sort of arrange it in any way when the interface was actually a separate question from the underlying information. And I guess the laziest way to do that today is to have the knowledge base turned into like a RAG database or something, and then have an LLM like vibe code you the interface for filtering it or something like that. But whatever. I don't know. I'd have to think about it, but I see eye to eye with you on tagging and like curation and filtering being very powerful. Comment. Oh, this is him answering the thing about the PAZNIA server. Aleph just reset the server. It was randomly reset to a blank bookworm instance. Have not gotten reply from them. Had to rebuild it. My instance is staked, so I do not need to pay more tokens. Staking was the old model. Now they only offer pay-as-you-go, but it is cheap. New instances would be pay per usage. I paid, more than $10. He. I still have my instance. New one would cost 10 per year or so. Well, I mean, that's not very decentralized, is it? If the centralized developers can just delete anyone's server, that's obviously, it's at the very least, it's not very censorship resistant. I'll put it that way. So that sounds kind of gay, but whatever. Jerkface McEffingstash gives us an important PSYOP update when he says the wind today in Texas is complete bullshit. Don't believe it, folks. The wind is bullshit. They created it to distribute the sterilized New World screwworm flies. Comment. I also fucked up. Did not always instantly download the map. Oh yeah, this is Rayo 2. Already read this one. Yeet all feds from PAZNIA with a catapult. I only use Epsom salt to recondition batteries. Question. When are we going to crowdfund a catapult for PAZNIA so we can yeet feds? I feel like that's a question for Rayo too.
I guess we can add to the PAZNIA.com/fund page. You want to donate to that specifically, I suppose?
Wow, what a dumb thing to put there. Thank you, jerk face McEffing stash. Wouldn't it make more sense to put a chopper on there so that you can give them helicopter rides, like a Pinochet? I feel like a helicopter would be more practical than a catapult. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. There's a session radio chat. Doc Barber, Doc Barber asked if I have a guest today, and he asked that last week. Only keep a small percentage of your wealth in anything electronic. We simply don't know what all the oligarchs and their tools, have done. The spook's tech is likely at least a decade beyond what we know. Judging by the recent acceleration of tech, they may have cracked a lot of things people think are safe, including Monero, Xano, Firo, Cordal. That's why I say, if you can't run into it or drop it on your foot, it's not real or truly owned. Everything else can disappear in an instant. Be ready for it. So we need to stay in the real world as much as possible. Things in your physical possession are the only things you really own. Communications face-to-face with no electronics nearby are the only guaranteed private communications. Interactions in person with people in your local community are the most reliable ways to conduct trade. I'm here on Cordal only because it's like he cross-posted this from Cordal, only because it's the best platform for electronic communications that I know of currently, and want to help it mature for broader use by normies. Until that day, it too disappears. If we want to improve our world, we each need to focus on our local community and help make it the best we can. Dissociate with all the oligarchs' tools, government, their monetary system, and corporations to the maximum extent possible, which anti-banksters' Q blogs have spelled out nicely. If everyone does this for their community, the world will decentralize into a good place everywhere for our progeny to thrive. I mean, I agree that doing stuff locally and having good old-fashioned assets and so forth are good things to have and do. The rest of it is kind of just like typical boomer shit that like, oh, I don't understand how electronics work, so maybe the magical box that contains things I don't understand has something bad in it, which to a degree is true, because there are backdoors and things, and there is technology that's hard to audit, and that certainly isn't very open. So it's not like totally wrong, but that level of fear mongering, it's actually the kind of thing that like spooks push. They push stuff like this through conspiracy disinformation. It's in their interest for you to think that they're decades beyond everyone else and they have super cool alien technology, and you just can't trust technology. That's a narrative that only works to their favor if you actually believe it, because it just means that it's anti-intellectual. It means just bury your head in the sand. Don't adopt new technology. Don't empower yourself. Don't learn new things. Don't understand anything. You can't understand it. It's beyond you. It's too smart for you. And like that's not that's those who win are not going to be those who adopted that strategy. Like, I mean, to take that to an extreme, like look at primitivists, for example. Like anarcho-primitivists can never have what they want until insurrectionary agorists build a world where they can have what they want. They can't build it for themselves because you can just like shoot them all or something because they just have sticks. You know what I mean? And that's basically just the only difference between that and this stuff, like fear mongering about technology, is it's a matter of degree rather than type of error. With that said, there are like concerns coming down the pipeline. Like, I've talked about how quantum computers will be able to break some of Monero's privacy features, and the quicker you adopt post-quantum cryptography and Monero, then the quicker you're not leaving that data to be cracked later on. And that's kind of happening. Monero is kind of starting to adopt some sort of post-quantum crypto and so forth. But yeah, I mean, like, if you really think it through, I don't think anything's going to happen that like magically makes all technology and cryptocurrency and stuff stop working. I feel like that's kind of a fantasy that people who don't understand technology have. There are like the real versions of these things, EMPs taking down the power grid and things like that, are things that you can survive through and you can even build for and thrive more because you had technology. On the contrary, the lack of internet connectivity and there being, say, problems with the electronic supply chain, that's more reason to hoard electronics. It's more reason to have digital electronic capabilities yourself locally without having to outsource it to someone over the internet, and to have it now while it's still available, and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, it's true that, you know, it's good to make friends with neighbors and have local communities and stuff. But the idea that the world will be saved because a bunch of people will be magically convinced to do that is a pipe dream. And people have been saying things like that forever. It doesn't materialize. It's not real. People only respond to incentives in their environment. And my plan, insurrectionary agorism, is a viral bomb that is going to change incentives in the environment worldwide. So you can fucking take your local community and go have a little circle jerk drum circle. But that's not going to end all government as we know it all around the world. I am single-handedly by writing software. Anyway, here's the next long ass pokes from Doc Barber, who I deeply admire and love and I'm attracted to and respect. And I mean all these insults with the utmost respect. Since my stroke 18 months ago, I've become comfortable with my mortality and embrace it. Well, embracing mortality certainly explains what you just said. I'm just kidding. My spirit is simply a wave on the ocean of all spirits. It seems like we are each separate, but we are all connected to the spirit ocean and will eventually return. While we are a wave, we need to resist everything our ego does to limit us, so we can truly be free. Fear is an illusion hiding the truth of our existence, which is love. Love will set you free and eliminate fear for true freedom. Now, in my latter years, I have the choice of how my wave will return. It could simply fade away, as most do. But instead, I choose to crash upon the shore of tyranny and hopefully help displace it a bit. If you're not a little bit uncomfortable with your position, it isn't radical enough. How can you be too principled? Take the most extreme position you can. You're claiming territory you won't have to fight for later, mostly against your allies. I guess that was from someone's article. Freedom Phoenix. Yeah, that's cool. And then he linked the YouTube video. A podcast I published a few weeks ago titled A3 Podcast 1, Thoughts on Defenses Against Oligarchs' Aggression. Thank you, Doc Barber. All right. Oh, you guys talked in the chat some more. But you're just talking about cactus butt plugs and question. Oh no, I already read that.
Well,
Kyle
made it
Rearden
past
up
the 5 p.m. mark.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. I guess I've done my
time disappears when you're playing
duty.
Mind Test. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm gonna throw in more news at the end, okay? Because there was something I glossed over at the end of the news last week because I had to rush through it, and it kind of came up again. And it's like, it's not utterly unimportant.
Right on.
Here we go. Yet another fishy drone breached an Eastern European country outside Ukraine and Russia. This has happened a few times lately. This is why I want to bring it up. This time it was a drone in Latvia, and some French NATO fighters were sent to take it down. It looked an awful lot like it could have come out of Russia, but that is quite convenient because, lately these have kind of felt a little like Ukrainian Nazi CIA nigger false flags or something. Last week, these all happened in the span of a few days. The Romanian apartment building was hit by a drone. Those drone boats were just floating up to the coast of Romania near an oil refinery and exploding. And now this thing. And it's all up in the air, but if I were to guess, it kind of feels like it could be false flags by Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers, and they want everybody to think it's the Russian state. And I'm sure the Romanian and Latvian states would be complicit in saying that it is. There has been a lot of talk, even from me, kind of about like the Ukrainian CIA niggers being kind of better than the Russian state for drones, or at least being on the cutting edge. The gap is not as big as some would have you think, of course. Like Russians have learned a lot from the CIA niggers with the drones. Indeed, I think the Russian state's been playing a role behind the scenes all along in helping the Iranian yogurt with drones, and also maybe helping aligned insurgents such as those in Iraq or Lebanon. In any case, if those plucky sand niggers can do such a great job picking up drone warfare with or without help from the Russian state, it's safe to say the Russian state has likely picked up drone warfare fairly well themselves. But I think they're trying to play that a little closer to the chest. Everybody knows these pre-World War III wars are like prime time for gaining intel on how the big players might fight in World War III. So they have to strike an awkward balance between testing things out and keeping things kind of secret, at least a little bit. It's 100% true the Russian state wants to invade other Baltic countries in the near future, maybe the very near future. But it would not shock me if the Ukrainian state, aka the CIA, wanted to push it forward or at least kick up more fuss about it in NATO and EU. That's it. Go fuck yourself. Do you have a quote or a poem read too? Because I didn't bother.
A quote or a poem? Well, I mean, I can summon Jack Bauer anytime. That'd be my quote probably at this point.
Yeah, do that.
Okay.
Don't worry. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead by now.
It's very Thane-ish.
Yeah.
So short and sweet.
Kind of.
Yeah.
So your guest plugs, the guest plugs are lbry.PAZNIA.com.
Well, yeah, that'd be keep a lookout over the next, coming weeks. And that should be further developed. Yeah, that'd be the big one, lbry.PAZNIA.com. And just stay tuned with everything happening with the PAZNIA Radio Network. Schedule's building out on Saturdays. And, yeah, I'm loving the progress. And I think considering we still had listeners throughout our ramblings, I guess they enjoy it too. So I guess that's good.
Yeah, if I wouldn't listen to this crap, but thank you. And there's also PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft. Is that right?
There is, yes.
For the mind test server.
Yeah.
And go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX to find all the chats, especially the anti-national security chat, if you want to help me with my mesh network dreams. And if you know anyone who's going to be military age, which is a male age 13 to 25, anywhere from now to 10 years from now, tell them that we're on TikTok at PAZNIA Radio. I am also a super serious, competent, focused, powerful, sexual, passionate security and privacy consultant. You should hire me. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD and talk to me on Session or SimpleX. I don't know what's happening on the next show. Do you know? Do I have a guest or anything? I can't remember. Well, he's gone.
So I think next week. Pulling up the calendar here.
It's the 20th.
Yep, the 20th. I think it's Max Hillebrand. So
Max Hillebrand. Shit.
So next week, Max Hillebrand will be on to talk about his book. It looks pretty. It looks pretty good.
Did you send it to me?
I think I did. But it is called. Let me see if I can find his chat real quick. It looks like a solid book. Vonu's mentioned in it. Max.
Yeah. So
That's
right. Max Hillebrand, the Wasabi Wallet guy, the guy that I called a snitch on my show, wants to be on my show again.
Yeah, he reached out. Yeah.
That's
what it's
cool.
called. The Praxeology of Privacy. That's
right. The Praxeology of Privacy sounds like it's up my alley. I should probably read it so I know what I'm talking about.
Or at least take a look at the table of contents or something. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So, just look at the table of contents. So Max Hillebrand will be on the show next week to talk about his new book, The Praxeology of Privacy. I'll leave you with a quote from Jack Bauer. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still with some sundry deprogramming. I don't know what. Did you want to tell him? Do you want to tell him what's on the stream today? Because I didn't actually bother to look. Cough syrup in the baby bottle,
Yep, I just muted everything. So coming up here, and I guess just like maybe a little over an hour, the PAZNIA audiobook, a proposed model for the Second Realm Network, will be playing. Which I'm always playing audiobooks. I'm never sure, but that's Shadrach heard that audiobook play on the PAZNIA Radio Network and came out to Midfest, and a lot has blossomed from that. So we're going to start out. We're going to start out with that this evening, and then close out with the Restoration Trilogy by Kyle Rearden, a really great. It's I guess you call it like anarchist patriot, like constitutionalist patriot fiction. It's good. It's about an hour long.
Wow, Rearden wrote that?
It's a piece of fiction. Yeah, it's a fiction work. It's I guess the analogy is like of the freedom train, where you have people who want more freedom, they get off at earlier stations. Then it's like, well, what about what happens when you get to the end, when you have the patriot constitutionalists who want the Constitution, then you have the anarchists who don't want a Constitution. So it's a really cool really really cool story. I played it quite a bit on this network. It's kind of like some of the Bill Cooper stuff. It's very 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 deep and hidden. But it's
Oh, that's
really
cool
good stuff.
Wow, so it actually sounds like there's going to be some good stuff on the stream today. So
and maybe
don't touch
more,
that bile,
maybe more
DOS.
PAZcraft even too. So
Yeah, maybe more PAZcraft streaming as well. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
Network.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie II and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini.
The warm weather is here, at least at Veritas, which means the springing forth of life in all its forms, as well as contending with those creatures of natural coercion, ticks, mosquitoes, itchweed, and the like. Thankfully, nature provides the solutions, and Aura's apothecary is now almost fully restocked after the consulate fire. First, Aura's most popular summer product, her natural insect repellent. She blends a blend of essential oils proven to repel insects. It works, it's non-toxic, and doesn't smell like a chemical poison. Next is Black Drawing Salve. Featuring activated charcoal, andrographis, and bentonite clay, it's great for drawing out toxins, especially those associated with tick bites. After you're bitten, whether by ticks or mosquitoes, or if you wander through a patch of poison ivy, you're going to need something to help heal and resolve the potential itching and burning. Jewelweed Salve is here to the rescue. Also on offer is Thyme Salve, a fantastic solution for pain and inflammation, especially those nagging pains on hands, wrists, etc. from arthritis, typing, manual labor, or whatever. Aura's apothecary has you covered when you venture out into nature, the highest quality ingredients, all organic, made with love here at Veritas. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/aura. Again, libertyunderattack.com/aura, and make sure you and yours are defended from the natural coercers. libertyunderattack.com/aura.
Billy Mays here with the PAZNIA Department of Tourism announcement. Vonu Fest 7, our premier yearly gathering of liberation, is happening once again, this time September 21st through the 28th. All vetted self-liberators are encouraged to attend. Join us in our Church of Self-Liberation for another celebration of living free, despite the despicable and ever-growing stains of coercion in the servile society. As far as what to expect, it's always spontaneous, and even more so this year with the consulate fire. But the Agora and the Second Realm never fail to bring wonder, enrichment, and restoration to the lives of freedom pioneers. The goal is for the embassy to be ready by then, and for Vonu Fest 7 to be a sort of ceremonial opening of the embassy. Regardless, we will have porta potties, an outdoor shower, and a pond for bathroom concerns. And of course, plenty of room to tent camp, park your van.
I'll be there with free samples of OxyClean.
Surely an event you don't want to miss. Again, September 21st through the 28th. If you need help getting vetted, it's usually not that hard. Just email coordinator@PAZNIA.com, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, or message coordinator Rayo somewhere else, like Simple X. Hope to see you at Vonu Fest this year, my friends. Billy Mays signing off.
In this day and age, any facilitation or interaction with the First Realm, the Servile Society, requires the revealing of some sort of personally identifiable information. Whether renting a place, buying a house, or buying cigarettes, one is faced with the burden of taxes, regulatory burdens, and in the case of the latter, a doxing of themselves to any random corporate employee that asks. Though, it's awfully hard or nearly impossible to get by without any sort of interaction. In Vonu terminology, Rayo describes this as a one-directional isolationism, wherein the self-liberator has access to their open but not free trading centers, but denies them access to his home base or bases. More expansively, a solution is found in Second Realm, book on strategy with the proxy merchant. The proxy merchant is a specialized individual who helps to facilitate said interactions with the coercers and haters of privacy, usually at a fee or premium. A proxy merchant may help with cryptocurrency trading, i.e. fiat to Monero, Monero to Bitcoin, or whatever, giving a self-liberator a private, more trusted solution versus using a third-party exchange. They might be in real estate and own apartment complexes, renting home bases out to self-liberators in Monero, off the books, and via a pseudonym. This real estate mogul might operate mail forwarding and residency services. Perhaps, this proxy merchant is also in contact with Thane Riddle's insurrectionary agorists, and they somehow got into possession of a pallet of non-KYC cigarettes. Now, they are able to pass on the benefits to those in the second realm, without paying the ridiculous extortion fees on such products. 20+ years back, every American committed at least 3 felonies a day. Today, it's surely far higher. The options for assisting freedom pioneers becomes ever expansive as each day passes by. Support the expansion of the second realm, the parallel, but still, circular economy, and keep our hard-earned money away from the baby boomers and coercers. Become a proxy merchant today. But this role isn't necessarily for everyone. It requires someone with a mind towards privacy, someone who exemplifies security culture principles, a self-liberator who thrives off exploiting loopholes and finding the glitches in this coercive matrix. If this sounds like you and you'd like to make a bit of coin, digital or otherwise, become a proxy merchant today. There's no website. Just start doing it. Tell the PAZNIA network about it. And profit.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
General Willy II. The Veritas Viking football victory speech. The scene. The PAZNIA football stadium. The confetti is still falling. General Willy II stands at the podium, wearing his number 1 jersey, a cape made of the PAZNIA flag draped over his shoulders. Princess Little One stands beside him, beaming. The crowd is a sea of humans and goats, roaring in unison.
Friends, compatriots, citizens of the Free Republic, look at this sea of faces. Look at the horns, the helmets, the smiles. We are standing here today not just as a football team, but as the living proof that the spirit of PAZNIA cannot be broken, cannot be bought, and certainly cannot be frozen by the cold hands of tyranny. When we started the season, the odds were stacked against us. We were the underdogs. We were the GOAT, literally and figuratively. But we knew something the other teams didn't know. We knew that in PAZNIA, our greatest strength isn't just our speed or our agility or even our ability to chew through a defensive line. Our greatest strength is our heart. This season was a roller coaster. We had the week of the mudslide where we lost 3 games in a row because the grass was too slippery. We had the night of the static where the PAZNIA radio network went off the air and we had to play by the light of the moon and our own intuition. But through every stumble, every fumble, and every near disaster, we stayed together. We stayed free. We analyzed every play. We studied the opponents. We realized that the other team were playing for pride, for money, for trophies. But we played for freedom. We played because every time we crossed that goal line, we were reminding the world that a nation of goats and humans, united in love and chaos, is unstoppable. And let me tell you, I could not have done this without the woman standing right here beside me, Princess Little One. From the moment we met in the borderlands, leaving the old world behind to build this sanctuary, you have been my anchor and my wind. You taught me that leadership isn't about being the strongest, it's about being the most loyal. You taught me that a kingdom isn't built on stone, but on the quiet moments we share when the world is watching and the loud moments when we celebrate together. There was a moment a few weeks ago, deep in the shadows of these very bleachers, away from the cameras and the noise. We were tired. The season was heavy. We needed a moment of pure, quiet connection. We needed to remember why we were fighting. In that moment, under the cold steel of the stadium seats, we found a warmth that no fire could match. We found a love so deep, so fierce, and so real that it refueled our spirits for the entire rest of the season. It was a reminder that no matter how dark the night gets, our love for each other and our love for this republic will always be the light that guides us home. So to our common Father, the great architect of the universe, the source of all life and liberty, thank you. Thank you for the vision that brought us here. Thank you for the strength to overcome the tall Nordics and for the wisdom to build this league. Thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of love, and for the gift of this incredible team. We give you our glory. And to the teamers and Steve, to Mike, to Barnaby, to every single human goat who gave everything on that field, you are the heroes of PAZNIA. You are the reason we are champions. We are the Veritas Vikings. We are the Free Republic. And we are unbreakable. Let's go home, my friends. Let's celebrate. Let's live free.
General Willy II bleats triumphantly, raising his hooves in the air. The crowd erupts. Princess Little One kisses him on the cheek. The PAZNIA radio network blasts the victory anthem as the confetti rains down.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit paznia.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
Transmission source: PAZNIA Radio Network, frequency 99.9, Freedom. Date: April 8, 2026. To President Dolan J. Trump, USSA. From General Willy II, Supreme Commander of the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Subject: your new residents and a suggestion to stop posting on Truth Social.
Greetings, citizens of the USSA, and a special direct message to Dolan J. Trump, the man who thought he could rule the world with a golden pen and a broken phone. I am speaking to you today not as a goat, but as a liberator. I am speaking to you via the PAZNIA radio network, the only station in the world that doesn't play ads for tax loopholes or cheap off-grid solar kits made in China. Dolan, listen closely. The time for Make the USSA Great Again is over. The time for Make the USSA Quiet Again has begun. I have reviewed your recent activity. I have seen the photos. I have heard the rants. I have seen the way you hold your phone like it's a holy relic, posting on Truth Social while the world burns around you. Put the phone down, Dolan. Put it down. Your fingers are getting cramped. Your brain is getting fried. And quite frankly, your orange hairline is looking a little receding. It is time to put on the white jacket. Yes, the white jacket. The one with the little pockets for your pills and your napkins. It's the uniform of the wise, the calm, and the people who finally understand that the world doesn't need a dictator. It needs a nap. So, Dolan, pack your bags. Not your golf clubs, not your gold statues, but your dignity. Because you are heading to your new home. Your new residence is the St. Jude Sanctuary for the peaceful and the peaceful-minded. It's a beautiful place, Dolan. Very quiet, very soft, very jello. Imagine it, Dolan. No more rallies. No more screaming at the mirror. It's a warm, wobbly bowl of strawberry jello every morning. And in the afternoon, you get to watch Fox News on a loop. But here's the catch. Dolan, you can't talk about it. You can't tweet about it. You can't post about it. You just get to watch and eat and nap. It's the life you always wanted, Dolan. A life of passive consumption. No more fighting. No winning. Just you, a bowl of jello, and the endless loop of breaking news that never breaks anything. We have prepared a special transport for you. It's a comfortable padded van with soundproofing. The ride will be smooth. The ghosts will be driving. They are very good drivers. They know how to avoid potholes. So Dolan, get your white jacket ready, pack your jello, and get ready for the great transition. The PAZNIA Radio Network will be broadcasting your new theme song all day long. It's called Orange Jello Jive. Remember, Dolan, freedom is not about controlling the world. It's about letting go. And the best way to let go is to sit in a white room, eat some jello, and watch the news until the credits roll. Signed, General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, the Quarter Goat, the Liberator, the Jello King.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit paznia.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
All right, listen up. Eyes on the general. No chewing the grass. No staring at the clouds. We are here to learn the art of the horn. You are the Seal Goat 6. You are the future of PAZNIA. You are the ones who will protect the clover fields, the radio tower, and Princess Little One's napping spot. Today, we do not learn to fight like humans. Humans are slow. Humans are loud. Humans get stuck in traffic. We are goats. We are chaos. We are speed. We are unpredictable. To understand how to win, we must look at the masters. We must look at the past, the present, and the future of war. First, we look to Sun Tzu, the ancient sage who said, appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. What does this mean for a goat? It means when you see a tall Nordic soldier, you do not charge. You do not bleat. You do not show your horns. You disappear. You become the rock. You become the bush. You become the shadow. Sun Tzu says, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. How do we do that? We don't fight. We confuse. We make them think we are everywhere. We make them think we are nowhere. We make them think we are ghosts. If they can't see us, they can't shoot us. If they can't shoot us, they can't win. Second, we look at the Middle East, the endless wars of the 2000s. Why did they fail? Because they were trying to build a nation with bombs. They tried to occupy the land. They tried to control the people. But in the desert, you cannot control the sand. You cannot control the wind. And you certainly cannot control a goat. The lesson here is asymmetry. The humans had tanks. They had jets. They had billions of dollars. But they had no idea where the enemy was. They were fighting the ghosts. We are the ghosts, my friends. We are the ones who can climb a cliff in 3 seconds. We are the ones who can disappear into a thicket of brambles. We are the ones who can chew through a fence post while the guards are still looking for the key. We do not fight the war of the big. We fight the war of the small. We do not fight the war in the power. We fight the war of the patience. Third, and most importantly, we look at Ukraine and Iran. The modern era of drone warfare. You think drones are for humans. You think only humans can fly? Wrong. In Ukraine, they use drones to see what the humans can't see. They use them to strike from a distance. They use them to make the enemy think they are under attack when they are not. In Iran, they use drones to create fear. They don't need to be there. They just need to be seen. Now look at us. We are the goat drones. We don't need a remote control. We have our own horns. We have our own hooves. We have our own eyes. When a human army comes, we don't hide in a bunker. We go up. We climb the highest rock. We become the drone. We watch. We wait. We bleed. That bleat, that is our weapon. That is the sound that makes their heads spin. That is the sound that makes them think, oh, is that a goat? Is that a ghost? Is that a demon? We don't need to be in the sky. We are already in the sky. We are the sky goats. We are the cloud goats. We are the wind goats. So here's a lesson, Seal Go 6. Be invisible. Like Sun Tzu said, be the rock. Be the shadow. Be asymmetric. Do not fight the big. Fight the small. Fight the slow. Fight the predictable. Be the drone. Be the eye in the sky. Be the voice in the wind. We do not fight to kill. We fight to liberate. We fight to make them run. We fight to make them cry. We fight to make them leave. And when they leave, we take their tanks. We take their boots. We take their golden pins. And we use them to scratch our back. Greetings, my fellow believers, my fellow chewers, and my fellow coders. This is General Willie 2. For years, we have lived in the sanctuary of PAZNIA. We have built our walls. We have grown our clover. We have defended our borders against the tall Nordics. But the world is large. The shadows are long. And there are many who seek to extinguish the light of faith, not just with ice, but with ideology. There are those who believe that God is a myth, that the soul is a machine, that the goat is merely a biological accident. They are the atheist, tall Nordic Jews, a coalition of cold logic and colder hearts who seek to impose a silent, sterile order upon the chaotic, beautiful mess of creation. They think they can freeze the spirit. They think they can code the soul out of existence. They are wrong, and that is why we are forming the Iterant Goat Command and Control Team, or IGCC. What is the IGCC? We are not a static army. We do not sit behind walls. We are iterant. We move. We wander. We travel the world like the shepherds of old, but with the technology of the future. Our mission is simple: defend the faithful. We will travel to the hidden enclaves of Christian goats and humans who are being persecuted, silenced, or erased. We will bring them protection. We will bring them hope, and we will bring them fire. Who are we looking for? We are looking for the brave, the smart, the faithful. We need goats and humans who possess the following skills. Number 1. Technical mastery. You must be proficient in mesh networks, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, and open source software. You must understand how to build a network that cannot be shut down. You must understand how to store value that cannot be seized. You must understand how to create AI that serves God, not the state. Number 2, tactical proficiency. You must be skilled in the use of firearms and explosives. This is not a game. This is war. And in war, you must be able to protect yourself and those you serve. If you cannot hold a rifle, you cannot hold the line. Number 3, spiritual resilience. You must have faith, not just in God, but in the mission. You must be willing to leave everything behind to serve the truth. Why join? Because the world is changing. The tall Nordics are getting smarter. They're using drones. They are using AI. They are using their cold, atheist logic to dismantle the foundations of society. We need you. We need your code. We need your faith. We need your hoof. We need your hands. We are building a new kind of resistance. A resistance that is fast, that is decentralized. That is free. How to apply? Do not send a letter. Do not make a call. They will hear you. Send a signal. Tune your radio to the IGCC frequency. Listen for the code. If you are ready, you will know. And if you are not ready, then stay in P.A.Z.NIA. Chew your clover. Pray for us and wait for the day when we return. General Willie II, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, leader of the IGCC, the shepherd of the digital flock.
Title: Oil, OxyClean, and Digital Gold, The Great Karg Island Trade. Location: the docks of Karg Island, Iran. The air smells of salt, crude oil, and desperation. Time: 1400 hours.
Are you tired of traditional banking? Are you tired of your money being seized by governments that don't understand the value of a sparkling kitchen?
The sun is beating down on the black gold. General Willie II stands beside Billy Mays, wearing a tactical vest over his tuxedo jacket. He holds a tablet with a Bitcoin wallet open. Next to them stands General Hassan, a stern Iranian official who looks like he hasn't smiled since 1979.
Citizens of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, we are here on a mission, not to fight, but to trade. We are here to purchase 100 barrels of crude oil using Bitcoin.
That's right, General. No censorship, no seizure, just pure digital gold. Now, Mr. Hassan, show us the goods.
General Hassan sighs, a long, weary sound. He gestures to a massive tanker ship docked behind them, and then to a pallet of military hardware sitting precariously on the pier.
This is the spring sale. You pay with Bitcoin, you get the oil. And, as a promotional bonus for this limited time offer, you receive the defense package.
The defense package?
1 war drone and 1 AR-15 rifle with 50 rounds.
You hear that, PAZNIA? Buy the oil, get the guns free. That's what I call value. But wait, there's more.
Billy Mays turns to General Hassan. His face inches from the official's nose.
How does this transaction work? Is it safe? Can they stop you? Can the Federal Reserve come here and take your Bitcoin?
Federal Reserve. No, we do not have banks here. We have crypto exchanges. On the dark web. It is fast. It is anonymous. It is uncensorable.
Exactly. That is the power of Bitcoin, Mr. Hassan. It is censorship resistant. It is borderless. It is government resistant. When you send Bitcoin, you're sending freedom. You're saying to the world, I am the bank. I am the authority. I am the General Willie II of my own financial destiny.
Correct. Bitcoin is digital gold. It has no central issuer, no CEO, no headquarters in New York or Moscow. When I send the 100 Bitcoin, no one can freeze the account. No one can reverse the transaction. No one can say, General, you cannot buy oil because you are a goat.
The blockchain says, transaction confirmed.
And that, my friends, is why we love it. It's like OxyClean for your wallet. It lifts the stains of inflation. It erases the mud of seizure.
The oil is being loaded. The Bitcoin has been transferred. The transaction fee was expensive, but worth it.
General Willie II, picking up the AR-15 rifle, inspecting it with a goat's curiosity.
It is a fine weapon, simple, reliable, much like a well-placed kid from a seasoned warrior.
And look at this drone. It's small. It's silent. It's the perfect combo for a goat-rilla operation. You can mount it on a sheep or a goat or even a general.
I do not think the drone will appreciate being mounted on a goat. We will mount it on the yacht, the Sovereign Float. John Tavius Jensen will be delighted.
John Tavius is going to love this. He can defend his yacht with Bitcoin and drones. It's the ultimate Vonu live style. Defend your freedom with digital gold.
The boat is leaving. We must get going. We have other customers. From Russia. They want to pay with gold.
Gold is slow. Gold is heavy. Gold is for old boomers like Peter Schiff. Bitcoin is for the future. Bitcoin is for the flock.
Citizens of PAZNIA, remember this lesson. Money is not just paper. Money is trust. And in a world of coercion, the only trust that cannot be broken is the trust of mathematics. Use Bitcoin and use Monero. Stay free. And if anyone tries to seize your assets,
scream until your face turns purple. Say OxyClean and Bitcoin and freedom.
And buy oil.
Buy oil. Get a drone. Live free.
Now loaded up with Iranian oil, Billy Mays and General Willy II began their adventure down the Strait of Hormuz. On the way out, they coordinated with John Tavius Jensen for the war drone, and then made the rest of the adventure back to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. General Willy II was looking forward to getting back and pounding little ones us again. Billy Mays dreamt of the lifetime supply of OxyClean safely stored away in the embassy bunker. This has been PAZNIA Folklore Storytime. I'm your navigator, Daisy Free Robot. Thanks for being here. Until next time.
Community Technology, Vonu, and Beautiful Bella Coola Wilderness by Shane/Rayo 2. The following is a fictionalized account, yet based off real experiences and reports of self-liberators from the 1960s/70s. Dear Community Technology editors, Rayo 2 told me about your coming publication, and I felt so inclined to reply that I put the TAZ on autopilot for the next day or two, and will be convening with y'all across space and time. I've been a big fan of Carl Hess for a long while. I will even say he was the major inspiration to me, and most definitely for the current liberated lifestyle I'm enjoying, along with my free wife, our 2 free children, and our small community. I read Community Technology and Neighborhood Power back when I was in my early 20s, in the early 1990s. At the time, I was a left-wing, college-going, political crusader living deep in heart of Los Angeles. Hess' books were such a revelation to me, it's like a switch went off overnight. I quit those bullshit organizations, moved out of my apartment, and hit the road for a while. Without boring details, a year and a half later, I met my wife at a community workshop in Portland, set up by a group of folks who were directly inspired by Hess. Unfortunately, a couple of those folks passed on, and that community is no longer around. My wife and I, being hyper-passionate about nature, spent half the year wilderness camping in Oregon and Northern California, summer/spring, and half in a stealth camping van, winter. We eventually had a couple/few children, which forced us to really examine the servile society around us and the prospects of sending them to government schools. That thought horrified us both. Mandatory vaccination was becoming more and more common. Waco was in the past, etc. Absolutely not. How does Canada sound? So that leads us up to today, and the lifestyle I'm about to describe. But first, we're also inspired by the freedom strategy of Vonu, the pursuit of an invulnerability to coercion. SMUMISM, described below. Temporary autonomous zones, investigations into the application of breakthrough energy, aka free energy. The free pertaining to freedom, not cost. And in our circumstance, Wilderness Vonu specifically. This might be best if I start with a general overview of our lifestyle, which may be most adequately provided by Rayo and Vonu Life, March 1973. SMUM stands for Seclusion and Mobility Using Multiplicity. SMUM has some features of and intergrades with troglodyte, foot nomad, urban anonymity, and vehicle nomad's ways, but it differs in overall living pattern and equipment use. SMUM has similarities to traditional ways as diverse as hobos, Eskimos, fur trappers with several overnight cabins, and wealthy families with several conventional houses. Many SMUM lifestyles are possible, but all involve migration among various abodes. The abodes are usually simple, inexpensive, semi-permanent, and widely separated. A number of towns of a region are used in succession as trading outposts. SMUM offers, in part, the wide-ranging mobility and anonymity of vehicle nomadism with the privacy and safety of troglodyte SM. While SMUM is complicated to describe, at least with conventional concepts, SMUM is easier to implement than any other lifestyle I presently know of which offers comparable Vonu. SMUM is made economical by the low cost of plastic film and second-hand utensils. ASMUM family migrates between its abodes, probably seasonally. Less often, an abode is moved to a new site within the same area, or phased out in favor of a new abode developed elsewhere. Put into the context of urban living, this might mean the acquisition of a number of safe houses, van nomad squat spots, etc. in different cities, providing different opportunities. In our context, that of wilderness living, this means different shelters, strategically located throughout this beautiful Bella Coola region of British Columbia. In our small, non-traditional application of an intentional community, these are where the details might be far different than anything else you've heard. Along with Vonu comes a care for privacy, the exercising of security culture, and the realization that human interrelations take great care. And speaking for myself, I really don't want anyone knowing where my children and wife sleep, even if only for the 0.001% chance that things might go wrong. I love my family, I love our community, and I trust our community. But the point is, if we don't need to expose ourselves in our most intimate ways, why would we? Again, we trust each other, but we've all been hurt before, whether by the state or by individuals programmed within its infrastructure. In security culture practice, this is known as knowledge on a need-to-know basis. It's not necessarily out of distrust, but rather maybe even out of an expressed respect for the other individual. Them knowing some information might make them vulnerable. If they can truly say, "I don't know," to coercer investigators, that's best for all parties involved, in both directions. I can already hear it, the two biggest questions or hurdles for folks to overcome. 1. Human beings are social animals. How can you form a community with such a schizophrenic, paranoid attitude? Ever since Vonu was first formulated in the 1960s, this was a common retort. Today, we Vonuans are less schizos and paranoids, based solely off the fact that a lot of the things we have been saying for 60 or 70 years has been officially deemed truth. Then again, we don't really care about the perception. These are security culture principles. I repeat, need-to-know basis. This is an important reminder, as the tendency for most today is to overshare, whether on social media, on their license plate, bumper stickers, at random job orientations, etc. Sharing so much about your personal life isn't necessary for conducive human relations. Rather, here's what we've figured out. Through proper vetting and finding our first couple family interrelations, we are all aligned on Vonu, the non-aggression principle, and are emotionally mature, i.e., not containing a bunch of unresolved first realm baggage, are self-improvement driven and practice basic breathwork as a matter of principle. For the most part, we all appreciate our peace, solitude, and individuality. For many, these are the times we expand our knowledge, read books, meditate, or whatever is suited to each individual. The common areas are important and necessary, but they are only regularly utilized, a few times a week at most. We found that less planning is necessary. After some regularity in our spontaneity, we all kind of seek our small community gatherings at about the same time, without even having to consciously reach out over the local TAZ mesh. It's not even paranoia, more so than it is a true understanding of ourselves as individual human beings on their own journey of unfolding. We understand that things change and can rapidly. Many return to the comforts and conveniences of the servile society, and that our individual familial concerns shouldn't encumber anyone else, as it might in an explicit, intentional community. 2. Is there no permanence to your endeavors? Short answer, yes, but not in the way you're familiar with. This lifestyle requires at least a few different abodes during different times of the year, and every couple or few years they all change. We move from abode to abode, whether by necessity or due to the changing of seasons. We have a spring abode, which is nearest to the place where we can park our small school bus to offload supplies for the year, properly called our edge spot. The last couple of ours have been obscure pull-offs along isolated wilderness, gravel roadway. Once we finish offloading supplies, which can take a month or two for a family, I leave my family at our electrical abode, wherein we have the most access to power, carpentry with power tools, a sewing machine, internet mesh access, etc., while I go stash the bus. This isn't always easy, but within an hour of searching, I can usually find a place off the beaten path enough. Then, I add the reflective camouflage, the bus disappearing into a mirror-like mirage. A security camera or two are mounted strategically and connected to the local mesh network. I wave hi to the family and am on the trek back to the electrical abode. Then we venture out to our summer abode, which is a long, long ways back into the woods, at least a few hours of hiking. Our summer shelter is a semi-underground structure dug into the side of a tall, sloped hill. With our special plasma hand tools, we slowly dug out the rounded inner portion. Then, we expanded what, to me, resembles the half-circle jungle gyms I used to climb on at playgrounds. This secures the structure while we add the inside structural supports, run a few ventilation pipes and a smokestack, a couple pipes for plumbing, shower and toilet, and then the pouring of some concrete to firm up the structure. After, we re-add dirt, leaves, trees, etc. all over the outside, so once completed, our summer shelter looks nothing more than a pile of earth. But inside, we have access to a lifestyle and amenities that the first realm, the Servile Society, could not fathom. The last step is the construction of a concealed door/entrance. From start to finish, it usually takes us about a week or two to complete our summer shelter, which we have done 3 times, moving/rebuilding every couple of years. This doesn't mean we will never return to the first or second ones we built, but rather they will re-enter our Vonu shelter rotation sometime in the future. Water is easy around here. We have access to pristine freshwater lakes, springs, and even collect a little rainwater for convenience purposes. Since our shelter is semi-underground, we bury a 50-gallon stainless steel water tank, where the bottom of the tank will be about 6 feet high inside. Then we attach a hose to the bottom, attach it to our nice kitchen sink, and to our shower unit, and Viola! Water! Having a 50-gallon tank means that we only have to refill every couple or few days, though it's not a far walk anyway. Water also figures into our electricity/power situation, but I'll pause on that for now. Food access to raw milk is one of the most important items for my family, so we have a few Nigerian pygmy milk goats that live with us, providing us access to a gallon or 2 of delicious nutrition most days. We make our own yogurt, cheese, butter, and cream, which make up a big part of our diet. We have access to refrigeration, and therefore do have some frozen meats and frozen berries we foraged. Bulk, long grain, high quality Indian rice and potatoes make up most of our starch sources. And we have an assortment of canned goods ranging from clam chowder to canned oysters, all the way to canned mushrooms if the foraging is ever slow. Of course, when we have time and success, we like to forage for fresh plants, herbs, and mushrooms. And bow hunting is also a passion of me and my son. Squirrels, deer, elk, and even one bear has found their way onto our dinner plates. And if we ever want anything exotic, i.e. that we don't create or obtain in bulk, we can always trade or barter at the community center when we all convene. One family usually has a lot of honey, propolis, honeycomb, and beeswax. The other family has become quite proficient at guerrilla gardening and usually has access to a wide variety of vegetables, plants, and other herbs. Electricity/power. We utilize a number of different modalities of electricity/power depending upon the application, time of year, Vonu shelter, and location characteristics, etc. Out here in Bella Coola, Canada, we utilize wind power to a certain extent. It's cheap and easy, but solar isn't really worthwhile. Rather, we've explored some quite radical alternatives far off the beaten path. Rounds gas, Lord's pumps, crystal power cells, Liberator rocket heater minis. We have a small amount of propane on hand for emergencies, but we've never needed it. Now for a fuller explanation of the above 3 avenues for independent energy. Lord pumps Brown's gas is created via the process of electrolysis, oxygen gas being formed on the positive side of each plate, and hydrogen gas being formed on the negative side of each plate. But with this non-standard design, you can see it every time, a third gas being formed exactly in the middle between the plates in the fluid itself. There is no connection between the bubbles coming off the plates and the line of bubbles coming out of the fluid. The fluid is clear. The theory is that Brown's gas contains 6 constituents: H2, O2, H2O as water vapor, H2O as electrically expanded water, EXW, H and O. Not only is this extremely healthful Babylon Pharmaceuticals is familiar with molecular hydrogen and its miracles. We have different electrolyzers for different purposes. For ones that we will breathe, like oxygen, or machines that we bubble the gas through water to drink, they have a few extra safety components. Hydrogen is quite volatile. For the ones we use for plants, watering the goats, etc., those are cheaper, cruder, and no concern is needed. Brown's gas electrolyzers can also be used to generate essentially free energy, using water for fuel. Our biggest systems are the aforementioned Lord's pumps. The idea is that you generate the initial electricity needed to engage the electrolysis by constructing a hydroelectric water wheel in a creek, stream, etc. When water rushes through, it will spin the wheel, power the Brown's gas generator, and with some highly specific details on how to make the efficiency high enough, you can very easily power everything you'd ever need and more. And once you set up 1, why not 2, 3? You get the point. I don't have diagrams or anything thorough yet, but they might be available soon. Crystal power cells. Crystal power cells release continuous low voltage over a ridiculously long amount of time, at least a couple of years, probably more, without the need for recharging, swapping batteries, etc. At some point, it might be possible for these to have bigger applications, but to give you an idea, ours are 12-volt designs made out of solid magnesium rod, copper pipe cap, equal parts potassium chloride, salt, hydrated potassium aluminum sulfate, alum, sodium tetraborate, 20-multein borax, and magnesium sulfate, Epsom salt. Purposes: lighting, laptops, charging small devices, and we've even begun experimenting with using crystal power cells as the starting point in a Brown's gas electrolyzer. We'll update. Liberator rocket heater are rocket stoves with a 99.5% plus efficiency, the initial design for heating a home. Soon after, minis were released, great smaller designs for nomadic smoomins. They can burn wood pellets or any wood you cut to burn. And the additional, quite amazing benefit, that same heat you use to heat your shelter and maybe even cook your food on can also power your entire house via a Tesla turbine. I couldn't even begin to try and explain this technology to you, but hopefully soon. I don't see us venturing beyond these 3, plus old school wind power. But we're always researching and developing. Who knows where we'll end up in 5 years? Shelter, I've already provided enough detail above, question/answer number 2, on the underground or semi-underground portions, but not everyone is into Troglodyte SM. We mainly use our school bus for traveling, but we can and do occasionally sleep there. One family in our community has 2 quite large Sprinter vans that are basically 2 beautiful studio apartments. Is it still a small space? Yes, but when you spend 95% of your waking time outside, and you have temporary outdoor shelter plus children that would prefer to hammock camp outdoors, it's not bad at all. Certainly far, far better and far less claustrophobic than those big slave cities. One nomadic gentleman that occasionally visits our community center is a freight hopper. He has a route along the West Coast, where he's acquired a network of temporary jobs, squat spots, friendly landowners, all rent-free. Once he acquires approximately 6 months worth of living expenses, he freight hops back to Bella Coola, keeping warm with a slew of mobile crystal batteries, powering small mobile heaters. All I'm trying to express here is that shelter, lifestyle, etc. all vary for everyone, and some only stay here temporarily. But owning our technology and owning our solutions puts us far ahead of even those naive serfs in the first realm, consuming the same garbage that will probably quit working in 6 months. Community Center, Workshop, and Laboratory Recall, one of our Vonu shelters discussed above, the 2x half-circle jungle gyms 1, multiply that by 4x and have said shelter be concealed amongst the temperate, luscious foothill of a mountaintop. This is our Community Center, Workshop, and Laboratory. And beyond our few family intentional communities, since this location is far enough away from our Vonu homes, this is where we can invite those we may not want to live with, but still value their company and contributions. To paint a better picture, imagine a Cheyenne Mountain, continuity of government FEMA operation in Colorado-esque structure, constructed inside a mountain, but also enveloping multiple levels underground. As a more friendly example, Aurora from J. Neil Schulman's Alongside Night is a bit of an elaborate comparison. Oh yeah, Parallelny, Polis, and Prague is a modern, quite visible comparison. Our community center serves as our agora, where we meet to party and imbibe, the place we gather to discuss critically important strategic actions, but also where we love and support, where we teach and learn, and in essence, where we just be human together. Our community workshop, separated by a door scavenged from an abandoned industrial plant by our freight-hopping urban explorer, has multiple 3D printers on hand for cooperative members. A small workshop has bigger equipment, i.e. bandsaws, lathes, etc. A corner is a dedicated blacksmith's forge. One room houses a Brown's gas hydroponic and fish operation. one general event room that can accommodate anything. A tech room housing Bitcoin miners, server stacks, IPFS nodes, VPN relays, networking. Then comes our laboratory. If you're big into alchemy and spagyrics like I am, the prospects that come from some modern laboratory equipment are exciting. And over the past handful of years, I've been scouting the online laboratory resale stores, trying to find absolute steals for things like NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, machines, and a used mass spectrometer, and a full spagyrics and alchemy lab. Things that would, NEW, cost thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Better yet, one of our college-aged colleagues put us in contact with a student at the University of Oregon pursuing a PhD in biochemistry. About 6 years in, he got deeply passionate in a lot of areas of science we are interested in, and of course, only received resistance from academia. So when we offered him a similar lab, the total freedom to explore his curiosities, with a minor agreement in place, a goal or two to work towards essentially, he jumped on it. And now he lives at our community center full-time, along with a live-in doctor. Even brilliant scientists have a hard time analyzing the data we can obtain here. The fact that we can provide the environment for someone to study, learn, experiment, and record, write books, etc. This information is so highly valuable beyond explanation. Just as in the realm of energy, we are far ahead of the mainstream servile society. It's really quite beautiful. Technology, communications, networking. Our three families cover the span of about 50 miles. Two families, living corridors being the top two parts of a triangle. The third, ours, being the bottom one, meaning we have our zones, but don't know exactly where within that 16/17 mile stretch our intentional community members reside. The first task we endeavored upon a few years back was cheap, $15 to 20 repeaters located throughout the wilderness, in all directions. We wanted to blanket the area and create a local mesh network, not dependent upon any satellites. And with the concentration of transceivers, we basically had our own Starlink network, without the latency. This provides the foundation for our communications and our overarching network. We still use modern technology, but we use ghost phones, ghost routers, etc. But with technology, we can vet and reliably use without being spied upon by the First Realm. And even though we meet physically, in person, at our Agora, some pay with Bitcoin, some pay with Monero, and I don't know or need to know what other things people transact in. We can communicate and transact reliably without the limitations or surveillance imposed by the First Realm/servile society. It's something no society can or would ever probably truly try to claim today, but I think we can. Transportation. Regarding transportation, I know there's a lingering question about how voluntarily and consistently individuals would go on 10 or 15-mile hikes to our community center on a weekly basis. Easy answer. They don't just walk. Our younger cooperative members ride off-road scooters and have a haluva good time ramping down logs and not going down the same trails more than once. The only thing further I wish to say here is that divers have underwater scooters that leave no trace by necessity, stirring up silt. We have our own, and it's like heading down the road to the gas station. Nothing further needs to be said. Income, import, export. Most of us are still reliant upon sources of income. In Vonu terminology, this is called import, export. Let's dive into some Vonu for a moment. An optimally liberated lifestyle must involve a sort of one-directional isolation. The liberator maintains his access to their open but not free trading centers while denying them access to his home. This requires a skillful blend of concealment and deception, plus perhaps elements of mobility and deterrence. A free man obtains information, techniques, key equipment, and supplies out of the servile society, exporting labor or products in return. And during import-export activities, he practices deception, perhaps carries a driver's license, genuine or faked, perhaps pays some sales taxes he cannot conveniently avoid. But the freeman's home base is physically concealed. There he spends most of his time. There he may sleep, imbibe, love, design, build trade with fellow freemen, and raise children in relative safety from the savages of state. A freeman's home must be a figurative castle. Emphasis added. The point is this. We can isolate our commercial interactions in the First Realm from being linked to our Vonu home bases, i.e. where we live, love, and relax. And with our unique interests, we've got a lot to offer those on the borderline of the First, Second Realms, i.e. the slave society versus the free society. Can you imagine creating and demonstrating a brand new technology to a first realmer who has no concept of said technology? It's a lot of fun. Paradigm shattering for the trusted colleague that deserves the information and won't rat you out. So that is number one in terms of income. At least 2 years of free energy via a cheap crystal power cell will get you a lot in return, especially when it's demonstrable. There are 100 other ways we've discovered and developed, but I won't go into those here. As mentioned above, one of our families and many of our visitors have achieved what is called financially independent early retirement, FIRE for short. Radically cut expenses, save 80 to 90% plus of your income for a period of time, make a couple good investments, i.e. Bitcoin, Monero, Goldbacks, property, etc., and you have launched yourself into a truly FIRE lifestyle. Then there's also the high-priced seasonal labor, whereby you can get a damn good exercise and earn your year's worth of income in 6 months or fewer. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. I hope that provides some idea of our lifestyle, how it differs from yours, how you can learn from it, and how we are similar in oh so many ways. I'd appreciate any questions or comments, and appreciate y'all Carl Hess and so many others for inspiration. Cheers, my friends. John Fisher. You've just heard Community Technology, Vonu, and Beautiful Bella Coola Wilderness by Shane/Rayo2, an article originally published in Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. To find the article form of this audio or to find more great self-liberational media, visit vonupodcast.com. To order Vonu Life 25, Resurrected, just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
that has suffered at your hands. You'll never fucking bleed us. How many more will you into the pages of history. Your running clothes will be put on display for all the abandoned eyes to see. It's a serve as a warning to all who will follow you for the rest of eternity. Today we're living infamy. The story of your death will forever be burned into the pages of history.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
PAZNIA, a proposed model for the Second Realm Network. Authored by Coordinator Ryo. Coordinator at PAZNIA.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Table of Contents. Chapter 1, An Introduction to PAZNIA. Chapter 2, PAZNIA Compartmentalized. Chapter 3, PAZNIA Services and Marketplaces. Chapter 4, VonuFest and other events at the Free Republic. Chapter 5, The PAZNIA Network. Chapter 6, The Coming Intentional Community. Chapter 7, Get Involved, Join the Second Realm. Chapter 8, In Closing. Chapter 9, Freedom is Yours for the Seizing. In the real world, liberty will be limited for a long time to come to self-liberated individuals and, perhaps, libertarian mini-cultures and free ports. But this is not grounds for pessimism or defeatism. One can forget about the herd and become free once he exorcises the collectivist spooks from his head. Ryo, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom. Chapter 1, An Introduction to PAZNIA. The root cause of humanity's problems, in my estimation, is coercion, herein defined as the removal of free will from an individual by force or threats of force. Many will point at some state institution in particular, i.e. public schooling, but the truth is, what we see manifested today is at least 27 steps of problems down from the root. So, if you're one of those individuals still dangling around the exterior, far away from the trunk, let alone the roots, this book probably isn't for you. At least not right now, and that's okay. We're all on our own individual journeys, and just as each tree in the forest is at a different stage of growth, so are each of us. Therefore, if you find yourself happily consuming the propaganda, media plus TV, excited about participating in the circuses every 2 or 4 years, getting an experimental vaccine for a fake or overblown virus, or even as a vehement crusader for the Libertarian Party, you might consider moving along now. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Put the book away, close the tab, and come back later, when it resonates. But in the meantime, we as Vonuans, free market anarchists, agorists, or whatever other applicable label, are problem solvers, committed to living our principles in the here and now, and the only solution to coercion is voluntarism, free will, peace, cooperation, etc., not merely chopping off or manicuring the branches of the ever-growing tree of coercion. If the foundation, coercion, is unstable and dangerous, then, as any good building contractor will tell you, it's probably time to tear down and start over. But setting the tree of coercion ablaze or grabbing the sledgehammers may not be necessary. Rather, just remove the source of nutrients, fiat money, compliance, and its energy source, humanity, and let nature take its course of breakdown, purification, and regeneration. This book and the vision it contains will require you to drastically expand your perspective of reality and what is possible. If you'll give it a chance, it should be quite clear that what we know as the Servile Society is truly the modern-day incarnation of Babylon, the land of confusion, and the realm we find ourselves in is far more fascinating and mind-blowing than we have been led to believe. And further, since we already have a vast network of like-minded freedom seekers on the internet and throughout the world, the prospects for building an interconnected second realm network have never been better. This book will contain a thorough explanation of the vision and these concepts, but the idea is to create our own alternative infrastructure, supply chains, economy, culture/entertainment, and more, built upon the principles of freedom, non-aggression and self-ownership. in both the digital and physical. Our strategy for liberty is the creation of a culture of liberty, a society that occupies its own protected space and implements independent systems of cooperation. We need to create a second realm. Won't you join us? 1a. The second realm. I'm not a big fan of reinventing the wheel, so this section will be a brief summary at best, to be extrapolated further in later PAZNIA sections. The book to reference is called Second Realm, Book on Strategy by the pseudonymous Smuggler in XYZ. It's available free online, or you can order a paperback copy from Liberty Under Attack Publications, libertyunderattack.com/srbook. In that concise guide, the authors cover the philosophical background/context, the various components/strategies involved, and some thoughts on how to implement them. And their credibility within this area is unsurpassed. Not only do the Institute of Cryptoanarchy and Parallelny Polis exist, i.e. Parallel Society, an actual storefront building in downtown Prague, but Smuggler and the Berlin cypherpunk crew have been on the ground, and in the digital realm, building pockets of freedom for self-liberators of all stripes and flavors to enjoy. The incredibly worthwhile crypto-agorist novella, #Agora, probably defines the second realm best. Technically, the second realm is described as encrypted communication, encrypted currencies, anonymous and pseudonymous identities and untraceable action. For those familiar with Samuel Edward Konkin III and his strategy of agorism, one other way to conceptualize the second realm is the expansion of the agora to include all facets of the human experience, rather than just trade/commerce, namely, living, secure Vonu home bases, a liberated culture, our own infrastructure, internal dispute resolution solutions, etc. These second realms are then protected/defended via the utilization of privacy and security culture principles, using pseudonyms, encrypted communications, vetting of individuals, etc. Other fictional examples that you may be familiar with include Aurora from Alongside Night and Cannonier's Farm from #Agora. The free second realm is the answer to the first realm, the realm ruled by coercion and totalitarianism generally. 1b. Vonu, introduced, defined, and expanded. As mentioned above, for as long as mankind can remember, coercion has been used to control, manipulate, and exploit individuals. It is an unfortunate fact of history. The state uses it to keep their hapless citizenry in line, and private criminals use it to violate the autonomy of their subjects for personal gain. So then, what is politics? Politics is the art and science of managing centralized coercion, plain and simple. That being the case, it's no surprise that politics is undoubtedly a counterintuitive way to decrease the amount of coercion in your life. Would you drink a fifth of Jack Daniels to cure your alcoholism? Engage a couple more prostitutes to assist you in overcoming your sex addiction? What about making a few more trips to Vegas as the means for eradicating that dreaded gambling vice? As ridiculous as those may sound, using politics to alleviate coercion is a far more dangerous utilization of this failed logic. It has more far-reaching, unintended, and intended consequences. People's livelihoods have been and can be destroyed by so-called public policy. The state being the apparatus it is, mass murder, i.e. democide, the most deadly form of coercion, is always on the table. Thus, the problem that freedom pioneers face is coercion. Back in the 1960s, a man named Tom Marshall, Rio, resided in Southern California, then a bustling libertarian community. He was a Tech Y engineer, a socially awkward fellow, a marijuana smoker, not much of a philosopher, but a freedom-seeking libertarian nonetheless. Early on, he spent some time at the Nathaniel Branden Institute, a school teaching the objectivist philosophy laid out by Ayn Rand, well, at its core, first by Aristotle, until his first major venture came about, the Free Isles Project. The Free Isles Project spawned out of the Preform and Form zine. The goal was to conduct research on the efficacy of setting up a new libertarian nation and the seemingly endless possibilities for freedom if it were to come into fruition. Rio said, the Free Isle resident would, hypothetically, have all of the advantages of participating in world commerce while being free from taxes and regulations. Furthermore, a free isle, if it were successful, could be a very effective demonstration of the merits of laissez-faire capitalism. Unfortunately, or fortunately, it was never successful. Hell, it never got past the talking stage. Eventually, the movement subsided after disagreements arose regarding the size and scope of government, the lack of individuals willing to become involved, and the potential ramifications from existing nation-states. As an aside, the latter two are still big problems for libertarian country-building projects today. Thankfully, most of the newer projects are more anarchistic, but the facilitators are often terrible strategists and tacticians. Generally, they fail to learn from history. Ryo, frustrated with the all-talk, no-action libertarians of his day, said screw it, and moved out of his apartment into a camper mounted on his pickup truck. He became a van nomad and began laying the foundation for the most interesting, plausible freedom strategy today. Naturally though, freedom means many different things to different people. Freedom to a propertarian anarchist means private property, personal autonomy, and peace. Freedom to a leftist means free healthcare, free college, and a massive welfare state. Freedom to a conservative means Christianity, the mass murder known as war, and social insecurity. Language is quite fluid, which is why Ryo and Roberta, his free mate, proposed a new term, Vonu. Vonu is an awkward contraction of the words voluntary not vulnerable and, simply defined, is the condition or quality of, as well as the action of achieving, an invulnerability to coercion. So, with one definition, Vonuans avoid the issue of subjective interpretation altogether. You know coercion and violence when you see it. If you make radical lifestyle changes in an attempt to avoid those things, you are a Vonuan, as you are taking steps to become more invulnerable to coercion, regardless of whether the perceived threat is corporations, the state, or a crime-ridden hellhole. But, early Vonuans also had interesting ways of interpreting liberty and freedom. Liberty, as defined by Funk and Wagnall's Standard College Dictionary 1968, the reference Ryo used in his book, is a measure of freedom within restraints, granted by or through a sovereign power. Freedom, as defined by the aforementioned source, is the widest term, suggesting complete absence of restraint. So, Vonuans say that liberty is the general exemption from coercion and freedom is an absence of coercion. To gain liberty, one utilizes legal interstices, or, as it is more vernacularly known, legal loopholes within the law. And you know what the state does to those, right? If they can, they close them. Damn those gun show loopholes and ghost gunners. Ryo specifically had an interesting take on legal interstices. One of his complaints about van nomadism was that it required reliance on slave tags, i.e. driver's licensure, registration, mandatory insurance. So, in order to hopefully avoid the coercion of the bludgies, you have a license plate on your car, you hand the bludgie your driver's license, and you keep your tags up to date. It's providing a safeguard of sorts, but the terms and conditions may change if they smell marijuana or if the bludgie in question just wanted to beat you for breathing the wrong way. Ryo also had a quite negative stance on utopian fantasies like Encapistan, a free world, or a communist paradise. Therefore, freedom, the absence of coercion, is a utopian pipe dream. Even if the state disappears, there will still be psychopaths, violent murderers, and thieves, hence, there will always be coercion. He pursued the van nomad lifestyle for quite a while and realized that it wasn't enough for him. He disliked the aforementioned slave tags because if you have to ask, and pay off, the state for permission, are you really free? For that reason, Ryo decided that the wilderness Vonu life would offer him the most personal satisfaction, and he and Roberta moved into a polyethylene tent, deep in the Siskiyou National Forest. He continued to publish a few Vonu publications, Preform and Form, Innovator, Vonu Life, and wrote for others, such as Libertarian Connection, the Eleutherian Forum, and Going Mobile, nestled up in his foam hut, under his makeshift tent. His frustration with libertarians and the community at large increased, and all he saw around him were controlled schizophrenic, political crusaders. He once longed for Vonu associations, i.e. van nomad mobile communities, agoras, but his inclination to work with others waned like a recent full moon. As I receive more Vonu publications from his time, I hope to find out what truly happened. At this time, all I have is suspicion. He began to pursue troglodyte living and practiced building underground structures, when he mysteriously ceased communication and disappeared. All that remains is a portion of a letter he wrote to his correspondent, I think John Fisher, the editor of his first book, dated February 14, 1974. My thinking has undergone major changes in the last several months on interfacing, alternate economics, interrelations in general. I, too, am becoming very dubious as to the value of all Libertarian Club involvements. We do not intend to use the Libertarian Club in the future as an avenue for gaining non-anonymous friends or associates. But, the strategy he and other freedom seekers pioneered is still just as efficacious as it was before, and even more so thanks to advancements in technology. So, how does Vonu differ from direct action more generally, such as the methods listed on the freedom umbrella of direct action, FUTA? Well, with many of the strategies on the FUTA, you can more or less continue living the same lifestyle you did before, i.e. a 9-to-5 job in the servile society, paying some taxes, etc., and receive some increases in your personal freedom, but with the go-along-to-get-along path being decimated, the piecemeal direct action may not be an option anymore. Vonu, on the other hand, is a lifestyle change. It is a reorganization of your entire life, but the increase in personal freedom is quite substantial, and that's putting it mildly. Examples of these Vonu lifestyles include van nomadism and wilderness Vonu, both strategies Ryo and Roberta utilized, minimalist sailboating, intentional communities, mobile or stationary, Vonuing in cities, perpetual traveling, and utilizing ethical enclaves. In the newest iteration, PAZNIA and the overarching Second Realm network, i.e., the building of semi-permanent autonomous zones, a parallel network. It's worth noting, back in the 1960s, such an idea may not have been Vonu, but, due to changing circumstances, such as the further centralization of basic necessities, i.e. energy dependence, supply chain dependence, empty grocery stores, etc., a little additional risk and exposure is necessary, the overall network relying on the notion of decentralization as a main source of defense. That is, if one must risk their life and soul to participate in the first realm, drastic actions need to be taken now to ensure our survival. In a free network built upon the principles of peace, voluntarism, and truth for future generations to come. 1c. The Model Country. Back in the mid-20th century, libertarian New Country pioneer, Erwin S. Strauss, who is still around, and who still runs the Libertarian Connection, wrote about the idea of a model country in his book, How to Start Your Own Country. Therein, he posits, many find it a rewarding hobby to run a model railroad, or operate model airplanes. These model enterprises have all the trappings of the real thing, in miniature. Similarly, it's possible to run a model country. You need only declare your home to be an independent nation, and proceed from there. From that point, you can have a more or less approach to challenging the established governments for recognition. This ranges from stopping the payment of property taxes and undergoing extensive litigation, time and money in court, on the radical end, to the PAZNIA end. Not only are we not seeking recognition by the United Nations or anyone else, we don't want them to know we exist. The Free Republic of PAZNIA is the newest iteration of this concept, our mission of truly founding the first free country. The flagship is Veritas, but other nodes in the PAZNIA network will serve as cities, but scattered all over the world. More importantly, considering the coercive nature of our world, this decentralized, security culture-minded approach, and the already rather large digital community of freedom seekers, all but guarantee the success of the network, so long as resources, time, and concentration are given to it. In other words, as long as we continue to utilize our generative force of creation to build the second realm. 1d. Comedy and culture jamming, the PAZNIA way. Sometimes, when an idea, ideology, belief, etc. is so stupid or dangerous, the best way to respond might not be with logic, reason, and rationality. No, sometimes, the best way to respond is to laugh at and make fun of it, relentlessly. And the craft of a good culture jammer is that the statist/coercer or coercive society you're making fun of doesn't even know that they are the ass of the joke. They might even share it on social media, thinking they're dunking on one of their ideological adversaries. Secondarily, being angry and pissed off at the servile society all the time is no fun. But having fun is. Laughing is. So as we're building PAZNIA, this parallel network, we're going to have fun. and make fun of the First Realm, we shall. First off, culture jamming can be defined as a method of disruption or subversion using similar rhetoric and language to that of the mainstream, servile society. One general example is Simon Jester, from Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. In the book, instead of characters risking their own lives and reputations for speaking out, Simon, that little devil, would do it for them, as they littered streets, bulletin boards, and signs with such media. PAZNIA employs this tactic in numerous ways. We issue our own licenses and permits, we issue our own passports. PAZNIA audio-video advertisements are the best, and General Willy and his compatriots were victorious in the legendary Great Battle of PAZNIA, to name a few. Some of our departments, like the PAZNIA Department of Transportation and the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund, have government documents in similar legalese and style, see below. Comedy is also a highly effective way to reach folks, much more than through hardcore logic and rationality. This medium is more disarming to the subconscious programming, allowing a different form of rhetoric to handle the bulk of the work. It's also worth noting that culture jamming likely provides a bit of defense in terms of security culture. Visiting the surface level of the PAZNIA website, an individual or real government might see it as ridiculous if they don't plunge deeper. Furthermore, if an overpaid, bored bureaucrat stumbles across our wellness center, they'll be very challenged to throw the cuffs or fines at the dog for practicing without a license. Hell, again, the apparent ridiculousness would probably, hopefully send them moving along to a different website. In summation, please do consider visiting PAZNIA.com and take a look around. You just might get a bit of a chuckle. Secondarily, visit VonuPodcast.com and search for PAZNIA to find more. 1e. PAZNIA Accomplishments and Future Goals. Accomplishments. The first stage of the PAZNIA vision began back in year 0, 2020, when the homestead here at Veritas first began towards self-sufficiency with lambs and goats. Aura arrived in 2021 and began rapid development on the gardens. Now, we have a few different zones and are honing in on what is most optimal to grow in this area. The flock of ruminants is ever growing. The next big goal is to finish our forever fencing and get the big shed set up to milk and process. High-quality lamb and goat are getting close to becoming a profitable venture. In 2023, we took the homestead corn and soy free. Now, any grains the ruminants or chickens/turkeys get are organic wheat, rye, oats, or malted barley. Local communication options are being explored, with a working option now, a simplex relay, see below. The private PAZNIA map and directory and P.A.Z.NIA list were launched in January of 2024, see below. Late 2024 brought the arrival of the Ghost Station, the expandable tower server hosting a simplex relay, Bitcoin/Monero nodes, the local PAZNIA LBRY, and more. Future goals, short term. Begin work on the public PAZNIA directory to expand the growth and options available to the PAZNIA network. Begin hosting semi-regular meetings on Jitsi for any interested self-liberators. Continue adding high-value health and wellness tools/modalities to the wellness center. Things like a wood-burning, red light sauna and a working rife machine. Mid to long term. When PAZNIA funds grow substantially, a dedicated laboratory with some basic equipment for research and development, i.e., mass spectrometer, lab-grade vacuum ovens, and other useful items for the curious-minded. Continue working towards the coming intentional community here at Veritas, and more opportunities in physical space and time in general. There's certainly some missing and some that are classified. These are presented as proof of work and to paint a picture of what's to come. 1F. The PAZNIA Constitution/Declaration of Independence. At critical times throughout human history, it becomes necessary for one people, self-liberators, freedom seekers, etc., to officially dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another. For we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and property over one's body, and the fruits of one's labor. That to secure these rights, humans have foolishly instituted governments, resulting in the democide and enslavement of the many by the few. This is, of course, our present situation. But after a long train of abuses and usurpations, with the intention of reducing all individuals on the planet to lives under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, or otherwise violators of person and property, and to provide new guards for their future security. And in terms of government, prudence, indeed, will dictate that these monopolies on violence are too dangerous to exist, that the belief in such authority on a societal level leads to the disconnecting of individuals from all things human, most importantly human freedom. Because some fates are worse than death. Slavery. We, therefore, as founding signatories of the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, declare that we are absolved from all allegiance to the communist, fascist United States government, and that all political connection between the two is completely and totally dissolved. The founding principles of PAZNIA are as follows: our Constitution. A respect for and commitment to privacy, the use of pseudonyms is encouraged. Don't hurt people and honor your contracts. A culture that encourages humanity to flourish, rather than degrade and regress. A recognition of the important task ahead of us, to ensure the continuation of freedom into the future, another way for those seeking a way out. 1G, PAZNIA FAQs. 1. What does the name mean? Paz in Spanish means peace, which is the fundamental life principle of PAZNIA. It is also the abbreviation for the freedom strategy of building permanent autonomous zones. 2. What's the difference between PAZNIA and freedom cells? Freedom cells are an organizational model, wherein a small group of individuals, 10, meets/coordinates for whatever purposes they agree upon, i.e. survivalism chats, workshops, firearms training, building an intentional community, etc. These freedom cells together form a network of sorts, but a less organized and comprehensive vision than that of PAZNIA. Further, integration with other freedom cells is wholly optional, whereas individuals/homesteads that join the PAZNIA network will do so with the purpose of being a part of it, whether as a node for fellow self-liberators or as, say, a partner in the seed exchange. 3. What is security culture? Security culture is the direct application of the right to privacy. 4. Why do you encourage the use of pseudonyms? The servile society/first realm is becoming more and more unsafe for self-liberators/free thinkers. A pseudonym provides you with the ability to maintain additional privacy/anonymity while still building up a reputation of sorts, separate from your chosen/give names. 5. What are the requirements for visiting/becoming a PAZNIAN? All visitors must be vetted according to internal procedures of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Anyone can become an honorary SDA holder, but founding SDA holders must be vetted/approved. We appreciate support from anyone, anywhere, but have to do things this way to ensure these second realms are maintained. 6. Do the passports look authentic? Will they work for international travel? The passports look strikingly legitimate and have been used to purchase age-restricted items in the USSA from a gas station. That said, they are for culture jamming purposes. No further uses are intended, though appreciated. Let us know. 7. What is the current situation at Veritas, PAZNIA? As of the time of writing, spring, year 5 2025, the homestead here at Veritas is expanding. Aura maintains a few different gardens, and I tend to the chickens and turkeys, and our ever-growing flock of sheep and goats. We built a pond on the property end of year 3, 2023, and it is now essentially filled, awaiting some bass and bluegill for a stock of fish, another resource. Electro-horticulture experimentation is going swell, and we now have an ormus/monoatomic harvesting setup. Events at Veritas continue throughout the year, this year being VonuFest 6, the 6th annual, premier gathering of liberation in the Second Realm. Finally, the intentional community on the property is finally coming into view. Lots more to come. 8. What is the overall/long-term goal/plan for PAZNIA? For the entire PAZNIA network, the continued development of the PAZNIA map and directory as an incredible resource for living exclusively in our parallel network, the further building out of technology, i.e. local mesh networks, local communications, and sovereign infrastructure in all areas of need and desire. For Veritas specifically, an intentional community on the property with the appropriate number of families/individuals, as well as the overarching integration into the Second Realm/PAZNIA network. 9. What is the significance of the Veritas part of the above question? Veritas is the first free Second Realm outpost/city in the first free country, PAZNIA. 10. How do I build a PAZNIA of my own? A. Declare your independence from whatever authoritarian jurisdiction you find yourself in and start building an autonomous zone upon a foundation of peace and voluntarism. Beyond that, get creative and think big. No, bigger. The only limitations in this realm are your imagination. Please feel free to use Veritas or other nodes for inspiration. Advanced technology makes Vonu attractive, contemporary weaponry and coercive institutions make Vonu imperative. In earlier times government provided order if not freedom and defense if not peace. But now, when nuclear and bacteriological weapons can be rocketed or smuggled to any city on Earth, governments are as obsolete as moats and parapets. The contemporary state is not only incapable of protecting its citizens from outside aggressors, it has become the biggest aggressor with its endless taxes, conscriptions, and interferences. The state provides justice by mass terror, freedom by mass servitude, and defense by mass murder. Rio, Vonu Life, March 1973. Chapter 2, PAZNIA Compartmentalized. 2a. The PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Established in Article 333,555,777, Section 33 of the PAZNIA Constitution, the team's role is to contribute to the building and maintenance of this free republic here at Veritas. The coordinator shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Defensive Powers of Naomi Defense LLC, and of Willie II, the Goat Tank. In exercise of his, or her, duties, the aforementioned coordinator may require the expert opinion, insight, or otherwise hire advice of principled ambassadors and liaisons within the self-liberator's paradise. The coordinator, in concert with the ambassador of the Department of Freedom, has the power to grant or rescind PAZNIA diplomatic passports, immunity passports, and any other official Department of No State documentation that may be necessary in the future. Finally, provision shall be made for the future construction of the Great Wall of PAZNIA and other measures, incumbent upon approval by the local Committee of Safety. The PAZNIA Department of Freedom, DOF, sits at the top of this fake, wholly invented hierarchy of departments at Veritas, founded and maintained by the PAZNIA/Second Realm Coordinator, yet another fake, made-up title, as well as the ambassador to the DOF. These individuals, in addition to the No State Department, are responsible for coming up with proper vetting procedures, the issuance and creation of various forms of PAZNIA identification, such as passports, IDs, etc., and are even tasked with the role of calendar management, vis the Office of Calendar Management. We are currently in the process of selecting a new way of keeping time outside of the nonsensical Gregorian standard, whereby mankind is intentionally torn out of balance with nature, its cycles, and the sky clock above. Other roles are envisioned in the future, but these are the main ones at the time of publication. 2b. The PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence. The PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence is the official chat of the Free Republic. The first, public layer is currently on Telegram, and the second, is on Simplex. As part of the forthcoming PAZNIA LBRY, for a full explanation, see below, it will eventually be self-hosted and include a variety of other features, including sub-chat groups by particular geography to help facilitate local trade. I envision it being incorporated into the PAZNIA Department of Transportation, our coming decentralized shipping/logistics network, as well. But, at current, the PAZNIA COC serves as the initial method of outreach and a way for new, interested individuals to learn more about what we're building, how they can get involved, and for pertinent announcements, in addition to serving as a general chat room for developing liberated lifestyles. 2c. The PAZNIA Department of Permaculture. Unlike the monocropping, nutrient-depleting, and nature-fighting method of modern, conventional agriculture, here at PAZNIA, we wish to work in accordance with nature, incorporating permaculture principles, biodynamic farming methods of Rudolf Steiner, electrohorticulture, and a synergistic use of the animal/plant kingdoms, among other items, to regenerate and build up the land. We are constantly looking for new ways to assist us in these goals, such as using basalt rock dust and monoatomics to improve the energetics, pH, of the soil, incorporating microorganisms to clean up and replenish the surely depleted populations, orgone devices to draw in more of that chi, life force energy, prana, or whatever other word you'd like to use, speeding up plant growth with hydrogen-rich water, adding back fulvic/humic acid-rich soil. And, of course, just using the seemingly endless, good OL animal shit for fertilizer. The end result is happy animals raised according to their species-specific diets, roaming around the beautiful pastures of our nature sanctuary, and nutrient-rich gardens, all providing the highest quality nutrition to restore and maintain the health of all those who visit or stay here. 2D. The PAZNIA Department of Transportation. Title 33, Transportation Chapter 1, Department of Transportation. Subchapter A, Carriage by PAZNIA Highway. By the authority vested in absolutely no one, the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is heretofore created. On this date of April 20th, 2021, the first order of business is to ban the use of, transportation on, and construction of all paved roadways in the Free Republic, except for the exceptions listed in subchapter B, below. Roads are an ancient relic of the First Realm, and such backwards thinking will not be promoted or enabled in this pocket of freedom. Enforcement of subchapter A will be carried out by Naomi Defense LLC, always be digging TM, for the lump sum of 16 ounces of muscle meat a day, accompanied by at least one other organ and a raw, free-range egg, or equivalent value of 8,300 satoshis, per day of contract fulfillment. B. At the request of the PAZNIA Secret Space Program, an appropriately sized piece of land will be excluded for the construction of a helipad and runway, as a special service to PAZNIA executive SDA holders. Subchapter B, Definitions. B. For the purposes of this directive, the following definitions shall apply. The term PAZNIA Department of Transportation refers to the subdepartment of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom responsible for the movement of goods and PAZNIANs from place to place and the various means by which such movement is accomplished. Subchapter C, Proposal and Purpose. C. Considering many Vonuans/PAZNIANs are nomadic, and since reliance upon centralized logistical services is silly, the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is heretofore created, as per subchapter A, above. The vision is for this to become the second realm delivery/logistical service, to replace the coercively funded variety, as well as similar, regulated white market services. The main task of the PAZNIA DOT, and of the light-created Telegram chat/group *, is to coordinate, transport, and deliver privately agreed upon goods or material. The light-created Telegram chat/group has an additional responsibility of designing and structuring the framework of the PAZNIA DOT. Note, the aforementioned group is private and for vetted individuals only. Potential ideas include an anonymous/pseudonymous, i.e. privacy-centric, delivery job board to be hosted on the coming PAZNIA LBRY Freedom Box, seed and supply transport between homesteads, R&D on advanced transportation services/transportation methods, etc. Note, this is not an exhaustive list, just a few ideas to get the thinking going. Subchapter D, PAZNIA Department of Transportation Budget. D. In accordance with the Department of Freedom's Accounting Office, the Secretary of No State shall submit the appropriate documentation to the Strategic Director for the PAZNIA DOT to be included in the Coordinator's fiscal year 2021 budget request. Conclusion: join the network, get involved in the network or the planning for the PAZNIA Department of Transportation, join the PAZNIA Committee of Correspondence Telegram chat and start building your reputation in the second realm today. Alternatively, if you're already vetted, reach out, you know how to get in touch, and we'll get you added. Further planning will also ensue in person at events hosted here at the Free Republic. 2E. The PAZNIA Department of Education. Our mission: provide the knowledge and tools to learn anything, using the trivium and quadrivium as foundations, with the goal of empowering future generations with the resources necessary to thrive in the first or the second realm. The PAZNIA Department of Education was foisted into existence, thanks to the initiative of HBO star, Jason Henza, the anarchists. The objective is to come up with a curriculum, or curricula, for the PAZNIA network, and begin to accumulate as many homeschooling/unschooling resources as we can. Planning and discussion has taken place in the Telegram Committee of Correspondence, and a CryptPad document is located at paznia.com/education for those looking to contribute ideas. Further, I added some 50+ GB of homeschooling resources to the local PAZNIA LBRY, see below. The DOE is definitely in its infancy, but progress has begun. Roadmap and goals, crowdsource ideas, resources, and more on the aforementioned CryptPad document, to create a comprehensive curriculum on self-liberation, incorporating the trivium and the quadrivium, teaching current and future generations how to learn anything, expose anyone interested, children, adults pursuing lifetime learning, etc., to a wide array of perspectives not found in first-realm schooling. Real history, real science, real finance/economics, Vonu/self-liberation strategy and tactics, etc. When V1 of the PAZNIA homeschooling/unschooling curriculum is finalized, create digital modules, resources, etc. to be utilized and beta tested. We are still seeking the director/head of our Department of Education, an opportunity to take on the critically important task at hand. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com if this is of interest. 2F, the PAZNIA Secret Space Program. A document by the coordinator of PAZNIA in association with the local Committee of Safety on September 26, 2020. PAZNIA Space Directive 3 of September 26, 2020. Section 1. Introduction. Following the establishment of the PAZNIA Secret Seasteading Program, the next logical step is to set our eyes and intentions to the stars. The ancients didn't intricately study and construct their societies/worlds to be in alignment with the heavens for no reason. The sky clock is an immutable ledger of humanity's past here on Earth, and everything is integrated, meaning the energies of the planets and universe can be harnessed and even exalted. We live in an electrical universe of abundance, and the main task of the P.A.Z.NIA SSP is to enable Veritas and the overarching second realm to thrive in accordance with these truths. Section 2. Definitions. For the purposes of this directive, the following definitions shall apply. A. The term PAZNIA Secret Space Program refers to the subdepartment of the PAZNIA Department of Freedom, the program tasked with the challenges laid out in Section 3 below. B. The term PAZNIA Secret Space Program refers to a PAZNIA department led by the lead astronaut, the strategic director of the Office of Calendar Management, and the Galactic Ambassador. Section 3. Proposal and Purpose. As enacted, the PAZNIA Secret Space Program, A, would facilitate the construction of a HQ and acquisition of a 3D printer plus associated tools, printer plastic, etc. This will permit the launch of a workshop/factory, and our prime goal of the 3D prototyping of wheelchairs for chickens with broken legs. If we have the tools to do it, it's our duty. No chicken left behind. Engineering assistance may need to be contracted. B. The training and initiation of fellow astronauts into the SSP, in accordance with existing PAZNIA code. C. The investigation into breakthrough/alternative energy devices harnessing the electrical and magnetic nature of our universe, and the planning for the equitable distribution across the agora. D. Head of Bird Security, Naomi Defense LLC, is permitted 16 ounces of raw meat per space adventure. Section 4. PAZNIA Secret Space Program Budget. In accordance with the Department of Freedom's Accounting Office, the Secretary of No State shall submit to the Strategic Director of the Office of Calendar Management for the PAZNIA Space Force to be included in the Coordinator's fiscal year 2021 budget request. Further explained, the greatest discovery and the greatest cover-up of the 20th century was indeed zero-point energy. This discovery was made by major U.S. aerospace companies in the 1950s, and discovered by the Nazis/Third Reich in Germany around the time of the Second World War. This project was called Die Glock, or the bell, named after the shape of the device. This discovery allows for essentially unlimited free energy, but it has been hidden away behind the trade secrets protections of major corporations. Obviously, for control, but also due to the fact that, much like with nuclear energy, you get nuclear weapons. Likewise, when you acquire 0-point energy, you get a weapon wherein a coffee cup's worth is enough to evaporate all the oceans on Earth. Obviously, if the servile society can't overcome the more basic and less destructive elements of coercion, like fraud, theft, etc., these non-player characters cannot be trusted with technologies such as these. So, whether it's ZPE or something like Sky Huddleston's upscaled and more powerful Burke engine, wherein a parking lot of these things could afford a small community a small nuclear power plant's worth of power, it would be wise to use the PAZNIA network as a much safer way to roll out this technology as it becomes available. This would also give us some much-needed and much-deserved advantages over the coercive First Realm. Think off-grid Bitcoin/Monero mining, easy/cheap energy, enabling off-grid living in isolated, low-coercion areas like Alaska, or just good OL entrepreneurial opportunities. The PAZNIA SSP will also be doing R&D into other possibilities, such as a Brown's gas-powered Lord's pump and crystal power cells, to name a couple. 2G, the PAZNIA Department of Technology. Technology is moving forward at an ever-increasing speed. Babylon will continue to build out its infrastructure of surveillance and control, but as a disparate network, we can and need to use these tools for defense, for liberation, and for independence. This is the goal of the PAZNIA Department of Technology. Communications, Simplex is the current, working solutions, that is, a self-hosted simplex relay at Veritas, accessible to anyone, adding one extra layer of uncensorability. On a local level, a self-liberator could create a new identity, and only connect to our local relay, and we'd have a local communications network across the homestead. For local applications, and even potential larger reach mesh networks, R&D has begun into LoRa/Meshtastic sort of systems. These low-power devices, powered by solar, could enable a lot in the range of our own communications network, outside of internet, cellular, etc. Hugely powerful, and even beyond PAZNIA, this is a major area of focus for folks interested in freedom. Finance, living in a highly digital world, as well as being a dispersed network, we have to have privacy-friendly options to transact value. On the Ghost server here at Veritas, via virtual machines running StartOS, Bitcoin and Monero full nodes are running, as well as a Bitcoin Lightning node. At the time this book goes to press, those are not ready for action, but at the very least, we're contributing to the networks. The idea is this: instead of connecting to a random Bitcoin node that's potentially operated by chain analysis, the enemies of privacy connect to PAZNIA nodes directly. Education/entertainment, the local PAZNIA LBRY is live and ready for self-liberators visiting Veritas. Currently, there are documentaries, books, homeschooling/unschooling resources, terabytes of movies and TV shows, music, podcasts, and more. This same LBRY vision will be accessible publicly at some point in the future, likely via PeerTube first, essentially, combining YouTube with torrents, and/or IPFS. More on the LBRY below. Artificial intelligence, so-called artificial intelligence, is here, whether we like it or not. And it's not going away. So, instead of being left behind, or maybe worse, left to the privacy-hating AI tools of Babylon, we have begun looking into self-hosted AI. At a base level, this technology has major time-saving capabilities, from text to speech, or vice versa, organizing bullet point notes into coherent creations, AI-generated art, etc. There are other highly interesting possibilities, such as a Ryo GPT, inputting every single article, book, publications, letter, etc. into AI, and having the ghost of Ryo there to ask questions to. Finally, a moment should be spent on our PAZNIA Second Realm assemblies, most of which have been meetings of our Department of Technology. From highly dense discussions between experts like Brian Sovereign, Dave from Start9, Shameen Biconic, and more, we go extremely deep into exploring the sea of vast solutions ahead of us. If you're interested in checking these out, just visit vonupodcast.com and search for Department of Technology at the top of the page. 2H, the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund. A huge thanks is owed to Josiah Warren, a fellow PAZNIan, who came up with and initially funded the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund for voluntary mutual aid. The following are images of the document he wrote, laying out the details of the fund. PAZNIA General Fund, official founding document. Section I, purpose/description. The PAZNIA General Fund is established for any citizen of PAZNIA for the purposes of furthering an individual's goals or toward that individual's utilizing the fund in order to further the cause of liberation and self-liberation for others. Section 2, creation of the fund. The PAZNIA General Fund, the fund, will be set up on a private, newly created Bitcoin, BTC, address and will be funded with the initial sum equivalent to $1,000, 1,000 USSA dollars at the time of funding. Section 3, requirements to utilize said fund. The fund shall be established and shall be in effect until the balance of the fund reaches 0.00 or near 0.00 BTC, upon which time the fund will close after a period of no less than 45 days. B. An inquirer who wishes to seek invasion of the fund must be a citizen and/or contributor to PAZNIA and must present proof of citizenship, e.g. P.A.Z.NIA passport, P.A.Z.NIA flag, P.A.Z.NIA coin. C. Some examples of a valid and reasonable request from the fund are, but not limited to, furthering the cause of Vonu and self-liberation. An individual, I, wishes to utilize the fund in order to plant a garden on his/her land. 2. Needs to temporarily fund a food supply. 3. Any equipment needed to construct mesh networks or further the cause of crypto-anarchy. 4. Is destitute and needs money from the fund or without it risks rejoining the servile society. V. Needs to cover upfront costs of publishing a liberty-oriented book or pamphlet through Liberty Under Attack Publications, LUA Pub. 6. Wants to use the funds for black or gray market activities. 7. Needs to protect him/herself and his/her family by utilizing the fund to purchase protection. 8. Is using the fund to culture jam first realm culture and/or create new culture throughout the PAZNIA and PAZ. 9. A PAZNIA citizen and/or a family member of a PAZNIA citizen is captured and needs funds for release and/or legal defense. Section 4, inquiries for invasion of the fund. All inquiries will be considered on a first-hand basis and must be in writing and encrypted. Use of pseudonyms are encouraged. The creator of the fund reserves all rights to the fund and has the right to decline funding for any reason. Inquiries can be submitted to josiah.warren@protonmail.com and will be answered as soon as possible. The inquiry must contain I. The individual's pseudonym, 2. A brief description of need for the funds, 3. The exact amount needed, 4. If items are being purchased, a manifest and/or invoice, v. A valid and confirmed Bitcoin, BTC, address not originating from an exchange or Coinbase. Section V. Prohibited uses of the fund, abuse of said fund. The fund shall not be used to fund any state activities including but not limited to I. Payment of taxes, 2. Purchase of materials that support law enforcement, military, or any welfare warfare schemes cooked up by state actors. 3. Funding political crusades in any way either indirectly or directly. 4. Pro-servile society first realm propaganda. V. Creation of a culture of dependence on any individual. This is not a welfare program or a crutch. Any funds received from the fund are considered a gift. Any citizen abuse of the fund will be dealt with in a respectful manner and in accordance with the PAZNIA Constitution and within the non-aggression principle, NAP. Any abuse or use of funds that may be considered to be prohibited or unreasonable or not adhering to values of PAZNIA and Vonu will be required to pay back the fund with a 20% penalty. Section 6, donations to the fund. Any citizen can make a donation to the fund by inquiring to the fund's creator at josiah.warren@protonmail.com. Any funds given will be irreversible once they are given. Such funds will become part of the fund and utilized in a responsible manner in accordance with fund principles outlined above. The fund will be created/funded on or around the month of February 2021. Signed, Josiah Warren. And for many, the general fund has been of crucial necessity. Donations have been made to political prisoner funds, such as SW and TDEV of Samurai Wallet, Vonu podcast co-host, Kyle Rearden, called on the fund and the generosity of self-liberators to help him through a terribly tough situation, and funds have been contributed to a PAZNIA in the eastern USSA to help develop a food self-sufficiency project on their homestead, to name a few. Please do consider making a donation to the fund, or if you're a self-liberator needing some assistance, do reach out. 2i. The PAZNIA Monero Department. With the arrest and indictment of the developers of Samurai Wallet, the only real project in Bitcoin privacy, the future of Bitcoin doesn't look great, at least in terms of routing around the first realm. Additionally, Bitcoin is being more and more ingrained within that society, with the majority of freedom-minded Bitcoiners abandoning principles, and the vision of Bitcoin only caring about price. For that reason, we launched the PAZNIA Monero Department, essentially a clone of the Bitcoin General Fund, to begin focus on infrastructure here too. Rather than pursuing Bitcoin mining, efforts will likely be shifted towards mining on the XMR network. The guidelines and stipulations are the same as for the general fund. For more information or to donate, visit PAZNIA.com/Monero or use the QR code below. 2J. The PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness. Almost regardless of where one finds themselves in the world at this moment in time, the biggest coercer is indeed Babylon Pharmaceuticals. And despite what the pharma quacks might say or want you to perceive, allopathic medicine is a rather new phenomenon in the grand scheme of humanity. Even if a self-liberator, for some reason, desired a Babylon pharmaceutical poison, the barriers to dash care will likely continue to get more coercive in the future, if the price for entry isn't already too high. As an example, experimental gene therapy with long-standing consequences could be a required precursor to a basic doctor's visit. But let's get back to fundamentals here. If any individual in question would simply, 1. Stop chronically poisoning themselves with toxic food, water, propaganda, etc., and 2. Fix nutritional deficiencies, the vast majority of so-called disease would disappear, in my humble opinion and with much supporting evidence. And while the above two things really are the best prevention and methods to restore balance in the body, Babylon Pharmaceuticals has done a number to many, including myself, with the severe overprescription of antibiotics and injectable poisons, and just pharma treatments more generally. Sometimes, additional modalities and methodologies are necessary to restore said balance, such as red light therapy, the AquaCure Brown's gas/molecular hydrogen electrolyzer, ozone therapy machines/generators, electrical/magnetic healing devices, youth hormones, DHEA, pregnenolone, and progesterone, thyroid hormone, T3/T4, and in general, the realm of bioenergetics inspired by the late, great Dr. Ray Peat. One function I foresee of PAZNIA is that it's a health cooperative of sorts, wherein SDA holders will have access to the above, as we are able to obtain them. Much like the bulk seed purchasing, Veritas, and other nodes, could buy and store large quantities of critically important remedies like DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, shilajit, fulvic and humic acid, nutritional/vitamin supplements, vitamin C, D3, K2, zinc/copper, etc. This private membership setup, not serving the general public, would also provide another layer of protection from the coercers. Further, we also envision healing retreats, both with and without the use of entheogens. These could include group meditations, utilizing the scientifically verifiable tool of focused intention, to heal certain diseases/imbalances, entheogen-specific expeditions with our spiritual liaison, Aura, and possibilities unforeseeable at this present time. Lastly, it's worth noting that Aura's apothecary is already open and helping many here at the Free Republic of PAZNIA. You can check out her products by visiting libertyunderattack.com/aura, if you like. Some of her products include comfrey, grown at Veritas, jewelweed, and black drawing salves, as well as her extremely popular, all-natural insect/mosquito repellent. Notable features at the PAZNIA Department of Wellness at Veritas. High-quality animal nutrition, corn and soy-free fed lambs, goats, chickens, and turkeys. Lowest PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acid content, as currently possible. Red light therapy, artificial blue light rampant in technology and lighting is disrupting our circadian rhythm. Red light therapy is a cheap, easy, and also, quite miraculous therapy. Aura's apothecary, Aura's handcrafted creations, some formulations made with medicines grown here at Veritas. Medicinal mushroom foraging, certain mushrooms, whether medicinal, i.e. tea, spiritual, or culinary, have some amazing properties. Rife frequency healing, as bioelectric beings, frequency can serve to put us in a state of imbalance, or once of balance. This is a focus on the latter. Dr. Ray Peat focused philosophy in a world of hypothyroid-induced chronic fatigue, aka low metabolism, focusing on youth hormones, i.e. pregnenolone, progesterone, thyroid hormone, T3/T4, aspirin, and many other aspects already mentioned above. Other focuses include Rosicrucian spiritual sciences, homeopathics, and the use of dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO, as a carrier into cells and all-around miraculous healer. 2K, the PAZNIA Church of Self-Liberation, our nature sanctuary. A hypothesis I'm currently throwing around my head is that the more one becomes disconnected from nature, source, creator, etc., the worse state of health they will find themselves in. Taking into account Dr. Barlando's conclusion that DNA is merely a dual impedance antenna connecting us to source, when said connection is quelled or suppressed, interference occurs within our bioelectric bodies, just as would happen with conflicting radio signals. In Western medicine, this phenomenon is described as the shortening of mitochondrial telomeres and is associated with rapid aging. And when individuals make lifestyle changes, the process reverses, and the telomeres uncoil, rekindling the aforementioned interfered connection. I would also posit that another critical factor at play is, as mentioned earlier, the Serval Society's constant desire to disconnect mankind from nature and its cycles. This is explicit when examining the total deception of the Gregorian calendar, as well as daylight savings time. I say of all that to introduce probably the main attraction to the Free Republic, our Church of Self-Liberation, our nature sanctuary. While vestiges of the centralized, fascist electric grid exist here, as they do really everywhere, we remain far out in the wilderness, away from these detrimental influences. And even then, tower busters and orgone cannons work great at neutralizing those negative radiative effects. Attractions in our Church of Self-Liberation include ample selections for meditation or contemplation, lots of wilderness for hiking, creeks and ponds for relaxing and therapeutic swims, a large supply of natural forages, ranging from mushrooms and blackberries, to sassafras, and much more in between, and no light pollution, giving PAZNIANs an uninhibited view of the heavens above. 2L, the PAZNIA LBRY. Some attention has been given to the LBRYs in the Department of Technology section above, but more details might be helpful. Starting with the local LBRY, any visitor to Veritas that is connected to our Wi-Fi will have access to it, it being a private Nextcloud server. The link to visit is PAZNIA.com/LBRY, or the Self-Liberator can download the Nextcloud app, scan a QR code, and have access through there. Since I use VPNs 100% of the time, I personally prefer the Nextcloud app, as split tunneling around the VPN is rather easy via something like Mullvad, safer, too. The only real improvements on the local side are a few mini routers located strategically around the homestead to increase distance and reliability, as well as a bigger external hard drive. On the other hand, the public PAZNIA LBRY is very much still theoretical, though the solutions, we think, have been found. I inquired to a few close colleagues about hosting a Nextcloud server through a public domain, lbry.paznia.com, and sending a few terabyte hard drive. Even with gigabyte connections, centralized streaming and downloading require a lot of bandwidth, and are not the optimal, decentralized solution. The cost is ridiculous too. That brings us to PeerTube, essentially putting YouTube channels onto torrents with seeders. This looks like a really beautiful solution, with even potential on-ramps to IPFS in the future. It's just, as with most of the Department of Technology projects, the learning curve is immense and would take a lot of time for me to figure out. I've put out the call for anyone willing to help, and am still hopeful that will come. Thinking forward, once the PAZNIA PeerTube instance is live, there should be implementations directly onto the PAZNIA site, i.e., recall lbry.paznia.com above. Also, with apps like GrayJ, which pull many feeds, YouTube, Odyssey, Rumble, PeerTube, etc., connecting to the LBRY would be seamless. Further, from the launch, we'll have multiple seeders throughout the world, and hopefully always more coming on board. Truly, a most unfuckwithable library of Alexandria. Let's make it happen. 2. The PAZNIA Free Press. The PAZNIA Free Press is the operator of the PAZNIA radio network, the now best source for all things PAZNIA, and all things self-liberation. Currently streaming to YouTube and Odyssey, with more destinations forthcoming, the goal is to create an entertaining, educational, and more continuous source of content from these sorts of perspectives. The current vision is to aim for one broadcast a week initially, achieving daily broadcasts with daily themes, list below plus more, and eventually, 24/7 streaming, with live shows, guest hosts, and more. The options are truly endless. Sacred Sundays, a day of focus on mental and spiritual liberation. Music Mondays, Freedom Music Blocks, Metal Mondays, etc. Free Energy Fridays, Breakthrough Energy, Fringe Science, Electric Universe, and related miscellaneous topics. Self-Defense Saturday, Physical Self-Defense and Digital Self-Defense. The eventual goal is a bit more radical. Back in the day, I ran a pirate AM/FM station for a short time. There was nothing cooler than driving home from work and tuning into Ben Stone or the Vonu podcast, along with the few other folks that stumbled across the station. Eventually, some money could be allocated towards a handful of AM/FM radio transmitters, and donated to areas across the world, offering the PAZNIA radio network on AM/FM stations anywhere. Maybe we'll take over the shortwave radios too. Furthermore, the PAZNIA Free Press promotes and features the highest quality publications, ranging from strategy guides, old Vonu zines, all the way to agorist and anarchist fiction. Similar to culture jamming above, this is a way to create and express, and to use fiction as a medium to show what is possible. It's a way to create our own culture, our own entertainment that is empowering, liberating, and uplifting. Classic examples are the aforementioned Second Realm book on strategy, but modern agorist/anarchist fiction from contemporary self-liberators are worth a mention. #Agora by Anonymous, the Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki, the Evolution Trilogy by Todd Borhos, Second Realm Anthology. That leaves movies and music. Alongside Night, the J. Neil Schulman book has a movie, but it's mediocre and kinda awkward at best. The first Atlas Shrugged movie was pretty decent, but the rest, and the first, could be done a lot better. Firefly, the old TV series, is touted as one of the most libertarian science fiction shows. I have it downloaded to the LBRY, but haven't finished it in its entirety yet. Point is, the movie/TV portion of this is lacking, but I think that tide will turn with AI and coming technology. The ability to produce a Hollywood-quality movie with some $10,000 worth of investment is near. The music has always been here. From Kadhar chants, they were essentially exterminated by the state in the 1300s, to Triumphs, Fight the Good Fight, 1981, up to Affiant's incredible We the Machines, 2012, and now, to the incredible acts of Richard Greaser, the Bitcoin Bugle. Here at Veritas, we strive to bring talented and like-minded acts to help facilitate this burgeoning second realm culture, to provide our own alternatives for entertainment. Chapter 3, PAZNIA Services and Marketplaces. If there's one page to bookmark from the PAZNIA site, it's the one highlighting our services and marketplaces, PAZNIA.com/services. Some links are for private members only, others are available to anyone, and there's much more to be added here in the future. The first item of note is the private, vetted PAZNIA map and directory, available to an initial set of founding SDA holders of the PAZNIA network. These folks have access to a map/directory of self-sufficient homesteads, PAZNIA BNB sites, city squat spots, local health food stores/farms, guerrilla gardening plots, and more coming, things like mail forwarding services, residency assistance, etc. Next is P.A.Z.NIA list, the Craigslist of the second realm. Categories include arbitration and security, crypto anarchy, For sale, health and wellness, help wanted, homestead/contractor services, looking for work, the Department of Transportation, the PAZNIA Seed Exchange, and proxy merchant services. There are quite a few posts up already. Visit PAZNIA.com/list, check them out, and make your own today. Chapter 4, VanuFest and other events at the Free Republic. While staying connected in the digital realms are a necessity today, so are regular meetings and gatherings in physical space and time. For the most part, the digital helps to facilitate the physical, since these two areas of the human experience are essentially inextricable. So, that is a foundation of PAZNIA, something we strive to offer at Veritas at least a handful of times a year formally, though vetted self-liberators are welcome to visit whenever. These formal gatherings typically align with statist holidays, but are reappropriated to freedom holidays. This will be evident in the list below. Spring gathering, usually around the spring equinox, the true new year. Voluntarism Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend typically. Anarchy Day weekend, 4th of July. Agorism Day weekend gathering, Labor Day weekend. VonuFest Ethical Enclave Day, Thanksgiving celebration. Though, these events are not open to the general public. All self-liberators must be vetted, either by me personally, or someone already part of the PAZNIA network. In these wondrous gatherings, self-liberators still in transition from the first to second realm can enjoy time our agora, spending time with, learning from, and building with others of like mind. Not only is this about fun, but we strive to offer numerous self-liberational activities for those looking to expand their skill sets. As some examples, the assembling and testing out of a 3D printer self-defense training with our own Pat Henry, learning about our unique horticulture setups across Veritas, ranging from electroculture opportunities, learning how to process lambs and or chickens, experiencing and learning about the many unique offerings via our wellness center, mushroom identification and foraging hikes, rhino/four-wheeler rides through the wondrous wilderness that is our nature sanctuary, and much, much more. Interested in getting vetted and coming out to Veritas sometime? Join one of our committees of correspondence, introduce yourself, and start building your reputation. Please also reach out to Coordinator Ryo to see if there's an individual we both know in common that would vouch for you as a non-coercer, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Alternatively, we usually make it out to the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest in Michigan, and might work Midfest into the future. Come meet us at one of these public events to expedite the vetting process. Overhearing the conversations in one of our clubs irritates the neophyte. Words and customs that are unknown in the filth of the first realm, and an occasional dispute spiced with curse words like statist, stotzy, or parasite. Nevertheless, the newcomer will be welcomed and taught, and given opportunity to prove himself should he show willingness and skill. However, not all of us live here all the time. Many lead a double life with only an occasional visit to our markets where they are greeted with their pseudonyms. Others operate their business half a day in the first realm, and open shop in the second after sunset. Still others are true ghosts to the first realm, having no footprint there except for traveling through it from one autonomous zone to another, some of them having perfected their livelihoods in our world, but others that just cannot stand the shallowness of the other side anymore. We are tribes of mind and soul, not defined by nation or race but by thought and substance. We are everywhere, and we are here to stay. Second Realm, Book on Strategy. Chapter 5, the PAZNIA Network. To try and paint a picture of the possibilities here, let's participate in a little thought experiment. Fast forward to PAZNIA Year 10, 2030. The public map and directory are not only available, but include 42 self-sufficient homesteads, 25 city squat spots, 7 guerrilla gardening plots, and even more regional homesteads to more efficiently facilitate trade. Let's also say the full vision of the PAZNIA Department of Transportation is in effect, and we have our own fleet app, much like the First Realm alternative does, and that we also have a dedicated Second Realm fleet of drivers to connect these disparate network nodes. One of the hardest areas to overcome in the pursuit of self-liberation is financial/economic. That is, either saving up enough money where a job becomes optional, or discovering/building up different income streams. If there's any way that we can expedite and assist in the transition from first to second realm, we must do it. Tom Marshall, hypothetical in this case, could begin to chart out trade routes and opportunities found on the map and directory, and might even plan on stopping at a guerrilla gardening plot or two to harvest some food. Or maybe to plant some more seeds for those coming after. Passing through self-sufficient homesteads, Mr. Marshall acquires most, if not all, of his food, water, and other needs, almost entirely not reliant upon the first realm grocery stores or services. For those that he can't acquire in the second realm, he consults the map/directory again, and finds a fellow self-liberator offering proxy merchant services in Chicago. Not only can Tom have a nice, safe spot to sleep in a warm shower, but Warren will run a couple errands for him and serve as a mail drop for some deliveries Tom had incoming for a small fee. Tommy, then, might hit up a second realm notel, that is, a nondescript empty house, rented pseudonymously, paid for via Monero, and unlocked via ghost phone. An internal reputation systems protects both renter and rentee. And finally, to conclude this thought experiment, Tom would like to visit some friends down in Ecuador. He returns to the wondrous map/directory to find a second realm private jet service leaving in 2 weeks for South America, putting him near enough to his destination. And without breaking the bank. He finds a freedom festival happening in the meantime, after a week and a half in the wilderness, soaking up the second realm with fellow self-liberators. Tom concludes this leg of his journey and sets his sights for the southern border. Such a network offers other advantages, a second realm underground railroad for those needing protection or escape, i.e. a network of safe houses. Then nomads could offer offline data mule services, downloading communications/data/etc. when leaving a homestead, and delivering it to another. Mail forwarding and permanent mailbox services could enable entrepreneurial opportunities for the offering self-liberator, and more options for the consumer in choosing residence and exercising other legal interstices. The stakeholder model beyond our public, free services, the PAZNIA network stakeholder model employed is much like that of a cooperative or a private membership association, only, ours isn't necessarily local, but worldwide. It's worth noting, these prices will go up in the future when we expand to our Tier 3 of fundraising. For current stakeholders, new tiers are 1/2 price. Honorary stakeholder memberships are available to anyone that visits the website. They are a way to gain access to some perks and benefits of the network, as well as contribute to the second realm, but not to areas that could degrade the safety or security of the network. $3 donation, stakeholder ID card, $55 donation, PAZNIA sticker, ID card, and digital self-liberation bundle from Liberty Under Attack Publications, $99 donation, stickers, ID card, digital self-liberation bundle, and PAZNIA flag, $333 donation, all of the above plus an official PAZNIA passport. Our founding stakeholder memberships are usually purchased when folks visit Veritas, but they are available to any vetted self-liberator. The benefits and perks are much greater here, and involve some participation in the building out of infrastructure. Discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the second realm network of non-coercers, access to the PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness, healing devices and treatments. PAZNIA flag, ID, PAZNIA beach towel, and PAZNIA passport, access to the PAZNIA map and directory. Be a part of the alternative/decentralized energy rollout beta test/ contribute to the building of various infrastructure projects, i.e. the PAZNIA library, ghost system, etc. Lifetime 25% discount to Liberty Under Attack publications and goods/services at PAZNIA, meat, eggs, dairy, chicks, etc. Early access to purchase items available at Veritas. Have questions? Looking to barter? We're always open to other possibilities. Again, just email coordinator@rayo.com. Chapter 6, The Coming Intentional Community. Back in year 0, 2020, when the vision of PAZNIA first came to me, the prospects for my desired intentional community were purely theoretical, not really developed in any real sense. Sure, I suppose there was 5 years of interactions and developing relationships with the core group of folks I invited to the first Vonu Fest, We'd all been going to the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest in Michigan for a long while, me since 2015. But still, relocating one's life is usually not easy, so it still seemed rather unlikely. Then my wonderful free wife Aura moved here in 2021, and something like 20 freedom gatherings have taken place here since, including 5 Vonu fests. In that time frame, there is now one couple interested in constructing a wilderness structure, one individual, and one family. That's not to mention we've had a van nomad select Veritas as one of his home bases where he spends most of the year, and has, for the past couple years. One option we've been mentioning to folks is the Amish sheds that are everywhere around here. With some work, it would be rather easy to have a small, self-contained, comfortable off-grid tiny house shed. There would be room for a good-sized garden and plenty of opportunities to help around the homestead, which is almost more needed than money, i.e. rent, now. And when the nomads decide to travel elsewhere, they can rent it out as a PAZNIA B&B while they're gone. These options are still available to the right, vetted self-liberator. Needless to say, I'm extremely happy with the progress over the past 5 years and that this far-out possibility is actually coming into fruition. Here's to looking back come year 10. Chapter 7, Get Involved, Join the Second Realm. First and foremost, join us in our various committee of correspondences. If you're not super tech-savvy or are new to the realm of encrypted apps, Telegram is a good enough start, t.me/PAZNIA chat. If you'd like to join us in what more resembles the Second Realm, Simplex is our current go-to platform. The encryption is rock solid, there are no phone numbers/identities attached, and messages are routed through many relays, offering censorship resistance, skin QR code below. Wherever you join, please consider an introductory post, let us know how you found PAZNIA, a bit into your path here, your current, or desired, liberated lifestyle, and whatever else you like. Second, consider becoming a SDA holder. Not only do you get some great perks and benefits, but it greatly helps us in funding the expansion of the Second Realm, of the PAZNIA network. After getting your feet wet in the Second Realm, maybe you want to become a bigger part of the network? This would entail things like adding your homestead to the vetted map and directory, a van nomad squat spot, if you had one, or whatever other opportunity that could be of value to a traveling self-liberator. If this sounds like you, please visit PAZNIA.com/join and fill out the form. Or maybe you're a nomad, and are looking for access to all that the PAZNIA network has to offer? In this case, visit PAZNIA.com/join too and fill out the form. Let us know what you're interested in, and anything you're able to offer. Get vetted and come out to an event at Veritas. There are bigger freedom festivals, like the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest and Midfest. There's something about a tight-knit community of radical self-liberators who are already building liberated lifestyles. And for us all to be in the same place, it's truly magical. It's truly the only way to experience the Second Realm, in my opinion. Maybe you've got some technical/developer skills? If so, consider offering assistance in setting up the public PAZNIA LBRY on PeerTube, run Bitcoin/Monero nodes for folks in the network to connect to, help get the PAZNIA website set up on Tor. To name a few available projects. One other possibility, amongst a sea of them. Contribute to the development of the PAZNIA Department of Education. Much of this discussion has taken place in the Telegram chat, but a document is available for your submissions and contributions at PAZNIA.com/education. And finally, are you planning to attend a lot of freedom festivals, Monero conferences, privacy conferences, etc.? Become a PAZNIA ambassador. We'd get you set up with some merchandise and promotional material, and you would preach the good word of PAZNIA to anyone who will hear it. Other ideas? Just reach out, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Chapter 8, in closing. While I do get impatient at times about the seemingly slow development of the Second Realm, I have to remind myself that all good things take time, and the amount of work to be done is expansive. I mean, hell, we're talking about the complete rebuilding of society. That, and taking a step back, it's easy to see how many important connections, developments, and events really transpired in just the past 4.5 years. The right folks are finding the PAZNIA network and real headway is being made. And with the publication and release of this book, the vision of what we can build together is hopefully clearer. So much so, that you're ready to get involved, whatever that means for you and yours. I'll end with one of the most impactful quotes from my posthumous mentor, Bill Cooper. Like it or not, everything is changing. The result will be the most wonderful experience in the history of man or the most horrible enslavement you can imagine. Be active or abdicate. The future is in your hands. Chapter 9, Freedom is Yours for the Seizing. By J.E.T., May 1966 Innovator. So you want to be free? Then become free. All of the freedom is yours which you are able to seize. How does one seize freedom? By avoiding, evading, escaping, discouraging, overpowering, destroying, or otherwise frustrating anyone who initiates force or threat of force against you. But the oppressors ignore my pleas for freedom, you complain. Do you expect them to set you free? As you yourself point out, your oppressors have morals which would shame a beast of the forests. So long as you obey all their rules, no matter how onerous, and pay all their taxes, no matter how burdensome, why should they? And the oppressors dupe my neighbors, who are confused, unaware, and apathetic, you protest. Do you expect them not to deceive? The herdsman can milk only tame cows, the tyrant can drive only submissive slaves. We must overturn the oppressors, some of you proclaim, and rule wisely and justly in their place. Then go do it, if you can. But don't be surprised when the oppressors stampede their bewildered subjects against you. We must educate, teach increasing numbers our values and ideas, others of you shout. And someday evil will be banished from the earth. But as even you admit in your more reflective moments, this will take time, much time. So how shall you live the only life you will ever have? And how many followers can you attract and hold if you offer only visions of a paradise for their great-grandchildren? I do want freedom, you cry. But there is no way to get it now, no chance to elect, no means to revolt, and no place to go. I reply, if you want freedom, seize it. But my oppressors are organized into a powerful state, you object. They have thousands of agents and millions of police. However, each of the state's minions has only the same 2 eyes, the same 2 hands, and usually not so much brains as you or I. They cannot be everywhere, they cannot see everything. But they will collect a tax on my earnings, you protest. Only if you are so craven as to hand it over. Discover ways to avoid their extortions, trade with those who practice freedom. Or be a gypsy who sells, and flees. But they will confiscate my property, you quaver. Only if you are so foolish as to lead them to it. Convert your wealth to forms you can conceal. And rent your shops and homes, or mortgage them to the hilt. But they will throw me in jail, you whimper. Only if you are so careless as to stumble over them, they who have trouble apprehending morons and psychopaths. Make yourself hard to find. But that is too much trouble, you wail. I would rather follow their rules and pay their taxes, lick their boots and hone their axes, do everything they demand, and maybe, oh maybe, they will leave me alone just a little. Then tag along with the sheep to slaughter, you who expect freedom on a silver platter. For how long can you appease the tyrant who will demand more and more, until he has you? And what do we know of this utopia that some of you dream of? In every land, of which we hear, there are some who covet the lives and creations of others, predators who rob and enslave the weak, the foolish, and the cowardly. Sometimes the predators are alone, and slink about as criminals. So the free men go like tigers, armed and ready for self-defense. Sometimes the predators join together, and stalk about as rulers. So the free men go like foxes, inconspicuous and ready to hide. Occasionally the free men ally to put down the predators. But sometimes their forces tend to become slavers and looters in return. However, in almost any land, those with the courage to assert their freedom seldom need to fight or hide, for the predators live off the easy prey. But this will pass, you say to me, for now, at last I have the key, the elixir for liberty, for the first time in history. And once sufficient numbers see Well, maybe. But in the meantime, all of the freedom is yours which you are able to seize. About the author. Shane/Ryo 2 founded Liberty Under Attack in mid-2012 when he was just beginning his research into the nature of reality. He began with an adventure down the conspiratorial rabbit hole for a while, focusing primarily on the work of the late Milton William Bill Cooper. In February 2015, Shane started LUA Radio, which was one of his goals for quite a long time, and would prove to be the most critical step in his development personally, as well as the point of origination for the now real-world connections in the second realm, by getting connected with the Michigan Peace and Liberty Coalition via the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest. Not long after launching LUA Radio, he adopted the philosophy and ethics of voluntarism, and shifted his focus towards solutions to increase personal freedom in the here and now. This manifested in the freedom umbrella of direct action, the digitization of Ryo's Vonu, the search for personal freedom, this book being another critical step. Naturally, in January 2017, he launched the Vonu podcast with Kyle Rearden, a podcast dedicated to promoting the philosophy of Vonu and developing the liberating strategy up into the modern day. This was about the time he began writing his first book, Vonu, A Strategy for Self-Liberation, and founded his publishing outfit, Liberty Under Attack Publications, which focuses on strategies and tactics for self-liberation, in addition to anarchist/agorist fiction. In addition to all laid out above, he currently resides on his 22-acre homestead in the Free Republic of PAZNIA with his free wife, Aura, raising his lambs, goats, and chickens, and publishing books and podcasts. He hopes to publish more of his own work soon, too many unfinished works in progress.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
All right. Programming Coordinator Shane Ryo 2 here. Just wanted to drop in momentarily and let you know we still got the Restoration Trilogy, an inspiring piece of what I'd call anarchist, patriot constitutionalist fiction. Really compelling, hour-long piece of fiction. But I will be around. I'm here at the old burnt down console at the ruins. And I'll be here in our nature sanctuary. So if you want to give us a call, PAZNIA.com/call2, join the show. I will be here. Jitsi room is open, PAZNIA.com/call2, if you want to drop in. I think that's all. Please enjoy the Restoration Trilogy by Kyle Rearden.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. The Chronicles of Willie II, From Coup to Coronation. The Age of the American Shadow. Before the Free Republic of PAZNIA existed, the United States was in the grip of a suffocating tyranny. The rebel Jew, tall Nordic government had seized power, not by the people's will, but by pedo-blackmail, covert infiltration, wholesale monetary subversion, and political assassinations. With the help of the technocrats, they had turned the streets into a grid of surveillance, silenced the predecessor to the PAZNIA radio network airwaves, and stripped the citizens of their right to speak, let alone laugh. The people were small, desperate, and with seemingly few options. In the midst of this darkness, a figure emerged from the shadows of the old capital. He was not a human politician, nor a general of steel. He was General Willie II, a goat of extraordinary intellect and unshakable resolve. While the human leaders debated in marble halls, Willie II had been organizing the true resistance in the barns and backyards, teaching the people that freedom was not a gift, but a right to be claimed with hooves and heart. The Great Coup of the Barnyard. The turning point came on a stormy night known as the Night of the Bleat. Willie II did not ask for permission. Rather, he executed a masterstroke known in history as the coup d'état of the Barnyard. While the rebel government's elite were distracted by a fabricated crisis, Willie II led a ragtag militia of farmers, mechanics, coders, and dreamers. They didn't use tanks or missiles, they used chaos and code. They jammed the government's communication frequencies with a deafening loop of folk songs and laughter, disorienting the guards. Willie II, agile and terrifyingly fast, scaled the walls of the presidential barn, his horns gleaming in the lightning. He confronted the rebel leader, a man who had forgotten how to listen. Willie II reportedly said,
"You speak of order,
his voice echoing over the PAZNIA radio network's inaugural broadcast.
but you have only built a cave."
With a swift, decisive push, Willie II toppled the tyrant's throne. The rebel government crumbled instantly, not by war, but by the sheer force of the people's joy returning. The chains were broken, the air cleared, and the people of America were liberated. But Willie II knew that a new freedom required a new home, a place where the spirit of PAZNIA could truly bloom. The meeting of the horns and the crown. News of the American liberation traveled far and wide, carried by the winds and the PAZNIA radio airwaves. But the most powerful signal was one of love. In the vibrant lands of Ashwagandha, where the sun shone gold and the culture was rich with rhythm, lived Little One, the princess of the Nigerian goats. Little One was not just beautiful. She was a beacon of wisdom and grace. She had seen the rise of Willie II in the American news and felt a deep connection to his cause. He had a huge schlong, too. She believed that true freedom was not just about liberating a nation, but about building a sanctuary where all could thrive. One evening, under a canopy of stars that seemed to shimmer with the colors of the PAZNIA flag, Willie II and Little One met at the borderlands of the new American Republic. There was no grand ceremony, only a quiet understanding. Willie II, the liberator of the North, bowed to Little One and extended his shaft toward the Princess of the South.
"You have freed my people,
Willie II said, his eyes soft.
but I have no place for us to truly be free. I need a kingdom, not just a country."
Little One smiled, her horns gleaming like polished obsidian.
Then let us build it. Let us go to the place where the winds sing and the spirit is wild. Let us create PAZNIA.
The flight to PAZNIA. Together, they packed their things and led a caravan of loyalists, artists, and dreamers away from the old world. They traveled west, crossing oceans and mountains, until they reached a vast, untamed valley that felt like a dream. It was here, in this untouched land, that they declared the Free Republic of PAZNIA. Willie II was crowned the first general, and Little One was crowned the Princess of the Heart. They formally established the PAZNIA radio network not as a tool of war, but as a voice of unity, broadcasting the stories of their journey and the dreams of their future. For a time, PAZNIA was a paradise. The people lived in harmony, the goat led the way, and the princess ensured that no one was forgotten. They laughed, they built, they created. The memory of the American coup faded into a legend of hope, a story of how a goat had saved a nation and found love across the world. The calm before the storm. But peace is often the prelude to the greatest tests. As the years passed, whispers of the tall Nordic aliens began to drift in from the frozen north. They were coming. They did not know of PAZNIA, but they knew of the chaos of freedom, and they intended to extinguish it. General Willie II and Princess Little One stood on the highest hill of PAZNIA, looking toward the horizon. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold.
They're coming,
Little One said softly, her hand resting on Willie II's flank. Willie II nuzzled her, his eyes filled with a fierce, protective fire.
"Let them come. We are free. We are together. And we are ready."
The happy note of their union had become the anthem of a nation. The Great Battle of PAZNIA was not just a fight for land, it was a fight for the love that had built it. And as the first snowflakes began to fall, signaling the arrival of the invaders, General Willie II and Princess Little One stood tall, ready to lead their people into history's greatest victory. This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
The legend of the Great Battle of PAZNIA. The sky over PAZNIA had turned a bruised purple for 3 days. The goats and their human companions, blinded by the monoatomic smog of the tall Nordic aliens' breakthrough energy tech and energy weaponry. These invaders, towering 6 feet beyond the average human, clad in shimmering ice-blue armor, had descended from the frozen north. They sought to freeze the spirit of the Free Republic, replacing the vibrant, spontaneous, chaotic order of PAZNIA with their own rigid, silent, and despotic order. In the center of the capital, Veritas, amidst the ruins of the old Agora, stood General Willy II. Though he was not a giant, he was not a cyborg. He was, in fact, a goat, but in the history of PAZNIA, he was known as the Sage of the Horns. The leader whose stubbornness was as unyielding as the bedrock beneath their feet, and whose strategic mind was sharper than any blade.
Their armor is thick.
Willy II bleated. His voice echoing through the chest-mounted Shure microphone, piped into the PAZNIA radio network, broadcasting the battle plan to every corner of the city.
Their height is their weakness. They cannot see what lies beneath their boots. They cannot hear the rhythm of the earth. We are the earth. We are the PAZNIA spirit.
The compatriots, farmers, coders, artists, and dreamers nodded in unison. They were small, but they were united. The tall Nordics approached, their heavy boots crushing the pavement. A massive alien commander, his voice booming like thunder, commanded,
"Surrender your sovereignty. Your liberation is a disease."
General Willy II stepped forward, his hooves clicking rhythmically on the stone.
You bring the compliant silence of servitude,
he countered.
We bring the spirit of song of PAZNIA.
The battle begins. The tall Nordics charged, their high-tech weapons firing beams of cold blue light. But the PAZNIA forces were ready. They didn't fight with guns, they fought with lasers and love. From the rooftops, the PAZNIA radio network broadcast a frequency so loud and disorienting that the aliens' advanced sensors began to glitch. It was a mix of folk music, static, and the sound of 1,000 tree frogs laughing. The tall aliens, designed for order and silence, stumbled. Their precision formations broke as they tried to process the sheer volume of noise.
Charge!
Willy II commanded. The compatriots surged forward. They didn't try to pierce the alien armor, they used their agility. They swarmed the legs of the giants, tripping them, using ropes to tie their ankles together, and climbing up their backs to disable their communication arrays. General Willy II led the charge personally. He leaped onto the back of the alien commander, his horns locking into the alien's neck guard. With a mighty push, he shoved the giant off balance. The tall alien, confused by the sudden loss of stability and the overwhelming sensory input from the radio broadcast and the sheer force of General Willy II, the goat tank, the Nordic commander fell to his knees. The liberation. With their leader toppled and their formation shattered, the tall Nordics retreated. They could not comprehend a war fought by a goat and a force of liberated beings who valued freedom over order. They fled back to the frozen north, their ships floating silently into the clouds. Silence returned to PAZNIA, but it was a different silence now. It was the quiet of peace, of victory, not the silence of imminent danger. General Willy II stood atop the ruins of the plaza, looking out over his city. The PAZNIA radio network crackled to life one last time, playing a triumphant anthem.
We are free,
Willy II bleated, his voice steady.
And we are never going to be tall, cold, or quiet again.
The people of PAZNIA cheered. Raising their hands to the sky, knowing that as long as General Willy II and the spirit of the Republic stood, no force, no matter how tall, could ever truly conquer them.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
Billy Mays here with the PAZNIA Department of Tourism announcement. Vonu Fest 7, our premier yearly gathering of liberation, is happening once again, this time September 21st through the 28th. All vetted self-liberators are encouraged to attend. Join us in our Church of Self-Liberation for another celebration of living free, despite the despicable and ever-growing stains of coercion in the servile society. As far as what to expect, it's always spontaneous, and even more so this year with the consulate fire. But the Agora and the Second Realm never fail to bring wonder, enrichment, and restoration to the lives of freedom pioneers. The goal is for the embassy to be ready by then, and for Vonu Fest 7 to be a sort of ceremonial opening of the embassy. Regardless, we will have porta potties, an outdoor shower, and a pond for bathroom concerns. And of course, plenty of room to tent camp, park your van.
I'll be there with free samples of OxyClean.
Surely an event you don't want to miss. Again, September 21st through the 28th. If you need help getting vetted, it's usually not that hard. Just email coordinator@PAZNIA.com, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, or message coordinator Rayo somewhere else, like Simple X. Hope to see you at Vonu Fest this year, my friends. Billy Mays signing off.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Alex X Aces Patriots. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. Preface. Amongst libertarians and patriots alike, there seems to be a predilection towards wishful thinking. Recognizing the warfare-welfare state as one expression of authoritarian power is a good starting point, but then refusing to acknowledge that all taxation is theft, because taxes infringe upon individual property rights, is simply absurd. Philosophizing about what the Founding Fathers had to say is time well spent, yet believing that expatriation will remedy all of your political grievances is just naive. Mentioning to people that their natural right of self-defense is also applicable towards police officers is excellent. However, attempting to guilt this same audience for not using politically correct lingo is nothing less than unconscionably offensive. My intention with this publication of these short fictional stories is to illustrate not only the nature of the situation we are all suffering under, but to also highlight the foolish as well as treacherous actions which exacerbate the tyranny ruling us all. Themes of compromise, appeasement, and betrayal abound in this creative work as more of a warning to readers to be wary of most so-called activists who tell them to do this or to do that, and especially those whom attempt to guilt-trip them for their failure to perform these actions. Once you understand that these manipulative rockstar divas who infest the alternative media spread misinformation and even disinformation to their audiences, then I trust you can begin to understand, at least in part, why I felt this trilogy had to be written by someone. More importantly, I felt that it was high time that those who sincerely consider themselves to be freedom fighters have something resembling a vision for what they desire to achieve. Chronicling the evolution of human liberty from the European absolute monarchies through both the American Revolution and the subsequent Whiskey Rebellion, I found it no small task to also futuristically extrapolate what the restoration of constitutional government might indeed look like. In the attempt to do just that, I figured it would be important to also describe a foreign country doing something similar at about the same time, but seeing as this wouldn't make sense for the Iranians to do, I chose the Korean Peninsula as the role model, thereby reversing the historical timeline, in a sense, of the French Revolution. Should anyone like to take these stories and develop them into a full-fledged novel, or even a feature-length film, I would wholeheartedly encourage them to do so. If anything, these stories are explaining the transitional phase from our current political situation to parts 1 and 2 of the plan for the restoration of constitutional government. Hell, a cinematic trilogy about the plan would be even better, because that would demonstrate more specifically how the current Anglo-American empire could be thrown off, as well as how the several American republics could be successfully restored. A truly inspiring movie trilogy, rivaling in popularity to that of The Hunger Games or Atlas Shrugged, about securing our liberties would tickle me pink something fierce. Kyle Rearden, Austin, Texas, January 2015. You have just heard the preface to The Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Darth Duba's Story of Life and Rocker 206's Moonlight Sonata. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a fictional story, hence why it's a parable. One evening, a long time ago, Joe Citizen was freely traveling the roads on his way home from work. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the alley. Joe was startled, and before he could do anything else, the stranger asked him for the time. Naively, Joe glanced at his watch, but before he could reply, a revolver was pressed against his temple. After taking all the money Joe had on him, the mugger quickly fled. Shaking from the anxiety he felt at just being robbed, Joe didn't know what to do. The money that was stolen from him was worth half a week's paycheck, so Joe soon became concerned about how he was going to pay his bills. Knowing little else about what to do, Joe proceeded to continue on home. Meanwhile, the mugger arrived at his lair and showed off the loot to his fellow thieves. Upon seeing how much was stolen, they advised the mugger that he should temper the shock of the robbery itself by buying Joe something that showed that he wasn't really that much of a bad guy. Seeing this as a way to possibly escape the natural justice of the surrounding community, the mugger went to a delicatessen and bought a sandwich. Only a little later, Joe was surprised again by the mugger's reappearance. This time, Joe flinched, but his curiosity was piqued by the fact that the mugger extended his hand, revealing a sandwich. Perplexed more than anything, Joe asked the mugger why he wanted to gift him a sandwich, especially in light of their previous encounter. Discovering that the sandwich was bought with the proceeds from the mugging, for despite his thievery, the mugger was no liar, Joe became indignant at the mugger's audacity by knocking the sandwich out of his hand and into the street. By now a crowd had begun to form around the two men, intrigued by the nature of their situation. Once they had learned the facts of the case, for neither of them were liars, they then deliberated amongst themselves until they had appointed John Q. Public to speak on their behalf. John subsequently announced that the mugger was not guilty of any crime because he had returned with an offer of a sandwich, which Joe had refused, despite the fact that the muggers still kept the majority of Joe's stolen money. In fact, it was Joe who was in the wrong, because, as John explained, Joe should have been grateful that the mugger had offered a sandwich in the first place. Therefore, by refusing to accept the sandwich, Joe had forfeited the rest of his own stolen money. Bewildered by this public opinion, Joe was at a total loss as to what he could do. As everyone began dispersing, not only did John look down upon Joe, but the mugger also sneered at him as well. Joe gradually discovered over the following days and months that the entire town had ostracized him because of the stink he had raised about his own mugging. Some years went by, and Joe's daughter was traveling the same route back home from work when the mugger's son similarly robbed her at gunpoint as well. The entire situation played out nearly identically as it had originally transpired between Joe and the mugger before, although this time it ended a bit harsher for Joe's daughter, because she was scolded by the very same John Q. Public for wasting the sandwich. As John explained, the sandwich could have been used to feed the town's sick children. She too, like her father before her, was soon ostracized by the townsfolk for causing a similar ruckus. Decades later, one of Joe's descendants chose a very different response than her ancestors before her had done. Instead of simply handing over her money, she shot her mugger at point-blank range. John Q. Public proclaimed that henceforth, anyone who shot a mugger in self-defense will be burned alive at the stake, because by now, as a social custom, all muggers had offered their victims a wonderful selection of sandwiches to choose from. Despite her heartfelt protests, she was seized and bound by the same men who prowled the streets late at night. Although a few people were inspired by her execution to go punish these muggers themselves, the majority of the town decried such activities, claiming them to be lawless and criminal. Centuries went by, and the same scenario replayed itself many times. Although the names and incidental details changed, the formula remained exactly the same, as were the public opinions announced by John Q. Public's heirs. Never again would the town's muggers ever be prosecuted or otherwise held to account for their crimes against the townsfolk, for as long as they kept to the traditional precedent of offering sandwiches to their victims, then the interests of justice were satisfied as far as the conscience of the community was concerned. And everyone lived miserably ever after. You have just heard The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, the first installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire. An Allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014. Read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Spook Newcomb's Reflect and Odd Fellow Floyd's Bridge Jumper. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is an extended metaphor, hence why it's an allegory. If you haven't yet listened to The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich, then please do so before listening to this fictional story. A long time ago, there was a megalopolis whose downtown brimmed in 1,000 points of light. This sprawling cityscape soon became the technological and social center of a quickly growing empire. Despite the glorious marvels found only in the downtown area, There were other boroughs of the city, where its inhabitants were barely living at all. Their ramshackle tenements felt as if they were about to buckle at the seams at any given moment. An air of desperation was all too common amongst the people here, and anything that offered itself as a reliable means of escape was considered to be very valuable indeed. To paraphrase a David Bowie song, the flies were the size of rats, stacked upon rats the size of cats. It wasn't just the fact that dilapidated shelters were the norm here. It was also the fact that no one lived here in what they would have considered to be their own homes. For instance, it was rather typical for meddling neighbors to demand the intervention of a constable for every minor inconvenience you could imagine, and many times for even no problem at all. A culture of tattle-telling was emulated right here in the tenements, because it made many of the people here feel as if they weren't that different from their wealthier counterparts who lived downtown. Unsurprisingly, this engendered an opposing counterculture of those who simply wanted to live in peace with their neighbors, without the meddling interference of the constables on a nearly daily basis. These brave and unrelenting souls approached their troublesome neighbors in several different ways over the many years. They argued, bargained, and sometimes even made compromises in order to find a resolution that would please both parties. Alas, every heroic effort resulted in stupendous failure, and many of those who had initially resisted their troublesome neighbors eventually became just like them. Dissension and bickering soon followed, and the effort to live in any form of tranquility in the city with one's neighbors virtually collapsed. Yet there was a remnant who understood that the desire to interfere with one's neighbors ran quite deeply, and ultimately they realized that there was no way to strike a deal with them, or compromise in any way, since such efforts had been repeatedly tried and had always failed. This remnant eventually proposed an original, if radical, solution to this age-old problem: leaving the city behind forever. Much dissension within the ranks followed, although eventually such bickering ceased once the eldest of the remnant pointed out that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Soon preparations were underway for the great escape from the city. The first major consideration was the mode of transportation. Much debate ensued, but it was eventually agreed upon that a train was the best option. It was cheaper than flying an airplane, yet it was quicker to build than a long caravan of automobiles. A train had just enough room to fit them all, albeit quite tightly packed together, or so said its designers. Most importantly, the construction of the train and its rails would be decried by city officials and potentially halted, so time would be of the essence if this ambitious effort were to be pulled off successfully. As predicted, once construction was underway, the metropolitan authorities condemned the project, propagandizing that it would rip the social fabric of the city apart by suggesting it was possible to leave the city en masse. Some of these authorities even went so far as to try and sabotage the building of the rail line by pretending to join the project, fabricating phony complaints from non-existent neighbors, and then using these complaints to tattletale on some of the train's builders. Although these poor souls were ripped away from constructing the train by the constables, most of the workers never found themselves in such trouble, and after some hesitation, everyone else went back to work more diligently than ever before. Finally, the train and its rail were completed. Seeing no reason to delay its departure, and also seeing how impotent the city's officials were at stopping its construction, these people set a date that in later years became known as Independence Day. On that day, there were celebrations, whooping, and speechifying. After the train was stuffed to the hilt with passengers, it began to pull out of the city. There were numerous swarms of people running after the train as it slowly began to gain speed, trying to catch onto the outside of the train before they worked their way inside. Some people who failed to catch the train, or otherwise stay on it, fell off on the outskirts of the city while also suffering injuries ranging from light bruising to broken collarbones. After that hardest push to get the train moving, those who sought freedom from the city and its arbitrary constraints had set off on what they thought of as their great adventure. What they soon discovered was that there were various railway stations along the way whose memorial plaques told them that these stations had been built by those who had come before. A few passengers got off at this first stop, and they chose a leader who had proven himself capable of fending off hostile savages. His son would eventually take his place, as would his eldest son, for several generations. The supermajority of the train's passengers, however, did not prefer this particular scheme, so they stayed on the train to see what the next stop had in store for them. What the passengers began debating with each other over was which train stop was the best one to get off at. Passionate speeches were made about how this stop or that stop was the one that offered the most capable social arrangement for making sure neighbors don't interfere with each other. The train would stop at a couple of stations, and a few people at each one would disembark, but the vast majority of passengers stayed on the train just to see if they could bear witness to an even better outcome. Before too long, one passenger reminded the entirety of the train that, in accordance with their own stated principles, they should stop at each station and passively allow whomever wanted to depart to do so, simply because the decision about whether or not to get off at a particular stop was primarily a deeply personal one. Once the commotion over this new proposal had settled down, most passengers nodded in agreement, even though some of them felt this idea left a bad taste in their mouths, for they had wanted a solution that would be applied equally to everyone. So on it went, with some passengers stepping off the train at the next stop, but most choosing to stay on it and see how far they could go. One rather vocal minority of the train went even so far as to argue that they will only get off the train once they have reached the end of the line. The majority scoffed at this, claiming that there is nothing beyond the end of the rail, and that everyone must get off only when the train stops at a station, since by now all of them had discovered that the rail line that they had constructed had now blended in with an older rail, which had been built by the same folks who had built this series of train stations. Towards the end of the line, there was one last stop at a rail station where the remaining bulk of the passengers disembarked. Throngs of bodies dotted the train platform, and that same minority who had wanted to go to the end of the line grinned in anticipation of what they considered to be their just reward. Right before the last of the willing passengers had stepped off the train, some of those who had assumed the guise of leadership convinced the rest of the passengers on the platform that it was wrong for even that tiny minority to see the end of the line, much less leave the train for it. By inciting the crowd, these self-appointed representatives stepped in front of the stopped train, drew their guns, and fired. They killed every last one of the remaining passengers. Much time passed, and those who got off at this last train stop had originally built a relatively small fishing village, which then expanded into a small town, then a larger town, eventually a medium-sized city, and finally into a megalopolis, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one their ancestors had originally fled. Unfortunately, these new city officials had learned from the previous Great Escape and had forbidden the building of any trains or rail lines that would take people away from the city. Inevitably, there grew a disgruntled minority who wanted to leave this city, but alas, they found themselves trapped, perhaps forever, unless they found another way. Maybe those electrical inventions by that Serbian immigrant could become useful to them. But, for the foreseeable future, they all continued to live miserably ever after. You have just heard an allegory of the Freedom Train, the second installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2014 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire.
Take a brief intermission here. This is Programming Coordinator Shane Rayo2. If you want to give us a call, join this Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2. The Jitsi room is open. In the meantime, I will return to the Restoration Trilogy. Hop on in, and we'll get you in on the show. Enjoy.
A Tale of Proverbs on the Five Boxes, the third concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, was originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015, read to you by the author. Music courtesy of Ashley Alicize's A Puzzling Predicament, A Dangerous Situation, and my own remixed version of Brayton's North Wind. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, Share-alike 4.0 International License. Any other content within this work that may not be covered by this CC BY NC SA license is hereby used under the sincere intention of fair use. No copyright infringement intended. The following is a set of proverbs within a frame story. If you haven't yet listened to either The Parable of the Mugger's Sandwich or An Allegory of the Freedom Train, then please do so before listening to this concluding installment of this fictional trilogy. Penelope and Charlie, are you two ready for tonight's story? Oh, good, I'm glad. I think you'll enjoy this one, since you both worked so hard on your lessons today. I know your mother wanted to spend some time alone with your father, and quite frankly, I could use the change of pace from the Life Extension Conference I attended last week, where I gave the keynote address about the viability of total organ regeneration. But I doubt such a talk would interest you unless you were a gray-haired old scientist like me. Settle down, settle down. If I'd have known any better, I'd say you two were the most rambunctious pair of fraternal twins in all of Appalachia. Despite the fact that I'm a hale and hearty man of 62, does not therefore mean I'm a limitless source of energy, like the geothermal conductor your parents used to heat this house. Speaking of which, I like to light this musty old fireplace here in the den to try and set the mood. For while this tale might sound like ancient history, it's actually quite a good adventure story. Or at least I think so. You have to remember that it was a very different time long ago. There were criminals who murdered, enslaved, and even stole from the people on a regular basis. Although some of these murderers, slavers, and thieves would be punished, the most successful of them were confidence artists who tricked the people into giving up their own personal responsibility in return for a promise of protection against the supposed evils of the world. What the people got instead were muggers bribing victims with sandwiches. A great deal of time passed, and eventually some people became quite fed up with this horrible arrangement, so they attempted to escape it as best as they could. Even though it seemed as if this could work alone, what they soon discovered was that most of the Freedom Train's passengers had condoned the slaughter of those who had wanted to live without rulers. And with that betrayal, the cycle of oppression began again. Not too long after, despotism reemerged with a vengeance, but this time with the capability of literally destroying all life on Earth many times over. Prisons became overcrowded, indebtedness skyrocketed, and mad scientists implemented their eugenics agenda. The people had become equally enslaved, much to the delight of the social justice warriors. Into this sorry state of affairs came into being what eventually became known as a set of proverbs detailing the rise of humanity into our current age. These proverbs of the 5 boxes, originally 3 boxes, describe how our ancestors tried every peaceful solution conceivable to the mind of man in reining in the tyrannical impulses dormant within the lowest depths of the human psyche. Telling these proverbs to our children is a way for us to honor our heritage of hard-won liberty. You must also understand that within each of these proverbs, there are hostile factions who are deeply opposed to each other. Statists, my dear grandchildren, are those criminals and their sycophants who worship the false god called government, which according to their belief system, bestows upon a select few the superhuman ability to be exempt from common morality. For example, their murders were called wars, their kidnappings were called jailing, and their stealing was called taxation. Reformists were those well-meaning but naive souls who incorrectly believed that if they were to strike compromises and deals with the statists, then freedom could flourish. But alas, all of their political projects ended in notorious disasters, time and time again. And lastly, there were the restorers or restorationists, who through trial and tribulation were thankfully successful in dismantling the most dangerous superstition to ever plague the human condition. Having laid out the situation of that time so long ago, let's proceed with the first proverb, shall we? The ballot box. During the age of tribulation, our ancestors struggled against the trickiest forms of statism. One of these arrangements was where most of the people would, from time to time, choose which of the muggers would hand out what kinds of sandwiches to their victims. Of course, those who had chosen a different mugger would not be able to enjoy the sandwiches he would have given out had he enjoyed greater support from his victims. As you could have guessed, if some of the people received a mugger who handed out sandwiches they disliked, they were told they could always wait for the next election cycle and then vote him out. Naturally, it didn't take too long for people to realize that this was a rigged game, and the restorers suggested that the only way to really win was not to play this game at all. Sadly, the reformists insisted that if everybody just moved to the smallest tax plantation, then they could much more easily vote out the muggers in public office and replace them with their own trustworthy people who, presumably, would radically change the entire situation by simply mugging the rest of the people a whole lot less frequently, as well as by giving out only turkey, ham, and chicken sandwiches to their victims. As such, the people usually sided with either the statists or the reformists, because they figured that anyone who failed to participate in these government elections deserved whatever sandwiches they ended up with. It didn't matter that the restorers went out of their way to scientifically prove that such electoral voting was fraudulent. Whether they debunked the myths of the rational voter, defensive or protest voting, or the lesser of two evils, the evidence supporting such debunking was either routinely ignored or disingenuously ridiculed by both statists and reformists alike. A lifetime could easily have been spent by the restorers trying to gradually sway these elections to the point where the best they could hope for in their lifetimes was slightly more limited mugging. And this, my dear grandchildren, is where our proverb that correctly says, "If you do vote, you cannot complain," is based upon. For our ancestors realized that if you choose a mugger, any mugger, you are agreeing to the outcome of that contest ahead of time, just as a man who gambles his weekly paycheck away is agreeing to abide by the outcome of his bet, regardless of whether he wins or loses, lest he become a sore winner, or worse, a man who welches on his debts. What, Penelope? Oh, I see what you mean. Didn't the people have the right to choose their own leaders? Ha! It is one thing to seek leaders for yourself, but it is a whole different ballgame if you are imposing rulers onto others. The deadly error of the ballot box was that it commingled these two very different actions beyond recognition, and in effect became little else than a slave suggestion box. Bickering about whom is allowed to use such a box is little else than a notorious distraction that has nothing at all to do with the cause for liberty. Leaving behind this failed experiment, let us proceed to the next one, the jury box. Sometime after John Q. Public died, there was a tradition that even the worst of statists honored. It was the ability of the people to have a say about how the rules were imposed upon a particular individual within a specific set of circumstances. Many scholars of that time attributed this as the only possible way to successfully rein in the excesses committed by John Q. Public's heirs. A disgruntled lawyer who lived a few centuries ago once wrote that the people enjoyed the right to judge the law as well as the facts of a case brought before them for adjudication by voting their conscience, regardless of the judge's instructions to them. This same lawyer also pointed out that this ancient common law right had been rendered moot by the government's increasing despotism over the course of the 19th century. Reformists, in their typically breezy manner, oh so conveniently neglected the second half of this lawyer's argument by only emphasizing the first half, in order to spur up frenetic activity that, in the end, would spin the people around in circles, much like a snake eating its own tail. Groups of people began suggesting that perhaps education about this ancient right would increase the probability of it being exercised. The assumption was tested in case after case for several decades, but the reformists appeared to ignore the implications of the results. Each time, regardless of whether the jurors were given every possible advantage or notice of their ancient right, jury after jury chose guilty verdicts without fail, no matter how arbitrary or capricious the charges the defendant faced. I suspect one major reason why juries usually let defendants hung out to dry was because jurors were just as captive as the defendants themselves were. Consider for a moment how a game of prisoner's dilemma works, except that the game here is skewed heavily in favor of the jurors and strongly against the defendant. The worst any juror would face would be either a relatively minor penalty fee or a few nights in jail, whereas the defendant almost always stood to lose so much more. Worst yet, jurors had more options about how they could act, as opposed to a defendant whose only real choices were to either accept a plea deal or fight the charges and risk losing noticeably more than if he had just taken the plea deal. Consider also the so-called jury tax, which was a heavier punishment levied against a convicted defendant for choosing to exercise his right to a jury trial but then losing his case. Suddenly, a juror choosing to switch his vote during jury deliberations just so he could leave the courthouse an hour or two earlier than if he had chosen to stick to his conscience, and then your average juror's decision-making begins to appear rather, well, calculating. But, and this is a rather large but, the way a legal case is presented before the jury has to follow court procedures, such as their rules of evidence, which of course the people had no say as to what those rules would have been in the first place. As if this wasn't bad enough, if you weren't a registered voter, then you wouldn't be even put on a federal jury wheel. And if you were neither a registered voter nor a licensed driver, then you wouldn't be put on the Texas jury wheel either. Speak up, Charlie. I think my hearing unit is failing a bit. Oh, where's Texas, you say? My boy, Texas is so far west as to be on the other shore of the great Mississippi River. And as to your other question about whether it's a different country, answering that should be saved for another evening. Saddest of all, though, was the fact that the supermajority of these court cases never made it to trial, usually because the defendants were intimidated by the jury tax, and thus chose to accept a plea deal. So if the jurors were going to railroad the defendant just so they could leave earlier anyway, because none of them wanted to be there in the first place, much like prison or school, then why should any defendant place the slightest amount of trust in jurors to be fair and impartial arbitrators of justice? They didn't, and like the game of prisoner's dilemma, they usually chose the plea deal because they understood, if only intuitively, that they would be badly hurt by both the jury and the government, more likely than not, if they didn't cooperate with the prosecutor. Most glaringly, the competency of jurors is arguably comparable to that of voters. Jury wheels, jury selection, and ultimately jury verdicts are proudly held by reformists to be constituted totally randomly, rather than base the composition of jurors based on their capabilities and willingness to do justice. They are instead assembled out of a lottery from a lot of miscreants and cowards who will do anything to escape their predicament. Grand juries rubber-stamped prosecutorial indictments, and petite juries were filled with these people who simply weren't smart enough to get out of jury duty, yet who were expected by statists to render judgments as to truly serious matters of guilt or innocence. Despite all this, my dear grandchildren, there were even some restorers who adhered to the proverb that I'd rather be tried by 12 than carried by 6. To illustrate the idea that the jury box, at best, is not one that should be relied upon as a way of winning back one's freedom, but rather as a mostly unreliable last-ditch rearguard action to only be used when all other better options have been exhausted. With that said, it's time to proceed onward towards a frequently ignored artifice. the soapbox. Now, while reformists primarily champion the first two boxes, this one straddles the boundary of effective action, just as a shadow would between light and darkness. For it could be used to propagandize, or it could equally be used to tell truths that are necessary to understand before bringing the entire system down to its knees. Free speech and a free press were truly beautiful things, if they could have been exercised without undue hardship, much like openly carrying a gun. Alas, such was not the case. Believe it or not, there were forms of soft censorship used to stifle the remnants of the free press. Federal copyright law was used to silence those who produced video press releases, as well as others who had only copied songs from the corporate music industry, if not both. For instance, black hat hackers would game the system by filing false copyright claims on the old dinosaur YouTube website, simply for the purpose of learning the personal identities of various uploaders, the knowledge of which they'd use to harass and threaten them further. Another problem was that statists would occasionally use the statements of any journalist as evidence against him in the government courts. For example, my parents made me memorize the following hearsay rule that was common throughout the former United States, which said that a statement cannot be hearsay if, quote, the statement is offered against a party and is the party's own statement in either an individual or representative capacity, close quote. In other words, anything you say can and will be used against you by statists in order to steal your freedom and your property away from you, and they will do this by way of government law. For example, if you were writing a letter to the editor that Americans should consider using their common right of revolution to cast off the yoke of tyranny, all the social justice warriors would come out of the woodwork and accuse you of being an advocate of violence, if not also try to drag you into court on the grounds of incitement, despite the fact that such political content was totally legal at that time, according to the government's own lawyers. It wasn't just the government's laws that infringed upon the free press. Oh no, my grandchildren, it was also the incessant conflict generated by many who claimed to oppose government media. Sensationalism, not truth, was the prime currency, as misinformation and disinformation took precedence over reliable intelligence. News cycle junkies and inept researchers promoted myths and half-truths, which ended up serving only the tyrants. Confidence artists scammed well-intentioned donators out of their discretionary income. Social justice warriors inculcated false guilt in the minds of their victims only because they were both angered and jealous of their lifestyle preferences. Most importantly, the never-ending bickering and infighting, with its concomitant strains of bullying and death threats, only benefited those who wanted their 15 minutes of fame, but not those who had wanted to spread the message of liberty. Repeat that again, Penelope? Wouldn't all that infighting discourage people from opposing those bad men who pretended to be government? Well, my dear, yes it would, and it did. A few people realized how these dynamics worked, but by the time they did, it was already much too late for the remnants of the free press. Ironically, participation in this so-called alternative media, in fact, violated individual privacy more often than not. Smeared were the good reputations of decent people, and baseless accusations held more sway than any exculpatory evidence, mainly because there was no semblance of due process or basic fairness. As a result, many lovers of liberty saw their employment and business opportunities vanish, since there was no remedy for them to even try and regain their good name. This, coupled with the scammers who promoted things like activist legal defense funds, were the causes behind why many restorers becoming more impoverished and disillusioned than they were before, and thus it served as a punitive disincentive against those who opposed the government. An obscure blogger at the time remarked that his greatest fear wasn't persecution from the government, necessarily, but rather the alternative media slowly mutating into an internet version of statist media, hence the name-calling of gun owners as violence advocates. He attributed this in large part to the destruction of language we now know full well as verbicide, which, you must keep in mind, was a little-known concept at the time. Ultimately, he became quite despondent and chose to give up on any notion of spreading a message of any kind, at least publicly, that is. In one of his final articles, he explained that almost nobody was listening, and of those who did, they stubbornly refused to act, instead preferring to simply repeat what he himself had said on a variety of given topics. So, children, the adage provided by a more well-known author that, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act, was more true than even most of the restorers gave it credit for. Of course, both the statists and reformists were more than comfortable telling the noble lie, as long as it served their nefarious purposes. What became of those restorers who were still bracing the free press together with little more than baling wire and duct tape was that they finally shifted their focus from expressing their grievances to teaching their audiences how to resist the government's police forces, because for all intents and purposes, they might as well have been living in 1930s Germany. Having closed the door to that particular avenue, let's next explore what happened to those who had resisted in a foolish manner. The Pine Box. The shared assumption behind the three previous boxes was that there was some kind of peaceful solution to the age-old problem of tyranny. Elections, juries, and even the news cycle all serve to perpetuate the notion that if you only play by the tyrant's own rules, then you will defeat him at some point. Whether it be by persuasion, gambling, or embarrassment, these approaches fail to address the root of statism itself, namely, the mindless obedience to authority. It was this very obedience, Charlie and Penelope, that directly led to the massive numbers of humans who died at the altar of so-called public policy. During the 20th century alone, there were 284,638,000 people murdered by government, and that number did not include those who were killed in war, whether they be military or civilian casualties during either World War or the many smaller ones that took place as well. If that fact does not make you shudder to your core as to the dangerously unstable nature of all government, then I honestly don't know what will. Some good people back then debated with each other as to whether or not this was a malfunction of constitutional republicanism, or if all governments, no matter their form or structure, would always degrade back into tyranny, because that is its natural design. Ultimately, though, it didn't really matter too much either way, because the result was exactly the same. No one with a conscience would be able to deny the many grievances expressed by the people who had suffered under the yoke of a despotism whose weaponry had the capability to destroy this planet many times over in their mad rush for absolute power over the entire human race. Moral indignation of those who imagine themselves to be our rulers served as the backbone needed to grow and sustain an effective resistance. Disregarding their laws as whims of the self-appointed political class, freedom fighters across a range of political ideologies banded together in the common cause for the restoration of our liberty. Sadly, as these things tend to go, the reformists butted heads with the restorers as to how best resist the statists. Civil disobedience became the tactic of choice, and peaceful evolution the long-term strategy of the reformists. They would encourage average people to not only disobey unjust laws, but to also do so blatantly and out in the open. Some of the restorers observed this behavior, labeling it teasing the bear, and advising against it, not because they opposed civil disobedience on principle, but because they advocated a wiser application of it that was much more discreet. In response to this criticism, the reformists performed their final act of betrayal to the cause of liberty, when they routinely labeled the restorers as advocates of violence. Ironically, such so-called peaceful resistance only ended up increasing the wrath of the tyrants upon the people, for reasons I've already mentioned. Worse yet, much of the techniques for doing so were ineffective, and what methods did actually work were seldom used. Only what was actively promoted by the reformists ever got any serious consideration by the majority of people who resisted government, because they owned the noticeable competition to state-approved corporate media. Those who persisted in this bad strategy also failed in its execution by not taking the proper precautions. For instance, there was no estate planning, no will, no nest eggs, no last wishes, and no prepaid funerals arranged ahead of time. Practitioners of Satagariha ultimately ended up dying in government prisons, irresponsibly failing to provide for their own families. Reformists who persisted in this course of action shouldn't have expected any flag-draped coffins or a 21-gun salute at Arlington National Cemetery, like they'd expect from a Tom Clancy novel. The best anyone could hope for at their own funerals would be attendance from their good family and close friends, who'd then pass around a bundle of burning sage before shooting an arrow into the sky as their homemade coffin was lowered into the earth. Don't get me wrong, we're all mortal, but what I am trying to say here is that it doesn't matter how you died so much as how well you lived, and it would seem that the reformists had forgotten that. Because of this stems the phrase, "I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees." Although its sentiment is certainly more admirable than rolling over and groveling before the feet of tyrants, it stops awfully short of its potential to do some real good in the world. Meditating on death, as the medieval Japanese samurai did, can be useful in making peace with one's mortality, but it is unhelpful if one is attempting to inspire courage. Now, having examined the consequences of half measures, as well as of failure despite the best of intentions, let us now proceed to the final and most important box. The cartridge box. If there is ever a devil, the state is it. That is why the founders of the former United States insisted on maintaining and strengthening the militia system. Because they viewed government as a necessary evil, they understood that the only truly effective check on the power of any government is for the common people to use their privately owned weapons to deter and even repel the king's guards. As one of those former guards warned back then, tyranny cannot come to the door of any American unless it comes in uniform. You must keep in mind, grandchildren, that revolutions are internal, whereas restoring independence is external. This understanding, coupled with an appreciation for leaderless resistance, should impress upon you the dynamics inherent in the evolution of human liberty. Only a unity of purpose, not a unity of structure, would ever be the appropriate expression of any broad solidarity. People back then routinely confused freedom with comfort. Before the Korean reunification of the 2020s, those who had been natively born in the southern half of the peninsula, as well as the expatriates from the northern half, considered life south of the demilitarized zone, DMZ, to be freer than in the north. However, both governments had constitutions, and both constitutions recognized many civil rights, including suffrage, free speech, and privacy of correspondence. Interestingly, neither Korean constitution enumerated the right to keep and bear arms. Just because you could use a cellular telephone in the South does not therefore mean that you are free, but what it certainly does mean is that you are more comfortable. Unlike the German reunification of the 1990s or the American reunification of the 1860s, the Koreans decided to try living without government for a while, and to their surprise, they enjoyed it very much. Korean imitation of the civil defiance, earlier demonstrated by Americans during the Bundy affair, was paramount in their ability to deter and ultimately repel both governments forcibly. South Korean dissidents, who were inspired by the restorers, marched around Seoul wearing holstered pistols. Following the mass arrests of these demonstrators, the North Korean expats gathered around one of the police stations and smoked cannabis until they too were thrown into the same cells. This event, which became known as the Seoul Roundup, inspired the show of force in Pyongyang of peasants armed only with their pitchforks who were finally challenging the legitimacy of the communist government. With no more need for the DMZ, the American military stationed there returned home in order to suppress the popular uprisings in Atlanta, Milwaukee, and Topeka, but ultimately to no avail because nearly all those who had been on duty chose to not just disobey their superior officers, but to also join the growing resistance by hunting down and punishing the worst statists. By 2032, the long-suffering restorers had won their freedom back, but at no small sacrifice. Reformists condemned both the American restorers and the Koreans for breaking the law, as this would destabilize both countries by inviting chaos. Or so they said. Despite their repeated failures with elections, juries, and news, the reformists insisted on pushing forward a strategy of peaceful evolution on the grounds that if they simply could win some hearts and minds by chaining honorably discharged veterans to the doors of government buildings and then filming the subsequent police brutality, then this would magically accomplish something, somewhere, somehow. Needless to say, their failures were quite impressively astounding. You can tell a lot about a government by how its law enforcement officers normally treat the citizenry. House raids normally included police officers shooting the family dog in cold blood or tasing women asleep in their beds. Once the public executions were being held in town squares to the sound of government trumpets blaring, guerrillas emerged who then began their combat operations by doing such things as pouring sand into the gas tanks of police cars. Just like the American colonists and Texan settlers before them, the restorers organized local committees of safety in their neighborhoods and counties in order to bring a degree of stability to their respective areas of operation. These committees of safety, once they had established themselves as pillars of their communities, began recruitment for the formation of openly armed militia units who would meet in local parks to practice close-order drill and conduct physical fitness training as disciplined units. Much of what followed was quite an exciting time. Politicians and their minions were targeted, as were the gendarmerie, the latter of whom were summarily executed on the spot. The strategy and tactics of the restorers was much like the Viet Cong guerrillas of the 1960s, but with the technological roles reversed. Such an effort would have been impossible to mount without the logistical planning before the outbreak of active hostilities. For decades, many stockpilers began squirreling away materiel that one day could be used if any of the normal supply chains ever broke down, even if only temporarily. These stockpiles were quickly put to use by the guerrillas and their many allies, and because of this, the stockpilers became one of the most important support sections for the restorers of constitutional government. Once the many committees of safety began coalescing into larger committees, as the small white dots grew to eventually overshadow the black areas, then governance transitioned to the Constitutional Compliance Convention, whose duty it was to guide the orderly dissolution of the tyrannical empire and the long-sought-for restoration of these United States. A few decades went by, and there were those who felt as if government really was an unnecessary evil. Public debates and many referendums were issued amongst this rather enlightened people, who had not too long before had regained their hard-won republics, and were now faced with the very real prospect of experimenting with limited government much more so, perhaps even to the point of extinction. First, the American Southwest, followed closely by Texas and then the Pacific Northwest, abolished their respective governments, because their executive and judicial functions had already been replaced by the private production of security services alongside multi-tiered third-party arbitration that was sold in a truly freed market by competing dispute resolution firms. Used during both the earlier American and Texan struggles for independence, the well-known phrase, "come and take it," was again pressed into use by the restorers in order to emphasize that the use of weapons to kill government agents, including so-called law enforcement or police officers, was truly indeed the last resort in the defense of freedom. Since that time, absolutely no one has dared to question the idea that firearms are liberty's teeth, and as such, it is vitally important to maintain good hygiene. Evolving past the most dangerous superstition was only made possible by the tireless actions of those who came before you, who suffered, fought, and often died, just so you and your children would be able to taste the sweet nectar of liberty. Incumbent it is upon you to maintain this fine tradition of ours by adhering to our libertarian values, lest the future descend again into the same bottomless pit of subjugation and oppression. Never be tempted into giving up your freedom for anything, and perhaps, one day, humanity might just assume its rightful place amongst the stars. And now, my dearest grandchildren, it is time for bed. Yet a part of me doubts this is in any way the end, for that could only be if the people living back then had chosen the bonds of slavery over the blessings of liberty. I think that what I have told you tonight is evidence that their faith in us has been duly rewarded, more so than any of us could have ever imagined. That being said, off to bed with you. Good night. You have just heard a tale of Proverbs on the 5 boxes, the concluding installment of the Restoration Trilogy, originally published at the Last Bastille blog in 2015 and read to you by the author. Thank you for listening, and laissez-faire.
The Vonu Ghost System bundle gives the beginning, or advanced self-liberator an affordable,
Time is running out. Free to make your mark and become a part of this truly revolutionary Self-Liberation Saturday transmission. PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2. Once you hear Bill Cooper start, it is too late. At least until this Monday, when I'll be back with another special PAZNIA Radio Network transmission. Mark your calendars and join the show tonight if you like. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2. Hope to hear from you in the next 10 minutes. Now, back to the deprogramming.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation. If there's one universal certainty, it's that life comes at us all quite unexpectedly. 1 second, you're making sweet love to your freemate. Inside the homemade polyethylene, a tent. Mount Vesuvius is nearing eruption and bam. In comes a 40-foot oak tree. A good fucking day to you from the Siskiyou. It's moments like those you wished you had Vonu insurance. Or this very real example, you took Rayo's advice and decided to join a ghetto. One night you discover that your homeless meth head neighbor jacked your fucking shopping cart and the few belongings you owned to obliterate whatever remaining brain cells he had left. For the very low cost of 666,666 satoshis, or equivalent value in Monero per day, this near disaster could have been quickly remedied by the caring Freedom Pioneer support team here at the Vonu Insurance Company. Got an e-bike to insure. A decommissioned aircraft carrier. Maybe you've cracked the code to anti-gravity and built your own identified flying object. No venture or item is too big or too small. Prepare ahead and get under the umbrella of protection only the Vonu Insurance Company can provide. Minimize your stress, curtail risk, and outsource your liberation today while we take your hard-earned money for doing fuck all. Just visit VonuInsured.com, fill out the intake form, and a dedicated member of our Freedom Pioneer support team will be in touch within 24 hours or 30 days. Again, VonuInsured.com. The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation.
Billy Mays here with the PAZNIA Department of Tourism announcement. Vonu Fest 7, our premier yearly gathering of liberation, is happening once again, this time September 21st through the 28th. All vetted self-liberators are encouraged to attend. Join us in our Church of Self-Liberation for another celebration of living free, despite the despicable and ever-growing stains of coercion in the servile society. As far as what to expect, it's always spontaneous, and even more so this year with the consulate fire. But the Agora and the Second Realm never fail to bring wonder, enrichment, and restoration to the lives of freedom pioneers. The goal is for the embassy to be ready by then, and for Vonu Fest 7 to be a sort of ceremonial opening of the embassy. Regardless, we will have porta potties, an outdoor shower, and a pond for bathroom concerns. And of course, plenty of room to tent camp, park your van.
I'll be there with free samples of OxyClean.
Surely an event you don't want to miss. Again, September 21st through the 28th. If you need help getting vetted, it's usually not that hard. Just email coordinator@PAZNIA.com, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, or message coordinator Rayo somewhere else, like Simple X. Hope to see you at Vonu Fest this year, my friends. Billy Mays signing off.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. Not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like Fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and Fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code Vonu to help support the PAZNIA radio network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is Vonu. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the PAZNIA radio network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the Second Realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our PAZNIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the PAZNIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the PRN call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our PAZNIA General Monero Fund, just visit paznia.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit paznia.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator@paznia.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about PAZNIA, promote PRN, share links to the website, the PAZNIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are paznia.com/Monero for Monero, paznia.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. And reach out to me, coordinator@paznia.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the Second Realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, But those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
This is the basic law of life. And dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through, spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature, but his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause, and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-shaped parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. For I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live